downstairs. Now. Shut it down. Shut it down. Oh, on the border of. Okay, well, there you go. All the classics. No justice, no peace. Free, free Palestine. You know, all the bangers. This is in New York, by the way. I'm just queuing up a load of stuff now. Oh, damn it. Are you kidding me? But it should have been playing anyway. Oh, no, it wasn't playing. I've only just put the audio up. I'm not going to rewind it. That's just it. We'll just have to. The first 3 minutes was a dud. But if you missed anything, you didn't miss anything. What you missed were the bangers, like, you know, if we don't get it done, if we don't get it free done, down. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Palestine, and words, yeah, you know. Yeah, free Palestine, same old. Anyway, this is the Palestine live march outside New York, and apparently there's some stuff's been going off, not in Gaza, stuff's been going off on the border of Lebanon, right? So a lot of chemical munitions have been used on the border of Lebanon, a lot of phosphorus, which is a chemical weapon as far as as far as most people are concerned. Yay! What'd she say? I don't know. I think I caught enough is enough. I caught that part. Got another flare up over Gaza. You're not going to believe the shit I'm going to show you now. Alright, so there you go. That's what's going on in New York. That's what we got going on in New York. We got flares over the skyline over there right now. We've got flares popping right now over the skyline. Something's going down in the North Gaza. This is facing northeast Gaza. To the left, you can see the flares popping. Something's going down. I've been getting reports of like heavy munitions being dropped on the border of Lebanon, right? And we don't have any 24-hour cams there, unfortunately, so I can't see that. I'll find one. But yeah, so this is popping off right now. Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni, as well as President Cyprus, arrived in Israel tonight in order to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu alongside the government. Okay. Karachi, marching in support. Crazy bombing caught by Al Jazeera, man. Let's go over. Crazy bombing caught by Al Jazeera. Oh, this was on Al Jazeera. What? So this was earlier on today. Insane.
نعم سلمى
أنتم بخير؟
هذه واحدة من الغارات العنيفة
Absolutely
جدا.
insane.
بخير الحمد لله بخير أشياء بسيطة لا تذكر وبالتالي لكننا
That's nothing though. This is nothing.
حرارة النيران وكرة.
This is nothing. All right, they got that one. I grabbed that one. Israel. They're taking the piss. They're taking the piss. They're taking the piss. Look, man. I now have a dog in the fight. I didn't think, as usual, I come into it not having a dog in the fight. But, you know.
الفيديو هذا فيديو تعريفي، هذا كان لازم ينزله من زمان بس نزل اليوم. حينزل اليوم الخميس 18/8/2022. اوكي يا اخوان، تعريف عني. انا عون الدوس فلسطيني من غزة العمر 12 سنة. هذا هدف القناة طبعا نصل 100,000 مشترك و500,000 ومليون، وبإذن الله لل10 مليون، وبدعمكم وبمحبتكم. اوكي طبعا شكرا على 1000 مشترك.
This is Anwin Dur 12 from Gaza. His dream was to become a famous gaming streamer, but an Israeli airstrike killed him and shattered his dreams. So this is one of his posts. Like, if this post gets like 50 streams, I'll, you know, one of those ones. But he's no longer with us. And from what I've seen, it's just pure children. Like the first one before the hospital strike, when they told everyone to move south, that lorry that was carrying all the children, that was just packed with children. This is the most demonic, satanic, murderous campaign I've ever witnessed in my life, and it's predominantly against children. It's all babies. All I'm seeing is dismembered children. So yeah, I'll claim a dog in this fight. I'm anti with the Russian thing, Ukraine. I'm just anti-Nazi. So whoever's fighting the Nazis, I'm on their side. But with this one, whoever's killing the children, I'm on the opposite side. These guys are children. These guys are killing children like it's going out of fashion, man. This is earlier on today. See, this is the Lebanon border. See, we're not seeing these pictures. This is the border of Lebanon, where they are using chemical weapons. This is this evening. Earlier on today, when I had that fire on, I'd missed this part. I'd missed that part. I just showing the fire. That's all white phosphorus. You can't breathe. That poisons you.
وبشكل عنيف منذ نحو ربع ساعة. طبعا القذائف طالت حتى بلدة يارون.
اسمح لنا نشير العاجل وتكمل زميلنا عباس.
White phosphorus, the border, Lebanese town.
ودبابة في ثكنة دوفيف.
Oh look, done it. Oh my God.
بين قتيل وجريح. إذا المقاومة الإسلامية وفق معلومات الميادين تستهدف آلية همر ودبابة في ثكنة دوفيف شمال فلسطين بالصواريخ وإصابة طاقمها بين قتيل وجريح. وما نشاهده تعبير ربما عن حجم الضربة الموجعة التي أوقعتها المقاومة الإسلامية في لبنان حزب الله في صفوف جنود الاحتلال.
This is on the border of Lebanon though.
وما يرصده زميل عباس صباغ
Straight war crime.
تكمل عباس تفضل.
Oh, I've never seen this before. I mean, I've seen it before, but what, another one? So this is white phosphorus, right? Initially, it was used as a large-scale smoke barrage, but come to find out, when this lands on you, there's nothing that can stop it from burning, right? I think the Americans used to call it Willie Pete. right? So when it lands on you, it burns through your clothes, through your skin. You jump underwater, carries burning in water. You know what I mean? You're 10 minutes away. Okay, cool. That's good. At least, well, thanks for communicating. I've been trying to communicate with you all day. But, hey. You know, I'm just like, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Is everything all right? Are you okay?
مني بها بدءا من الامس وصولا الى هذه اللحظات يعني هذا
اللحظات
الذي احترق رأيناه
Right, so white phosphorus.
عدست الكاميرا النيران
White phosphorus. There's no arguing this one.
عدست الكاميرا النيران المندلعة خلف هذا الموقع أي خلف الحدود. على ما يبدو أن هناك حدث.
So this whole area, you can't breathe in this area now.
ذلك بدأت قوات العدو بإطلاق عدد كبير من القذائف في المنطقة بحسب إيران الآن بشكل البلاوين الحرارية. الآن النار تشب أكثر وأكثر خلف الموقع الصهيوني موقع الحدب بشكل كبير. على ما يبدو أن هذا.
See what Israel are the ones expanding this, because like when we started this, remember initially it was just the Palestinians and the Israelis, right? Then out of the blue, you know, there were all these threats. Oh, if you do anything, you go in there, you're going to face the rest of the Arab nations. And we're like, okay, so maybe Israel's going to watch its step. No, Israel turns around and bombs an airport in Syria. Right now, Israel is bombing South Lebanon. They try like anyone read Morals and Dogma?
هذا الموقع اندلعت فيه النيران الآن بشكل كبير جدا.
This is the prelude to the final war that Albert Pike was talking about. Albert Pike, the one of the founders of the Ku Klux Klan, because Ku Klux Klan is Freemasonry, and author of the Freemasonry Bible, Morals and Dogma, which basically outlines this. I mean, anyone who's been paying attention, we're going according to the plan. By the way, open borders is part of the Freemasonry plan as well in Morals and Dogma. Free movement of people and open borders. I don't know if you knew that, but so that thing that Joe Biden's doing, it's in order, it's so that the elites can have an inexhaustible supply of workers who don't have any commonality, and so they won't resist. Because right now in America, you got communities, you got unions, you got all of these functional bodies that will help you approach someone and say, hey, this is not fair. But then once you have your mass migration, and you're going to have tons of millions of people coming who don't give a shit about all this stuff like that, the Great Tribulations, it's this is what's predicted. So this is why, you know, I'm not freaking out. I'm kind of watching it. It's a slow car crash as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, there are other bits to come. There's the UFO hoax to come still. We still haven't had the UFO landing thing where they're like, right, the whole world's got to get together to fight this thing. We haven't had that yet. But, I mean, maybe we're not in a serious enough stage of desperation yet. But Israel certainly look like they're provoking a regional conflict, and they're going to drag America into it. And Joe Biden is so demented and slow and stupid. They're getting away with doing this because they don't feel there's any retribution. They don't feel like they're going to do this and get away with it whether Biden likes it or not, right? And if he didn't like it, what's he going to do? Now think about, and I'm not just saying, not that I favor Donald Trump, think about it. If Donald Trump was in and they went to do something like that, that was probably pissed Donald Trump off, in which case Donald Trump would probably see it as a personal affront. I'm trying to sort things out here and you guys are going on, and he might do something. They wouldn't do something violent, but he'll do something. He'll do something like stop a certain amount of funding, or stop giving you this, or blah blah blah, let you know who owns the purse strings. The way Israel has it at the moment, they got it in their head that they run the US. They'll openly tell you that. And with someone like Joe Biden in power, they 100% believe it as well. They 100% believe that they run the US. I mean, how do they not with Joe Biden? They blatantly do. Like, the Biden administration is doing everything that they want him to do. He's a spy, Palestinian informant. Hamas. Oh, he's in the Hamas leadership. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise. We know. Sleepy Joe wants to sniff you. Over 100,000 protesters are standing with Palestine right now. Yeah, that's in America. Palestinian children in Gaza with shell shock. Gets pressed over defunding the police. Oh, look, the right are on some stupid shit at the moment, trying to chase people down. Do you condemn? Do you condemn? And all this rubbish. Like, you know, this is the point where the right are going to start to, all these rabid right wingers, they're going to start to look really stupid now. This is part of where they start to fall down, because they're still going to carry on with their agenda in the face of this horrific immorality that's outraging the globe. But their framework is prescriptive, isn't it? They're not coming out of the heart. These are some arguments that have been given to them. So you're going to watch a few people just march into the flames of being incorrect. But remember, was it a few days after Gaza Strip attack? Yeah, remember, just a quick reminder, Khan Yunis Hospital. This is what the Khan Yunis Hospital looks like at the moment, right? Have a look at who's inside the Khan Yunis Hospital at the moment. 3, 4. Right, inside Khan Yunis is mostly women and children. If Khan Yunis gets bombed, like the Israelis have threatened to bomb it, like the same way they threatened to bomb the other hospital and then did it, then these are your casualties here. These will be your casualties. Right here. Just pure old men, women and children. There's a few fighting age men there, but pure old men, women and children. Border police shot Palestinian man in the back for fun with a non-lethal. Yeah, I know. As he walks away from a checkpoint. Says you're good guys. Cybertruck. These are your good guys. A worker from one of the largest Chinese beer producers used a production container as a toilet. A video shows the man making his own changes to a traditional recipe went viral on social media. Oh no. Did he just take a pee in the beer? France banned pro-Palestinian protests, but that didn't stop these Palestinians. Oh, that didn't stop these Parisians, sorry. Israel only allowed 20 trucks to enter Gaza through the Rafah crossing. For context, 500 aid trucks used to enter Gaza every day before the war began. Fuel and oxygen is not allowed to enter Gaza, and aid is limited to South Gaza. Yeah, because they want to move everyone to the south and they're going to bomb them. Few are crying afterward. So here's this is what lets you know it's coming, right? The commander of the Israeli Air Force, Major General Tamar Bar, held a briefing today with squadron commanders and other military officers on the eve of the historic ground invasion of the Gaza Strip, in which he stated, "I would not want to exchange with any enemy and meet a brigade or division of the Israeli Defense Forces. We will embrace every fighter on the ground with an aerial umbrella. We will come with all the power. Every terrorist will meet us before he meets the ground forces. The combat teams, because you know why? Because the Israeli combat forces on the ground are shit in Gaza. Last time they were in Gaza, they got their asses kicked. So literally, they're letting you know they're gonna flatten the place. Yeah, they're literally gonna flatten the place. Gazans need their tunnels, man, more than anything. Now we have everything. Pictures look real but are fake. Pictures that look fake but are real. Pictures look real and are real. Pictures look fake and are real. Figuring stuff out is a high qualification job now. Okay. More people dead. But we're not going to look at that. Massive protests in London. This was London today. You know, I'm so glad you're coming. What? President Biden speaks with the man. Oh, shut up. I don't care. These men committed war crimes. This man exposed war crimes. Guess which one is in jail? Yeah, well, this is the world we live in. Pro-Palestinian protests in the center of Poland. Something happened today. One of those gays for Palestine guys turned up to the march today and had his flag ripped off and was chased out of the area because they're not playing that. Like, we know what's going on. A couple of Pakistanis destroying Coca-Cola as protest. I'm not sure if it will help. Why don't they give it away? What are you destroying it for?
3.
Only 3?
That's all.
Only 3?
Only 3.
Okay, what are you thinking it is? What do you think I'm asking? What's your body count? Whatever you think it is.
3.
Only 3?
That's all.
Only 3?
Only 3.
Okay, what are you thinking it is? What do you think I'm asking?
How many people
I've killed?
I killed?
What's your body count? Whatever you think it is.
Oh,
3.
Lord. Why would you... What? Investigate that man. Investigate that man. Oh, yeah. Stop posting AI-generated images. It's getting embarrassing. Oh, yeah. This is the IDF posting images of members of Hamas who are apparently having trips on private jets, playing table tennis and living the high life. The only problem was most of those photographs are AI-generated. They're fake. South Korea stands with Palestine. Oh, someone's just come through the door. Yay, she's here. The lady. UK police officer pays a home visit to a man for hanging a Palestinian flag outside his window. What?
Nothing wrong with it. Is there anything wrong with it? It's just... No, it's not. It's not doing anything at all. It's not doing anything at all. Did you go to the Manchester protest last week? Were people holding the flag up?
It's just how it could be construed.
How it could be. Get out of here. Get out. What is this country turning into?
I have solidarity with the Palestinian.
What is this country turning into?
Yeah. I'm showing solidarity. I'm not showing anything else at all.
How it could be seen. Get out of here, man. Hey, man, where's my Palestinian flag? I want a Palestinian flag. Why is this going viral?
Working for the rest of their life.
The original creator turned his stitches off for some reason, even though he asked a question, but I think we need to talk about this because I am a Gen Zer who got her first corporate in-office adult 9-to-5 job this year. And I was actually really excited about it because it was a marketing position in a healthcare company, so I thought it was going to be really great. And I get...
Oh no. Israel just bombed another mosque in Gaza. They're bombing mosques, man. Hey babe, you alright? Is it pissing down out there? Oh, right. It looked like it was pissing down there earlier. They bombed another mosque. Fox snuck into the kitchen of residents in Western Ukraine to find food. What is it? Oh, no. Ugh. It's all right. I'm still full off the steak, half a steak that I had today. That I had at lunchtime. I'll cook you a steak when you're ready. What's that? Egg? Is that an egg? Yeah, I'll have the egg one. I'll have to eat it tomorrow. But yeah, the steak's lovely.
Did I get you good steak?
Oh, you got some good meat, babe. You got some good meat. Right, a fox snuck into the kitchen of residents in Ivano-Frankivsk in Western Ukraine to find food. What's this? Surgery in the dark, the reality of hospitals in Palestine. Oh, they're using camera phones to do surgery, man. Shit. There's no excuse killing civilians. From close distance, a resident of Gaza Strip documents Palestinian armed groups firing rockets towards Israel. cool. That looks cool. We'll keep that. Dutch political commentator Eva van der Beek of the WF's plan to impose a personal carbon allowance connected to digital ID under the guise of tackling the imaginary climate crisis. Well, she's pretty enough, isn't she?
Near future. We had the CEO of one of the largest Dutch banks say, why don't we start with a personal carbon credit? Oh. A carbon wallet, she called it actually. Yeah. So right in line with the plans that the World Economic Forum people have for us. And she said it in a way that was particularly funny. She said, well, if everyone gets an individual personal carbon credit, why don't we make it so that rich people who, for example, want to go on holiday a little too...
They're flaring the area, but I'm not hearing any booms. That's the only thing. What up? They're flaring the area periodically, but I'm not hearing any booms across the top. And also, it's really hard for me to find that camera as well. I can only find that camera on the multi, but that guy is stealing that camera from someone else, obviously. Let's see, London Prawn. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free. Oh, the most undeserving and the most undesired. Oh, stop it. Mr. Jap is just always just starting trouble. Hey, here we go. And is that one? It's that one. Yes. Is that one? It was the tower block. Yes. Got it. Right, found it. All right, boom. Hold up. Boom, let's swap you out. Swap out that multicam for the real, the full one, which is right there.
Enlisted is the free brand new online World War II shooter. Command a squad of soldiers and participate in legendary battles of the Second World War.
It was that camera. I couldn't find this camera earlier on, man. I was looking for it for half an hour. Free Palestine. Israel bombs civilian building in Gaza. I thought they were just fighting Hamas. No, they're not just fighting Hamas. They're fighting the civilians. Ooh. That's a big one. Massive demonstration in London. Oh dear, the border crossing. US Navy for some reason. Summit for Truth. This is all. I'm just scrolling down stuff I haven't seen to add it into a list. Israeli Defense Forces released footage showing the targeting of a vehicle which was reportedly carrying members of an anti-tank team with the town of Hula in southern Lebanon by an Israel drone minutes ago. Yeah, we don't know that. They're just bombing any car that's driving along. Shit. RIP those guys. What do you know? Right, Israel bombed the hospital. The media lied about Iraq. The media lied about... Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, we've seen that. I've got this photo. I've got that explosion really close. For God's sake, save Gaza. Isn't that weird? Most normal people on the planet are with Gaza. And then all the sellouts, all the puppets, just have no idea. Oh, babe, you didn't buy a cigar by any chance, did you? Did you get me a cigar? No? We don't have anything. Same. Okay. Ooh, hold up. Oh, I just sounded like a... You hear me just sound like a Wookiee there. Oh, wait, wasn't there one left though? oh. So now I'm sounding like Savile. Now then, how's about you give me what's left and I'll skin it up because, you know, I fix things. Now, just sit down over there and I'll do this for you. Remember when I started teaching, all the teachers were like, Jimmy Savile, yeah, Savile's the man. Savile's the man. Remember that in the staff room? Yeah, it's Jimmy Savile, he's the top bloke. Jimmy Savile's the man. I remember which teacher said it as well. Jimmy Savile's the man. Oh, Jimmy Savile was the man, apparently. Stand up for your beliefs. Don't let other people's discomfort stand in the way of sharing your values and principles. Yeah, whatever, mate. See all of these posts. Mind you, it's PDB, so you can, like, do you remember, like, literally 6 months ago to a year ago, everyone was posting the "be this guy, don't be this guy," and you so everyone in the crowd's giving a Nazi salute except for one guy with his arms like, "Be this guy, stand up against." Yeah, and then the vaccine came along and everyone just went and cacked their pants. It's all the individual stand on your own conviction people. They just went right out the window. Now it's come to Ukraine. Where's all the stand on your conviction people? They're like, no, Israel has the right to defend itself. Shut up. I tidied up the kitchen, by the way. Did the washing up. There's no appreciation these days for anything. No appreciation. Tesla. Guess which one your teachers decided not to tell you about? Thomas Edison or Nikola Tesla? I didn't hear Nikola Tesla's name mentioned once. Oh, I remember being in physics and hearing about the Tesla coil, right? And the thing that they use in those back in the day for like those Einstein movies, and you'd have like those two wires with an electrical charge going up in between the wires. Yeah, that's all bloody Nikola Tesla stuff, man. Tesla coil. But that was about it. So Nikola Tesla did a lot of electricity, and that's about it. Moving on. Thomas Edison invented the light bulb, which he actually didn't invent the light bulb. Lewis Latimer invented the light bulb. Thomas Edison commandeered the paint and used a different filament, which he could afford, which Lewis Latimer couldn't afford, and the filament that Thomas Edison used made the light much longer lasting and whiter instead of yellow. If I can remember correctly, that was the nuance, and everyone went with that. But yeah, it was actually Lewis Latimer that invented the light bulb. Thomas Edison took credit for invention of the light bulb, and then implemented a different filament, which obviously gave the light bulb much longer life. Yeah, that's the story of the light bulb. Breaking Israeli bombs, blah 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 blah. Oh, Maloney, I didn't hear a speech. No one's going to translate it now.
Presidente Sisi, la ringrazio per la velocità e la determinazione con le quali ha inteso organizzare questa conferenza.
I mean, I can still hear the drones. More important. Something about October. What's this now? Took my breath away. Dr. Drew on the study shows 50% of young men who got myocarditis after the vaccine now have permanent heart damage, and he doesn't understand why this isn't front page news, and he could recommend injured students sue any school that mandated it. Let me say that again. It took my breath away. Dr. Drew on the new study shows 50% of young men who got myocarditis after the vaccine now have permanent heart damage, and he doesn't understand why this isn't front page news. He recommends injured students sue any school that mandated it. No one's going to go in prison for it because it's part of the depopulation campaign. People tried to warn people, but people didn't want to listen because they knew better. You know what? They can pay for their arrogance. I don't feel in the slightest. I don't feel. Time to end this. Gutierrez pisses me off, man. What's this? The IDF trains for the ground operation. They're going in. Imagine getting triggered by a sign. Oh no.
She's going nuts with the Trump sign. With the Trump sign. She doesn't like the Trump sign. She's anti-Trump. Yeah, that's her decision, not mine.
This is a tactic. This is what people do.
Liberal mating call. Right here on the Western Washington.
Someone will be ringing the police.
She's going nuts with the Trump.
Someone's going to ring the police.
With the Trump sign. She doesn't like the Trump sign.
This is the new left. That's the new left. This is the new left. This is the argument style of the new left. This is how they argue. This is how the left argue. This is how the new left argue. This is how the new left.
That's her decision, not mine.
This is how the new left argue their point.
Liberal mating call. Right here on the Western Washington.
Now see, this is not left wing. This is affixed itself to the left wing, but this is not left wing politics. It's not, right? It's crazy. It's crazy behavior. Oh, impact. 4,385 dead, 13,560 injured. Oh shit! Did you hear that? Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look! I'm hearing impacts. Shit's going down. Shit's going down. I wonder how the hospital is. Massive pro-Palestinian march in Australia. I'm hearing explosions. I'm hearing thuds. It's kind of kicked off again, but it's a distance. See, there's another thud. Another thud.
والله بنحس في الرعب والخوف
X has got no chill. What the hell? Are they throwing pork? What are they throwing pork at the Israelis? Are they throwing pork at the Israelis? They're throwing some meat. Right, they're throwing pork at the Israelis, and the Israelis are shooting live rounds at them. I like the usages of the car. I Oh, these guys killing me. Are they throwing pork? Seriously? Stones versus... Oh, there's stones. There's stones. I swear, that looked like... I thought they were throwing chunks of meat. Stones, really? These are brave guys, man. It's mad, isn't it? How did that shot work? Because there's a wall there. That's why it looks like. Oh shit. What the hell? What the hell? What? Where did that guy go? Have a look at this. What? I thought those were like, first of all, I thought that was pork. I thought they were throwing pork at the idea. But then they're Muslims, so Muslims wouldn't have pork anyway, would they? But this is the most peculiar thing I've seen. This all looks real time, right? It's off like a camera or something, isn't it? A phone. It's not like a production. Now look, third guy.
Is that just the video ending?
And what? And then starting again? Someone says they have teleportation. They also have teleportation. It might be a cut, because look, when it cuts, he's moved east there, but it might have been a stop and start. But it doesn't look like they've moved much distance. And then the camera kind of pulls back a bit. Like, that is so weird. That is really weird. Everything said before the word "but" in a sentence is bullshit. That looks weird. He's preparing everyone for the apocalypse. Where does Elon Musk think his customers live? Chicago. Well, you can't see an apocalypse is coming I'm like, what's going on? Sneaker and neon cameraman get kicked out of Japanese restaurant for recording.
She's saying, oh, okay.
She's saying no camera?
Yeah, she's saying no camera inside.
So outside. Thank you so much, man. That's L Street. Wait a second. Alright, can I go?
Upstairs.
Upstairs? Where is
Okay.
the number?
We'll be right back.
84? You can't? Where's on? Yeah. Okay, you guys want to watch stream?
Huh. Sneaker doing this stupid shit. Watch. I've seen all this. Now we're back to the beginning. Now I've seen all that. Now we're back to the timeline from yesterday. 10,000 Palestinians. Not nuking these animals is only restraint. I expect that's only because cloud would hurt Israelis. Holy shit. Who's Bethany S. Mandel? Lord Bebo. The fight. I've already shared it. Illuminati bot. Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have started. The earth feels as though it's shaking with low intense as air strikes have been over the last hour. Yeah, it's intense air strikes for a bit. The dark truth about Israel. Oh yeah, this Jason Hinkle guy again. Alright, so good old Odessa. Right, let's go to my one. So coming down from mine, we have the fights, but then we've also got this. See how they give it a round of applause at the end. And that's how they feel about it. Israel just bombed another mosque in Gaza. Another mosque. Bomb the mosque. Because you can bomb mosques these days. You're allowed to bomb mosques these days. Hey, those are your good guys. The good guys bombed a mosque. Because, you know, terrorists were hiding inside, you know? In the same way that they bombed the hospital, because, you know, terrorists were inside. In the same way they bombed the school, because, you know, terrorists were inside. In the same way they're bombing all the residential buildings, because, you know, terrorists are inside. Check this out.
تسبب في سقوط عشرات الشهداء وأعداد كبيرة.
I told you I had that strike. Saw it from a distance. That's it next door. That's an entire residential block gone.
نعم سلمى. أنتم بخير؟ هذه واحدة من الغارات العنيفة.
Oh, by the way, in case you didn't know, last night the Israelis bombed a residential building right next to the hospital at Khan Yunis. This is why we're expecting a bombing of the Khan Yunis hospital. The tower block next to Khan Yunis hospital that was blown up was the tower block used for all the nurses and the doctors that work at the hospital. The Israelis blew up the residential building for the medical staff of the hospital. There are your good guys. Yeah. They're the good guys. Those are the good guys. What you can hear is the screen on the top left. There was quite a lot of action. This is looking at the northeast out of Gaza City. So to the left is direct north. That's northeast. Slightly to the right is looking directly east away from the sea. The town that you see in the distance, that's probably Sadot that you can see. That's Sadot. And I know because we've got the tower block in the frame there. The tower block's like blocking the view to Sadot. Slightly to the, if it's more to the left, we would have the sea on our left. So this is looking out towards Sadot. You can see where that is on the map. And all of here is northern Gaza, which just sustained a really heavy bombardment. It looked like they flared it and then they bombed the shit out of it. Americans be like, we're losing the next war. Me? And you won the last one? I think people around the world will try it with America. I think they're going to start trying it a little more. Because obviously, as you can see, Joe Biden has projected the image of strength to such an extent. The Israelis have decided to embark on this completely murderous campaign, completely against all international standards for war. But hey, you know, Joe Biden's just going to go, well, I support Israel. Just going along with it, man. Oh, check this out. You need to see this. You need to see how the good guys go. This is how the good guys go. These are your good guys. Check this out. Check out the good guys. This is the IDF trying to arrest a 3-year-old. Conflict started way before October 7th. In case you don't know what you're looking at, here are 2 Israel Defense Force soldiers gripsing up, what, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds? So this conflict started, you know, if anyone says, do you condemn Hamas? Show them this clip. Take it in, bask in it. This is a new video released to the IDF. Now they've been preparing. They've known this was an eventuality, and they have been preparing. So the airstrikes are. It will flatten the residential areas. It's going to flatten the residential areas, but these guys will be in there. It's just going to be like Vietnam. Again, it's going to be like the Americans versus the Viet Cong with their tunnel systems. They'll know all their tunnel systems. Good luck with the ground invasion. See, that's how they're coming these days. That's how Hamas is coming these days. Oh dear. Did he just? Well, this is the rabid female gangs trying to take on what looks like an Uber driver. This is the rabid, what looks like the American female, and he's had to pull out a gun. Is a cab driver gonna have to shoot a bitch? Uh-oh. 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 Decepticon. 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 I've got to break it up. I've got to break it up, otherwise it's going to be depressing. Okay, here's the handiwork of the good guys right here. This is who Officer Tatum supports. This is who Larry Elder supports. This is what Keir Starmer just advocated for. This is apparently Israel defending itself. This is what Israel defending itself looks like. Destruction of all residential buildings in northern Gaza. Like, these can't be rebuilt. These all have to be demolished. Like, they know what they're doing. I think, look, they're going block by block. I think they're going to go block by block and work their way down from the north to the south. But this is what we are supporting, by the way. But they killed... shut up, man. I'm not interested. You come halfway through an argument and think you know something. People coming halfway through an argument think that attack by Hamas is the beginning of something. It wasn't the beginning of anything. 248 Palestinians have been killed by settlers and police in the region prior to that attack by Hamas. That's enough of a provocation. Hold on a second. They killed... In this country, they killed, what's his name? Mark Duggan, left him in there. That's one person, and we rioted for one person, right? So, you know, they killed Mark Duggan, left him on the street for a bit. Same thing, same MO as the Americans. Kill him, leave him on the street. Let everyone get angry, then it manifests into a protest, and the idiots come along and turn it into a riot in the evening. It's the same playbook, but we did that over one person. How many people have they killed here? How many people did they kill? 248 before that. If we riot over one person and they kill 248, you should expect some coordinated response. You should. This is the real world. You go and kill 248 people and you don't expect some form of coordinated response, well, then you're an idiot. Then you're an idiot. But then also we have the leak that's been coming out over the last couple of days that Benjamin Netanyahu gave the IDF a 7-hour stand down. Right? They were told to stand down for 7 hours. So that's out. And that's out there. You've got numerous former IDF people saying that there was a stand down, a 7-hour stand down order. And then you've got everyone else staring in incredulity that used to work for the IDF, because they know not even a bird comes close to the fence without people turning out. When they thought there was going to be a limited operation but they suspected a limited operation, half the army turned out. If anything gets near any animal or bird gets near the border fence without them reporting it, they get reprimanded. But they rolled a bulldozer all the way up to the fence and went through it. Okay. Well, leftists, here we go. Here's the thing. Here it is here. Here it is. See, now here's the bit. This is London. Hodge twins don't know shit, for a start. But woke leftists about to be really confused over this one. If woke leftists are the new left that don't really represent the political left, then you might be right. Yeah, but as I said, these guys people got half a brain at the moment thinking they're really intelligent because they're dealing with this fake left at the moment. So a person waving the trans BLM LGBT. Now, I don't know. See, when was BLM part of the LGBT? See, I've been seeing some new flag with some, almost looks like a Palestine flag, but with all pastel colors and shit, and people saying, "Oh, it's the BLM mixed with the LGBT. It's like one and the same." Really? What? Who mandated that? Excuse me. What? So who's BLM then? BLM ain't us. BLM's not black people. Who's BLM then? I don't know who BLM are. Right? But I thought you were on our side. See, this is where, I'm starting to really believe now that this whole left infusion, this gender dysphoric, blue head wearing, neo lefty bullshit, right? They're just the children of the degenerate right from the generation ago, who were the Republicans who were running around in suspenders, running around doing Bohemia Grove dressed as women, all that stuff like that, right? Because remember, when I was a kid, all of this was on the right. The left used to call them poofters and queers, right? And it was the right that used to run off and, you know, have their own little country retreats and wear bras and say, look, my name's Julie and stuff like that. It was the right wing that did that when I was a kid. Now, these are their kids. These are their kids. It's nothing to do with left-wing politics. Nothing to do with workers' rights. Yeah? Nothing to do with employment law, right? No, it's all about where you stick your pee-pee and what people want to call you. Oh, I'm a man, I'm a shim, I'm a him. You call me they, them. All right, okay. Does this mean you pay for two then? Does this mean we can tax you twice if you're they, them? Can we tax you twice? Right? Stupidity. Right? Fortunately, I haven't had to entertain it. It's some nonsense I haven't had to entertain, but it's an infiltration. You saw on that Palestine march where they had people there saying gays for Palestine, and the Palestinian guy was like, what do homosexuals have to do with devout Muslims? What fellowship, ask yourself, do lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queers have to do with devout religious Muslims? What fellowship is there? Absolutely none whatsoever. It's just a fact. There isn't. There's no fellowship between them. So what gets it into one's idea to turn up to a protest like this and say gays for Palestine? Like, what, you didn't, like, these are devout Muslims. You didn't know. No, it's part of the, as I said, it's part of the plan. They're being maneuvered. All right, now you guys go and support these guys. And they're going to turn around and say, what? See, unfortunately, BLM is so not an organization that you can align them with the LGBT. I mean, they created it. They created BLM, and now they're aligning it with LGBT. It's got nothing to do with me. It's got absolutely nothing to do with me or any normal black person that I know. I don't know who BLM are at this point. I didn't know who they were anyway. Why would I contribute towards Black Lives Matter when I'm a black man and I'm working hard? You want to contribute towards Black Lives Matter, get the headmaster to give me a rise. Yeah, about am I going to put 20 pence? No, I ain't going to put 20 pence in nothing stupid. Anyway, look, here we go. Like, go and take that shit off them. Take that shit off them. Yeah. Yeah. Had them on the run. Yeah. Take that shit off them. Right. So it's good. Like the Palestinians, they don't want no LGBT bullshit. Right. And you know who they've got mixed up with it? BLM. Why is BLM there? Why is BLM there? Do you see it? It's all part of the policy. It's all part of the policy, right? No one wants LGBT near devout Muslims. It's oil and water. But I like how you put the BLM with the LGBT in the wrong place at the wrong time with oil and water. I see what's going on here, right? So BLM are with LGBT then, are they? Really? Are they? Okay. No, they're not, as far as I'm concerned. But this is all part of the manipulation. Right, but you think Hodge twins know what's going on? Hey, listen, like the BLM LGBT people are with Hodge twins. They just don't know it yet. Whoa, leftists about to be really confused. Yeah, they are, because there's a big psyop going on here. The gays for Palestine, blah, blah, they're not leftists. They're right-wingers. They're right-wingers. They're right-wingers. right? And it's their job to infiltrate the left and discredit the left and make the left an unpalatable choice, right? Especially for masculine young men. Oh, it's like, oh look, we're rescuing a kitten. Kitten rescued from under the rubble. Look, man.
عيني عيني من الثانية
بستنى
ريحة مية ايش الحمد لله رب العالمين. يا دي مكسرة يا فادي، فادي مكسرة. هي ميتة. وين؟ هي ميتة مسكينة يا الله. هي ميتة ريحتها طالعة.
There isn't another one, is there?
شيل بتعيش ان شاء الله يا عمي. سبعة ارواح. ريحتها طالعة. عاش يا والله شيء. هي ميتة.
It was just that one. Oh, yeah. So look, there you go. The reason why we didn't see this one is because this was on the southern Lebanon. So basically, this direction, but more to the left, and another 10 miles up the road, and you'll get to this border. Another 10-15 miles up the road, up the coast, and you'll get to this border right here. Israeli artillery and airstrikes are continuing to pound the Hezbollah positions along the border with southern Lebanon. This is the most intense strikes I've seen since the war began. Really? Whoa. So Israel are bombing Lebanon. That's what that means. Israel are bombing along the border with southern Lebanon. Israel are bombing Lebanon. They're dragging everyone into this. What's Lebanon got to do with anything? Aftermath of an Israeli airstrike on the market in Gaza. How long ago? 1 hour ago. Flip. So another strike on a market in Gaza an hour ago. Strike on a market in Gaza. Oh, this is my post. Put your plowshares into swords and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, I am strong. Yes, this is my post. I did this. And this is where they've taken an agricultural drone, right? And an agricultural drone has got significantly more lifting power, right, than the drones that they're using in Ukraine. Same technology though, but an agricultural one that can carry a bloody 5-litre thing of detergent, like, and spray the crops. Oh, well, that means it's also powerful enough to take an RPG and drop it. It's mad, Look at this shit, man. Look at that shit. Oh, another way. Boom. Oh, it's mad. And they have to drop it from a certain height, so it goes off and then aerodynamically goes. Well, there goes down goes the Merkava. Boom. That's how much is that? It's a few million, however tens of million that is, versus this drone. Okay, and this is okay. If you're gonna fake it, at least make an effort. This is the IDF releasing footage of Hamas officials apparently riding private jets, eating exclusive highfalutin dinners, and playing table tennis, having fun, using private gyms. The only problem is it's all AI. But the IDF released it. The only problem is it's all AI. It's all AI. It's all fake. It's all fake. This is a fake construction. Like, and also once again, once it got posted to X, Elon Musk's stuff ran through it, and you know what it determined? It determined that most of it is AI generated, or what's it? You missed the cake. Oh, what happened on the cake? So there are real pictures, and then there are fake pictures, all in from 2014. The image has been around since at least 2014, though, before AI imaging like we have now. At least 2 here are real. Okay. So 2 of the photos are real, and some of the other photos are AI. Here's some of the close-ups of the individuals in the photo. Right, a lot of stretching and stuff like that, but you know. Oakland in broad daylight, heard there was a gunfight.
No vale nada. Oakland, California, donde la vida no vale nada, donde no hay respeto a la vida. Oakland, California. Oakland, California, donde la vida no vale nada, donde no hay respeto a la vida. Oakland, California. Oakland, California, donde la vida.
She's pumping gas. He's pulled up, jumped in the back, stolen something. She's come running out. He's driven off.
No vale nada, donde no hay respeto a la vida.
That's the level of lawlessness going on in America. All right, but Joe Biden wants 100 billion for foreign wars. Hey, man. Hey, you guys know more than me. Oh, the pigeon eating the squirrel. Yeah, pigeon eats the squirrel. And more. This guy.
Running into
this guy. This guy.
Basically, she backed up into him, and then he didn't move because he hasn't.
You done my car!
Oh, she's running in. Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god! She's in my car!
Why are you going behind my car? You're hitting me! You broke my car!
I'm so sorry.
Do you have your car? Call the police. Hurry up.
Where's I don't know.
Oh my god.
They make them in America.
Sir, you need to move.
He needs to move out of the way.
Sir, you need to move.
Get away from my car! Get away from my car!
Hello. There's an accident in the parking lot at Target on parking lot in Frisco.
Technology is a wonderful thing. Must have got it by now. I'm gonna have to try and follow up this one. New York plates. KLW 9452. What an idiot. But I don't get it. I don't get it. But you know what? I don't want to get it because I don't have to. Yeah, I can just look at it and say degeneracy. I don't have to get it. I don't care. I don't live there. I don't want to live there. I'm not going to live there. And that shit can't be brought. Let's hope that shit doesn't get exported.
Say we, meaning journalists, people, and everyone in Gaza is being terrorized by the Israeli regime and their use of all sorts of weapons, including internationally banned weapons, against the civilian population in Gaza. And when I say internationally banned weapons, this is what the doctors are saying. They say
you didn't bring a blunt,
the body, a shrapnel from
that was the only one.
The projectile enters the victim's body and cuts it to pieces like a meat grinder.
But there's only one
food processor. It's a scene. It's an ongoing scene from a horror movie. But
right.
It's in reality.
So what this guy is describing is the state of the bodies from the hospital attack, which was an air burst. It was a JDAM an air bursting JDAM. Yeah, the doctor at the time said he'd never seen injuries like it. It was like the entire body had been hit with a gigantic shotgun. Oh, impacts. And then also, when you saw the analysis of the car park, a lot of the roofs of the cars had kind of bent and caved in, which showed that there must have been some air pressure from the top that pretty much, smushed in all the car roofs. So no, there wouldn't be a crater if there was an airburst. The doctor remarked that maybe they were using some new kind of weapon that he didn't see before. And then you couple that with the Israeli over-insistence that it wasn't them because there was no crater, right? And there's not going to be a crater if you use an airburst. So I don't trust, it's, you know, the Grand Al Omari Mosque in the aftermath of Israeli airstrikes on northern Gaza Strip. It's insane at this point. It is insane. So more people holding rallies and blah blah blah. Let's go and see what the real saying. Someone replied to something. Oh, someone followed me. Someone followed me. Kikoki. Oh dear, I don't know who this person is. Okay, so this was the fight. I did repost it. Breaking, Al-Qassam says Israel refused to receive 2 hostages. We can't know if it's true, but if Israel reacts now, they have to release them. Statement, we informed the Al-Qatari brothers yesterday evening that we would release all the following. For compelling humanitarian reasons and without compensation. However, the occupation government refused to receive them. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. They know that, like, everyone's about to die and they can't take them down into the tunnels. So, you know, release them. But as we know, at this point, they're executing their Hannibal doctrine. So as long as they know where they are and they know where the terrorists are, they're going to bomb everyone in the vicinity. And the life they're meant to save, it'll be an unfortunate casualty. That's their doctrine. It's not my opinion. Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have stated that the earth feels as though it's shaking with with how intense the airstrikes have been over the last hour. I did catch the tail end of it over there, and we were seeing the flares. You're hearing the occasional boom. Some of it's wind, though. It's just thousands of pro-Palestinian demonstrators marching to Milan. All right, I've got to. What time is it? It's just got 9 o'clock. Right. How long have I been up? I've got to jump off for a bit. I'm gonna go and I've got to go and cook a steak. An hour 23. Yeah, that's about right. You know, I just jumped on to see what's what. Do me a favor, give me a follow if you haven't already. The drone is back. Yeah, we've been hearing this. There's a new thing as well. I'm not sure where it is, but we've been getting these air raid warnings. Yeah, with about just giving you maybe about 5 to 10 seconds warning before a jet fighter comes in, streaks over the top, and drops some heavy ordnance. I don't know if that's that from yesterday. We've been getting these early warning tannoy alarms. According to Egyptian sources, the roughly 20 humanitarian aid trucks which entered Gaza Strip from the Rafah crossing in Egypt earlier today were not inspected for weapons by Egyptian security forces like had been agreed upon during the negotiations. Well, they have weapons. Like, shut up, man. mRNA will be going into everything you consume very soon. No foods will be safe to eat. No plants, no animals. You will get sick. Oh, no. Apparently there's a fish pandemic. Tried to post both sides, but to be honest, there's not much Israel content right now. They prepare for the offensive, and that's kind of it. Since Gaza gets attacked often, there's mouth more content. There should be much more. Feel free to recommend me some Israeli sources. Maybe I'm missing stuff. Someone says, "Hey, BB, your posts seem quite one-sided." Shut up. No, they're not. He's just saying the horrors of the regime. Right, seen that one. Ant-Man, he's still angry about Ant-Man. Oh shit, the Onion cannot compete with reality. Hamas is claiming that it tried to release another 2 hostages. Yeah, I know. War Napoleon. Who's playing Total War Napoleon? What do you do? He's playing Total War Napoleon. I've got Total War Napoleon. It's a good game, that is. Oh. Oh. When your hands are behind your back like that, you can't do stupid stuff. Not sure what that's about. I'm not going to click on it because it's talking about a body. Hezbollah has announced the death of another one of its fighters. Abbas Bassam Shaman was killed during clashes in southern Lebanon. This is the fourth Hezbollah member to have been eliminated by the IDF just today. Yeah, we saw that massive bombing at the north, so they took him out. Dylan Dallas is still talking. I don't know why. Oh, look. Don't you dare tell me global warming is a myth. It's true. Look at the 1900s. 1940s, 1980s, 2000, and 2020. Like pretty soon, it's just going to be a string. It's going to be like just a lace. I should take that for later. Oh no! Let's hear some crazy shit. Oh, but we got drones.
طبعا تم قصف دوار المسيرات او بالسهل للفول وفلافل وسبيل سنخه. دوار المسيرات كله مدمر، الله يستر. دوار المسيرات كله مدمر، الله يستر يا رب.
And here's the bombing. Right, again, Al-Quds Hospital. Just pure women and children in Al-Quds. Just to remind you, in case we see the same shit that we saw here. You can't have anyone even talking about it and like, oh, I'm in an RN after this point. Oh, why do I keep showing me this trans dude? Hero. He's still about, and oh, saving the cat. We saved the cat. What the hell? What?
Like, if I'm gonna get ready and I'm gonna use all my products to come out with you, I need like a minimum of $200. A minimum, and that's like being nice.
And what does the man get in return for that?
My presence?
What, aren't you having his presence within you already?
I hear you, but no. No. I mean, like, I'm here to get to know you. I'm here to get to know you. You invited me out.
But he has to drop $200.
Yeah, because
minimum.
Yeah. Because
just because you have to do your makeup?
Because I have to. Okay, so we're gonna do the math. My moisturizer is $400. My eye cream is $300. My serum is like another $300. My makeup, not included. So if I have to spend, that's my money. I'm spending my money on these products. I'm gonna use these products.
Bye. If Israelis stop fighting, there will be peace. If Palestine stop fighting, there will be no more Palestinians. That's true. All the bombing, and then back to the coast. Okay, so I mean, I pretty much there's nothing new coming in. Who's blocked who? Lord Bebo, you staff members express fear of Bundeland starts on Israel's human. The hypocrisy of the lady is pretty rough. Tristan Tate says, you fucking wish blocks. You own that bot. What? Sorry, I don't understand. You wish blocked who? What? Lord Bebo? No, that's not related. This is a different one. EU staff members express fury over von der Leyen's stance over Israel Hamas. All right, you know what? I've got to go and this dude, he won his UFC fight. He won his UFC. They didn't catch the beginning. When he mentions Palestine, everyone goes, "Yay!" They only show the end of that. The massive explosion occurred roughly an hour ago at Night Market. Yeah, we know that. We know that. And once again, this is on the coast of Lebanon where, you know, that Hezbollah fighter died. Here it is. That's how the stadium feels about it. That's how the stadium feels about it. But Joe Biden, no, he's with Palestine. Keir Starmer, he's with Palestine. That's how the stadium feels about it. You know, what a good barometer of how the nations feel. You say something and how the stadium is, I think that's a fairly sizable cross-section of the society, wouldn't you say? Stadiums full of people. You wanna know how the people are feeling about something? Well, the stadium will let you know if you mention it in front of them, right? Anyways, keep the world clean. That's anti-Semitic, that is. TwitchCon has its own drag show. Yeah. I don't know. No. Yeah, take me someone. Oh, was it? Dave Chappelle reportedly told an Israeli war crime apologist to shut the fuck up. Good. Love it, Dave Chappelle. Where? What did you do? Where? Sam Israel. Yeah, tough crowd. What? Yes, what? That's it. Slammed Israel for war crimes. So, yeah, so. And Nigeria's hit the streets in solidarity with Palestine. No support for genocide.
Slavery, who somehow got granted his freedom by his so-called master. And when his master granted him the freedom, he also gave him a plot of land. Now, it turns out this brother was brilliant. He had a good eye, a good knack for farming. And he farmed this plot of land very successfully and made a lot of money. And this is where the story gets crazy. When he got all that money, this nigga bought some slaves. Not only was he a slave owner, he became a slave breeder and employed tactics that were so cruel, even white slave owners were like, yo, my man. He was a wild dude, but he did it just because that's what successful people did at the time, and he just wanted to be down. What a fucking tragedy. How can a person that went through slavery perpetrate the same evil on a person that looks just like him? It's mind-blowing. And, shockingly, they're making a movie about it. Ironically, it's called Space Jews. There was a black man who was granted his freedom by his so-called master.
Dave Chappelle's too much. Israel committing a genocide. Yeah, we know. Yeah, walk around. Yeah, we know. Yeah. Hey. Okay. Oh, okay. Damn. Listen to that. time is it? 9, 10, 11. It's 11 o'clock there. Still, it's sounding very active, man. Still sounding very active. Anyway, I'm gonna jump off for about half an hour. I'll probably be back at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock. Do the news at 10 because I've got to make some food. All right, so I'll be back in a bit. Do me a favor, give me a follow, or give me the subscribe. Thumbs up is the currency right here, and it costs you nothing. Don't cost you nothing, mate. All right, I'll be back in a bit.
In a world of unspeakable brutality,
freedom had a name,
and that name was Freeman. Catcher Freeman. This is the true story of a man who risked everything for justice.
And love.
And love.
And love.
Saving, soldier, killer, hero. And he was your great granddaddy. The story of Catcher Freeman.
Oh shit!
I may not know nothing about history, but I ain't stupid. None of that.
Did you hear that?
It is true. Catcher Freeman was a hero, and don't.
I was about to, see what I'm saying? I'm just about to jump off. Boom. What is the... You think, what's my shit? I was like, no, I'm not checking that. No, of course not. Just heard a really loud explosion. I don't know whether or not we're going to get a pan for that. Let me just see if there are any other live cams on. Hey, T-Bird, I'm jumping in, you're jumping out. Well, I was going to go and fry a steak.
Can you fry a steak?
Huh?
Give it to me.
Yeah.
You do it tomorrow.
If you want. You don't want anything now? All right. All right, cool. All right, well, apparently I'm not jumping off then. I was about to go and fry a steak, but I'm not jumping out. So there you go. Anyways, I can go back over everything again. Yeah, you're jumping in, you're jumping out. No. Shout out to T-Bird the Third. Yeah, was good. I mean, I know, I literally just came to like a, you know, you do a little cycle and then you just get to the end of the cycle and there's like nothing new. Do you know what I mean? You have to give the internet time to start throwing new stuff out into the world and everything. But I don't know if you've caught up with everything. I can show you a few things. I can show you one or two things, by the way. You just jumped in. Huh? Which drink? Yes. Was it safe? Can I have a sip? Didn't even know it was there. I know it was there. I drank it. Oh wait, is that Makachev the Planstone? Wait, did Makachev win? Did Makachev beat Volkan? What?
I'm not celebrating early though. Win today because the crazy thing what happened.
It's in America. It's Australia because.
Palestine, we stand here with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop this. I'm not celebrating win today because.
Wait, Usman and Volk saved the event and took L's. Hopefully UFC paid them double. Oh, because it's in Australia and they're ahead of us. Oh no. Yeah, it's there's a couple like that. Another UFC dude pretty much voiced his support straight away and the whole stadium cheered him. Do you know what I mean? And I was literally just saying, you want a barometer of how the public feel about something? You mention something in front of a stadium and see how they react, right? If you want an indication of how people feel like a stadium, I think it's, check this out though. Check this out. Right. Now initially, I don't know why, but I thought they were throwing pork at the I thought that it looked like meat. It looks like chicken wings. I'm not even. It looked like meat. Like at first, I thought, is this just how just dastardly the plan is? They're throwing pork at the Israeli soldiers, and James says they're like, and I was like, wow, this whole religious thing's it's next level, isn't it? But it's not pork. There's stones. So what it is it's stones versus live munitions. And there's a driver here. There's someone in the car. There's a driver. I've never seen this tactic before in my life, but hey, I remember it. Stones. Why don't they use Molotovs? They probably can't spare the fuel. Did you just see that? Did you just see that? If you didn't just see it, let me go back and show you again, right? Okay, now we saw the car roll forward, right? And these soldiers are moving back, right? Check this. Look at, right, he's near the end. Look at the last soldier. Watch the last soldier. See that? Tell him, hey. Oh, we have a massive explosion. This dude's not panning, no, man. I think this is what I think has happened. I think the cameramen just leave the cameras up there and then they go down. And I think they leave them out of the building, because before you used to hear talk in the background, you used to hear background conversation and everything. Now you don't even hear background conversations anymore. And when the ordnance land, no one pans the camera to look at, you know, in the direction of where it's landed. But I think just due to the risk, I mean, I'm surprised this tower block on the left hasn't come down, to tell you the truth, because that does now look like the last tower block at the extreme north end of the coast, or like at the extreme north. Anyways, yeah, mods. Look. Now hold on, because I'm looking at the car. It's the weirdest thing. Because you see the other guy run around the corner, but you think maybe it's cut between there and him getting there, where that was him running around the corner, and there's been a bit of a cut here. But it does look like one smooth, because that guy's still there. The only weird thing is there's a continuation with the audio. There's no cut in the audio. The audio is continuous. See what I'm saying? There's no cut in the audio. So that's weird thing number one. Thanks, Pep. Another mosque was bombed today in Gaza, and this crazy bombing was caught live.
وائل نعم سلمى
أنتم بخير؟
هذه واحدة من الغارات العنيفة جدا. بخير الحمد لله بخير، أشياء بسيطة لا تذكر، وبالتالي لكننا شعرنا بحرارة النيران وكرة اللهب تقترب منا فعلا، والضغط كاد أن يسحبنا إلى
I was thinking that myself.
الأسفل، بحكم أن الغارة هي أسفل البناية تماما. هذه المنطقة معروفة بمنطقة السرايا، كانت سابقا هي عبارة عن مجمع للمقار الأمنية في عصر السلطة الفلسطينية، واليوم هو يتواجد فيها بعض المقار الأمنية لكنها
Well, yeah, I mean, it would certainly inspire some hardcore rap tunes and stuff. Here's the good guys of the IDF trying to arrest a toddler. Because, you know, the toddler could be guilty. And comes in another brave little boy, another brave little boy, and push the brave boy. That was going on before. That was going on before October 7th. And the weird thing is, Hamas have released this to the IDF. But the weird thing is, at the top end of Hamas, you've got blatant IDF spies. So,
فأهلا وسهلا بكم في رحاب الجحيم.
They're not slacking. They're coming with some good shit, man. They're coming with some good stuff. They're coming with some good stuff, man. I like it. He probably has a suicide vest. Watch Ben Shapiro. He told me all about it. What, the toddler? Yeah. Toddler's probably really dangerous. Yeah. I mean, you know what? If this incident, people are stupid though. The one thing I've come to find out, some people are really stupid. They're not going to use this to learn. They won't see anything in this. They won't see any learning thing in this. Was that the toddler? Hold on a second. Here we go. Here we go. Here we. Yeah, we back. We're back. We back. Full of bet. Told to force the IDF into darkness. Yeah, man. I don't know what to say, man. I mean, it's very. You want to talk about inspirational? This is inspirational. I like it. I'm liking the Palestinian resistance swag. What? Like, how could you not? Like, it's like, let's go. You're like, let's go. Defend your homelands. But, but see, all of this is where it was going. Like, when I was doing whatever I was focused on, when you came in and told me that this stuff had started, and my incredulity at believing this operation had actually started was because the end game was always going to be horrific from that. The end, like, they didn't have enough firepower. I just done watching Russia dealing with Ukraine. like the Israeli army is on that formidable level, and we're talking about fighting force. We're talking about a ragtag. I mean, Hamas is not just a unique fighting organization. It does administer things in the Gaza Strip, but like Hamas have got no mechanized infantry. They got no artillery. They got no air force. They got no. You know what I mean? I don't know. They got no close, but they do have some quite nifty agricultural drones, right, that have been modified to do the same thing that they do in Ukraine, but drop much heavier ordnance. But they were never gonna. This is what I'm saying. From the river to the sea and all that stuff, like it was always going to be this brutal coming back the other way. It was always going to be this brutal. If you were going to do something like that, the response was always going to be, as they say in the thick of it, an Israeli style over response. So these it's going down. It's going. That's the dude. It's going down. It's about to go down. All right, let me see if there's another one with a different angle, because they're going in now. They've just started making it slightly more intensive. Russian progress, the full Ukrainian Air Force destruction, Russian tunnel offensive. Okay. Amos Wilson. Okay. Project Day 14, live updates. Protest Day 14. Courtney Andy. It's taking a huge hit, this war. Yeah. That's artillery. Here comes another one.
Snowball. Man, fuck you, Chester. Damn, Snowball, listen, stop. Call me Claus and listen. Okay. I talk to you about something very important. Wait, what? I overheard the humans talking about getting a dog. Are you serious? A good-for-nothing, always humping, poop-smelling dog, all right? Now, I don't know if you've ever lived with a dog. It's the worst experience I've ever had in all 9 of my lives. We gotta make sure this doesn't happen. Snowball. Man, fuck you, Chester. Stop. Call me Claus and listen. Okay. I talk to you about something very important. Wait, what? I overheard the humans talking about getting a dog. Are you serious? A good-for-nothing, always humping, poop-smelling dog, all right? Now, I don't know if you've ever lived with a dog. It's the worst experience I've ever had in all 9 of my lives. We gotta make sure this doesn't happen. Snowball. Man, fuck you, Chester.
While enjoying some donuts on his lunch
No,
break,
no.
Deputy Merson decided to release his canine partner to see what...
No. We're not doing that. Who's to blame? Scott Ritter, Israel, Palestine. Who's next? Yeah. What am I looking for? I'm looking for another feed. Oh no! Like, who? This? Why would I want to look at Tel Aviv and, like, obviously? Oh, we have to keep it. Like, anyway, let me shut my mouth. There's obviously. Intensity started from about 20 past 9. See, they waited. I was meant to have been offline. See, if I'd gone offline, I would have gone offline, and this would have started. Do you see how it? Do you see? It's like I can't watch a football match with my favorite team because if I'm watching it, they never score. If I go to the toilet, then they'll score. Yeah, I go to the bathroom, they'll score. Yeah, go to get a drink. They'll score. But I'll sit down and watch. Shit. I'm talking about when I was a kid. I used to support Tottenham when I was a kid. But, I don't really support any football team at the moment. I don't really support any soccer team, soccer football. I don't support any football team. You came. Well, not really. I was gonna go and fry a steak for the missus, but she doesn't want it now. She wants it for lunch tomorrow, so I'll fry the steak for lunch tomorrow. I just wanted to go and fry the steak to fry the steak because I'm getting good at it. And I'm good at making. I'm good at just getting it to medium rare. Shit. They're going in now, man. Let me see if I can find another one. Come on, man. There goes another one. Right, that's a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Al Jazeera. Oh, Crux does it. Al Jazeera. No. Gaza Hospital. It's like, no. They're still talking about the Gaza Hospital. 3 days ago. Good. I'm expecting a new one to get hit. 7 years ago, thousands of protesters gathered to march in London. The Gaza aid effort intensifies. You're a liar. You're a liar. Now you're a liar. Times now you're a liar. This dude, he's covering. I'm not trying to look at Israel. Human rights investigators raised new question on Gaza hospital explosion. Okay, because how much Gaza hospital explosion? Okay. Ashkelon battle with fireworks. That's 10 days ago. Not interested. Flee Hamas gunmen. I'm not interested. United Nations Live. Not interested. Not interested. You're a liar. Not interested. Lies, lies, lies. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of the broadcasters, I think they've been hit and all their stuff's gone. Do you know what I mean? Because the whole building's come down. A lot of the guys earlier on that were broadcasting are no longer here anymore. Yeah. Excellent. Every team, all being Norwegian, I have to support. Haaland, okay. Don't know who Haaland are. Who's Haaland? He's a football player. He's a football player, isn't he? Man made the Premier League look like a farmers' league. I don't know. Haaland, isn't that? Does he play for Chelsea? Like Spurs have always gone for Scandinavians. Spurs always gets a Scandinavian player. It's I don't know, somehow I think it's in the contracts for all managers. They have to buy a certain number of Scandinavian players. But I know, like, Chelsea's got a Scandinavian player, that blonde guy, I can't remember what his name is. Airstrikes pummel. Let's have a look. Whoa, dude. Whoa. Hey, what's good, man? Hey, mashallah. Hey, what's good? What's good? Shout out to new. Oh shit. We're just checking out the bombing at the skyline at the moment. Hey, Bigfoot T44 was good. You checking this shit, man? Another one. Live-o, man. Live-o. You're hearing the ordnance going in. This is the yeah, man, it's the worst shit I've seen in my life. Like, one is a genocide. There's no doubt about it. Like, our generation gets to see the Palestinian genocide. I really hope not. Here goes another one. Damn, so from about 9:15 my time, they started raining it in 9, 10, 11. From about 11:15 Gaza time, it started going off. These are some rockets going up. You got rockets going up here. You got the artillery shells coming on the top left. You got the rockets going up and being intercepted here on the right. Yep, those are getting intercepted. Look, there goes one, there goes one, there goes one. Here goes two. Whoa! The fuck is going? This shit is kicking off, man. Look, there they are. It's a different camera angle. Different camera angle. Here's another one. Shit is kicking off, man. The fuck? Hey, man. Like we've had a warning from the Al Yunus hospital in Gaza. The IDF have told them to evacuate everyone, otherwise the hospital's going to get bombed. Oh look, see, this is the flares that we were seeing on the other camera earlier on. It's illuminating the city so that a bombing run can go down. This shit is not a joke. This is the worst shit I've ever seen in my life. This is live. Oh. Shit. Let me just check the other one. So we've had shells coming in over here. We've had rocket attacks and airstrikes on this one. I'm not sure. This is definitely this is facing southern Gaza. That's facing northern Gaza because you can see the lights of Sadat. So it's looking like to the northeast. That the top left camera is like looking to the northeast. Camera down at the bottom. This is crux camera. This is pointing directly south into the darkness. Hot damn. Right, so the Khan Yunis hospital is mostly women and children in it, just like the other hospital. So it might be a thing where we're hearing the impact on that camera, but we're seeing it on the other one, because they don't do the pan anymore. So too many cameramen have died from being on the roofs, so we don't get that pan anymore. Oh look, he's flicked up. See, he's flicked. Yeah, look, he's flicked up. He's opened the exposure. See, the bastards. We can actually see the definition of the sky. They want those shots. That's why they keep it dark, because they want those orangey shots. Like, this is why I don't. See, the cameraman, they can open the aperture of the camera if you want, and we could actually see all the definition of the city, right? But when the explosions go off, they don't get the orangey color like that. that they can use, and they're filming in HD. So all of this stuff here, they can run it back, and they can take still frames out, and it's going to look like nice, and you'll see the rest of the city illuminated in the background. Right, that's not this audio. This is different. This one's muted. The audio is coming from the top left. This one's cut to some stock. Yeah, 1:45. Yeah. It's 9:46 there, 9, 10, 11. It's like 11:46 in Gaza. Yeah, they're still going in, man. Right, oh shit. Really? So we're at T-Word, you're an hour in front of me. Where are you? Scandinavia? What? France, is saying? France, Germany? Holy shit. That so he's no more. He's no more. Did you see that? Did you see that? That. So this is on loop. This part's loop now. That fireman is no more. That fireman is no more. Right, so Crux have got it on a loop.
It derailed Joe Biden's Middle East visit. It started a raging global debate.
Shut up, Channel 4. Channel 4 lying their asses off as usual. Palestine TV, let's see what Palestine TV is saying. Hopefully they got a decent cam. Let's leave that on for a bit. Wow. So this is he's outside Khan Yunis. And oh shit, was that a flash on the top left? He's outside Khan Yunis, and Khan Yunis has been warned to evacuate because apparently it's in the line of fire for bombing. Yeah. But like, this murderous campaign is because Joe Biden is dementiaed, and this murderous campaign is because Joe Biden is no threat. Joe Biden is a dementiaed fool, and Israel can see that America's being run by proxy. To someone behind Joe Biden, no one seriously thinks that dementiaed fool is really running things or calling the shots, or his mental dexterity is helping figure out international diplomacy. Get out, he ain't thinking about this shit. He's just thinking about sniffing children and eating ice cream. So this murderous rampage, which is the worst I've ever seen in my years on this planet. I mean, there goes another one. Like, this is demonic, satanic. It's murderous. You're seeing a genocide, and all of those people who are talking about whether or not the rocket on the hospital was a rocket or all they're doing was running interference for genocidal maniacs. You've got some really disgusting human beings. Dan Bongino is a disgusting genocidal apologist. Ben Shapiro is a disgusting genocidal apologist. Tim Cast is a disgusting, or whatever his name is, Temple, disgusting genocidal apologist. Give me another one. Officer Tatum, disgusting genocidal apologist, and a person of color as well. High treason. In my world, that would be a death penalty. Larry Elder, disgusting, abhorrent person of color advocating for an apartheid state. In my world, treason, death penalty. In my world, you'd have the death penalty for treason. But it just goes to show you that some of these black conservatives are Fisher Price, my first conservative issue individuals. They've got their morality off the shelf. Someone dictated how they're supposed to talk and respond to things on the internet, and they've got away so far. They've got by so far. Like it's like a broken clock is right twice a day. I mean, if you come out like spitting the 10 Commandments, after a while you're gonna get a pretty decent following. People are like, thou shalt not kill. You know what? He's right. He's right. You shouldn't kill. Don't have sex with dogs. He's right. You shouldn't have sex. I mean, this is all the right-wing commentators have been doing. There's another one. People like Ben Shapiro have been masquerading. People like Dan Bongino have been masquerading as the respectable face of right-wing Nazism. Yeah? These are the true savages. Look at what they're advocating. If this is not based demonic savagery unleashed on the planet Earth, I don't know what else you're looking for. I don't know what else you're waiting for to see. That is a residential building. Right, let me quantify this for anyone who's still being a moron. The British waged a very long, bloody war against the Irish Republican Army, the IRA. This is akin to the RAF wiping out an entire town because IRA members used to live there. No, the British Army went after the IRA. They didn't go after the Protestants. Sorry, they didn't go after the Catholics in their buildings where they lived, saying that they're going after the IRA. This is the dehumanizing war of like annihilation that Israel's conducting. It's a genocidal war of annihilation. And it's a racist genocidal war of annihilation. So, just saw a flash. So how you got black people like Larry Elder supporting a racist genocidal war of murder? How you got people like Officer Tatum, a black man, supporting a genocidal war? Do you know why? Because they got their morality off the shelf. They had their morality dictated to them the first moment they had in their life to make a decision from the heart, from a morality from God, and they fail. Hey, why are you guys supporting? You guys are idiots supporting these Palestinians. What, you mean the Palestinians who are akin to the black South Africans in their struggle for apartheid, who saw themselves as brothers, trying to throw off an occupying force? Oh shit, that just went dead. I hope they're alright. I mean, I've filmed a couple of things so far since I've been doing this. I streamed the Israelis hitting that the Lebanese reporters, blew the woman's leg off and killed another dude, and I've got her screaming saying, I can't feel my legs. I've got that, and I'm sitting here going, oh shit. I was on yesterday, and the Minister for Health was giving a speech right by where the ambulances come in, outside Khan Yunis, and as he's about halfway through his speech, 2 ambulances come in, and as the doors open, all I see are dismembered children, people with like toddlers whose arms are hanging on by a tendon, whose legs are blown off. There was another man holding what I thought were rags, and they weren't rags. I mean, like, I've seen some horrific shit. Oh, I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I've got a lovely new flat jacket, lovely khaki suit, and all right, left shoulder. Yeah, it's weird because you got your Dan Bonginos, you got your Dan Bonginos, you got your Ben Shapiros, your Tim Cast, your Tim Pools, you got your, who's the other one? You got all of these right-wing commentators who've come with this air of respectability over the last 2 years, and they got a lot of traction. It's like, we're not the old Nazi bully boys of the past. We're now intellectual. Yeah, we do podcasts, and we're quite cool. Look at us with our look at us soundproofing my walls. We're intellectual as well, and we can discuss things on the internet like you do. We're just the same as you. As soon as it comes to this, bloodthirsty savages, kill them, wipe them out, the cockroaches, the rats. I haven't heard this kind of dehumanizing speech since I was at school doing history, and it was in black and white, and certain people were caricatures like rats with big noses, I haven't heard, it hasn't been that intense since that. Do you know what I mean? Irish resistance song. I like it called the British. There we go. I'm not expecting, but it's Northern Bordering Hezbollah. But it says Northern Bordering Hezbollah. Which one? What? One of these ones? What, the multi one? Yeah, there's a camera looking north. Bottom left. Yeah, no, bottom left. Yeah, that's right. Bottom left is a multi one. Bottom left is a multi-cam. The top left is looking at over northern Gaza towards Sadat. The bottom one is a multi-cam, which I can't really see too clearly. And then I've got Palestine TV. So it might be one of these multi ones looking at the border of Lebanon, which has sustained a lot of bombing, use of phosphorus, and a few Hezbollah fighters have sustained fatalities along the northern border, but they're bombing into southern Lebanon. Israel are bombing southern Lebanon. The other day they bombed the airport in Syria. So they bombed Syria and they bombed Lebanon. Like, if you can't see them dragging America into a wider conflict, I don't know what to tell you. In all of my adult life, I've never seen a conflict that I think could spiral into even the Ukraine thing. There's no part of my heart thought that this Ukraine thing was ever going to spiral into a nuclear war. This thing here, this thing here, this thing right here, this thing right here, like it's a genocide. How are you going to start committing a genocide? Do you not understand? We've crossed the Rubicon already. Like, there's no putting this genie back into the bottle. There's no resuscitating all of these children's lives. When people find out the level to which they've been lied to, there's a whole next thing that's going to come out. I can't see it. I'm listening on my phone, working. So, okay. So I've got a couple of hotspots at the moment. This one over here is northern Gaza, which is going to sustain the most damage in the upcoming weeks. The bottom one, which I can't really read that well, but I've got it up there because it's on the border of Lebanon, and there's been quite a lot of conflicts to the north of Lebanon, to the north of the Gaza border, south of Lebanon. What you're looking at on TV here, this is Khan Yunis Hospital, right? And the reason why I've got it on Khan Yunis Hospital, because I'm going through exactly the same motions that I went through before the other hospital was hit, which is I've got a cam on the hospital. The hospital has been warned 3 times that the IDF are going to hit it, and then the IDF hit it. So this is Khan Yunis Hospital. It's been warned 3 times that the IDF are going to hit it. So I was gonna watch it. So yeah, that's what's been going on now. Oh, look, check it. The rockets are out. Wow, the rockets are live. This shit is going down now. Oh, was there a meteor shower? This shit's going down now. It's going down. Look, shit. Oh, interceptions. Iron Dome interception. They hit 1. Those were on the way off to there. That's Sadat. Those rockets were on the way to Sadat. It's going down. It's going down. I can give you a geolocation. Hold on, let me geolocate it. Let's go maps. Google Maps. Pretty woman. Right. That's where I am. Londinium. I'm in the middle of that. All right. So, London. You have to scoot over past Liechtenstein, past here, over to Holy Land, go down to, there's West Bank, there's Haifa, there's Tel Aviv, there's Ashdod, there's Ashkelon. So that is Sodot. That's there, right? Let's go to terrain. Right, so here we've got Gaza, right? And this, the top left camera is somewhere near here, right? So here's the bay where they were shelling the bay with all the ships in the other day. The camera's around here, and the camera is looking this direction, out over Ramal. It's looking in this direction towards Sodot there. See, now the lights you can see in the distance, that's Sodot in Israel, because all the lights have been turned off in Gaza, and they've been turned off for the last week and a half. So Gaza has been in blackness. When I started this, you used to be able to see Gaza proper. All of the northern Gaza now is starting to get destroyed. It's not being reflected on Google Maps yet because it hasn't done an update. It's not going to do an update for a while. A lot of this is destroyed. A lot of these complexes are destroyed, but cameras so far have been roughly here, right? They've been roughly here, and if you look up the coast, okay, you'll see a town like Ashkelon. That one's lit up. I'm not sure. Okay, I don't have it at the moment, but we've got diagonally looking at Sodot over here. So this is the town that we can see to the left, obscured by the tower block. It's this town here, Sodot. This is one of the towns that they kidnapped a load of people from. The Hamas had kidnapped a load of people from here, all around here. Right now, usually 9 out of 10 times the camera will actually be facing directly east over Gaza into Israel, but all of the tower blocks from north to south, on the outskirts running north to south, have been leveled. All the residential blocks, anything tall enough to give Hamas situational awareness over the area, has been reduced to rubble. Right, so what the media ended up doing when the media started, they were all on tower blocks up and down this coast looking into Israel, and they've all had to retreat back to Ramal. So most of them are around here now, right? So there's the university. What's going on in the West Bank? Right now, the West Bank are just doing protests. Oh, did you not hear? Oh, the Israeli army went into the West Bank and kidnapped 500 Palestinian children. You didn't hear about that? Yeah, that was yesterday as well. Yeah, shout out to InfoSec Ninja. That was yesterday as well. They went in and just grabbed up a whole load of children. Like, what? I'm at a loss to express how disgustingly abhorrent Israel is moving at the moment. So they've gone kidnap for kidnap. They've gone in there, kidnapped 200-300 kids, something like that. Someone said 500, but it's not 500 because they did a revise. And apparently the last thing they want to do is be accused of over-exaggerating. Over-exaggerating. Who broke the story? It's on X. I'll find it again. That's one of the things that I was waiting to kick off today, to hear about today, actually. So last night they went in and kidnapped a load of Palestinian children. It wasn't from Gaza Strip, it was from West Bank. So I don't know if they're going to be holding them as human shields or whatever, but it kind of seems a little bit unrelated, because what's been going on over by Hebron, Jerusalem area, it's all protesters at what's going on in Gaza. So hold on, let's see if we can do the terrain thing a little bit better. But yeah, maybe they. Oh, and but like, yeah, no major news outlet broke this story, by the way, and I'm not. Everything that we've seen up until this point, right, hasn't been broken. All the evidence that we've seen hasn't been broken by any media outlet, right? So the distance that we're getting from the mainstream media, right, is making it impossible for anyone to go back to mainstream media after it. I'm using VPN and checking news in other countries as well. Yeah, no, cool. So, so as I said, while these individuals are still arguing about whether or not it was a rocket or a JDAM, we all know now it was the Israelis. We've got such overwhelming proof that anybody else arguing to the contrary at this point is just a demonic genocidal apologist. It's like, so okay, let me give you, because incrementally, because it's going to be a bit much for some, right? Let's start from the first outrage. You heard about the bombing of the hospital, right? Let's take it from because there's other stuff before, but let's take it from the bombing of the hospital. You've all heard there was a bombing of the hospital, right? Now, the hospital was warned 3 times. Yeah, or the rocket, nah, okay. The hospital was warned 3 times by the IDF that it would get bombed. Okay? The hospital was warned 3 times by the IDF it was going to be bombed. If you look at my stream right now, right, anything with lights, right, is not Gaza. Anything with lights is not Gaza, right? So if you look at the top left, you can see lights in the left corner. The lights in the left corner is this town Sadot that you can see, which is on the other side of Gaza. Gaza's in darkness because, as you know, the electricity was turned out. Okay, so let me address the rocket. When the IDF released footage of a rocket malfunctioning and hitting the ground, they gave you an image of a skyline with street lights. They gave you an image of a skyline with street lights and road lights and buildings with the electricity on. So where was that and what time was that? Because you're looking at Gaza right now, live. The same live it was when the hospital got hit, and you can't see any definition. And if we go to the explosion at the hospital, right, because someone filmed it, as the camera pans, you'll see all the street lights are off. Everywhere around the hospital is in darkness. The only lit area is the hospital because they were running off a petrol generator. So what was it that IDF showed you? When I've been watching this for the last 2 weeks and Gaza's in darkness, and then they want to show me a picture of a rocket malfunctioning flying over a city which looks perfectly lit with electricity. That's just number one. How about number 2, the video of the Israeli jet over the hospital dropping flares, and then 10 seconds later the hospital getting hit? How about that one? How about that? That's a good one. You know, you see the jet, the flares. I can show it to you if you want, and then we hear the hospital getting hit. That's another one. And let's go on to the third one. These idiots, or these genocidal apologists, have been laughing about the fact that Gaza has no water because these stupid Hamas terrorists dig up the water pipes and turn them into rockets. Well, yeah, they do dig up the water pipes and they do turn them into rockets, and the rockets have a circumference of about yay big, right? And they make the propellants with a mixture of sugar and fertilizer, which is explosive but not sufficient enough to cause an explosion. It's a slow release, which is why they can use it as fuel for the rocket. And then they pack the heads with ordnance and stuff that they found or they've acquired, and Semtex and TNT and blah blah blah, and then they fire that off. And it does make a little bit of a bang, but it makes more of a pop. And it doesn't make a swoosh when it comes in, because it's not really cutting the air, because it's quite aerodynamic and it's a tube. So it comes in quite quietly. Unlike the J-Dam, which is a repurposed old dumb bomb with some aerodynamic, shout to Millicent Mine. It's a repurposed dumb bomb with aerodynamic wings on it. So as it falls, it cuts through the air, but it can actually be steered. So when it comes in, it goes like that. It sounds like a jet plane about to crash. So I can give you some working examples, because like once you hear it, like once you've heard a J-Dam, you can't say you don't know what a J-Dam sounds like, right? So I showed everyone the other day what a J-Dam sounds like. And then we made the comparison, because remember, they did actually film the hospital getting hit, so you can hear what a J-Dam sounds like. What's that say? I worked around hellfires. Ah, okay, yeah. Well, like the Russians have created a poor man's version of the J-Dam, which they call the Fab. Right, which I think is actually quite cute. It's a repurposed old dumb munition bomb, right? Like almost like gaffer taped to this wing thing that goes like that, and then they could steer it, and it's an old dumb bomb that you can now steer, like with someone going, "Oh yes sir, okay, keep it side, we'll crash into the." I'm like, typical Russians, man. The Russians invent some. Oh, hold on. First of all, let me show you the jet over the hospital. Because remember, you were told it was a rocket. Okay. Here's the jet over the hospital. Look, it's dropping flares. And it's flares. And usually, jets usually flare after they've dropped their ordnance. Because that's when they're in their slowest, weakest position, right? In order to turn around and get away. So, clearly he's dropped something because he's flaring. And then that's the hospital getting hit. After an Israeli jet flew over the top of it, then the hospital got hit. So that was some of the live footage from the time, right? The Israeli jet flew. Oh, they destroyed the bakery as well, by the way. Which one is this? The moment a bakery. Oh, they showed when the bakery got hit. Yeah, I showed when the bakery got hit. We're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. Gaza hit. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, more dead bodies. I can't show. Too many dead bodies. More marches. Kensington. Not that. Not that. Oh, by the way, yeah, you have to be a brave individual to go against the evangelical church, who said, we received 3 phone warnings before the hospital was bombed. That's what the evangelical church said. We received 3 phone warnings before the hospital was bombed. Now, here's the little exercise. Oh, there's the hospital. Where is it? Not there. Not there. Yay! I found it. It takes a while. I found it. All right. Now, are you ready? Are you sitting comfortably? Do you have your headphones in? Let me kill this background music. Kill the background music. I need to have that on so we can hear when stuff comes in. So here we go. First of all, let me introduce you to the sound of the Hamas pipe rockets. That was the Hamas pipe rocket. Sounds like this. We good? We good? Now, here's the sound of a J-Dam. Now I want you to pay particular attention to the swoosh it makes before impact, right? That's what we're looking at. That's what we're listening for, not the impact. The swoosh just prior to the impact. Listen. Are we good? Yeah, we got just one more time, just for clarity. Now let's hear the hospital. Now, there's a reason why it makes that, because it's coming in diagonally, and the wings that are attached to the JDAM Fab 500, they're really tearing through the air, right? So it makes a particular swoosh as it comes in, because it actually has aerodynamic surfaces. It's not a dumb bomb that's coming down in a linear fashion. This is coming in an angled fashion, right? And so it's cutting through. Oh shit, we got stuff. Stuff kicking off. All right, so let's go again. Rockets, right? One more time for the people in the back. Rockets. JDAM. JDAM. Okay. Hospital. Okay. Hospital. This was the attack on the hospital. Now, there's something else. Okay. There's something more. Right. When they spoke to, oh, hold on a second. Let me just give you another one. Oh, shit. I'm so dumb. Today, Israel flattened a tower block next to Khan Yunis Hospital, which is why I'm waiting for them to bomb Khan Yunis Hospital. The tower block that they flattened today was the residential tower block for all the doctors and nurses for Khan Yunis Hospital. For your information, your good guys just flattened a residential building today next to Khan Yunis Hospital. That residential building housed all the nurses and the doctors for Khan Yunis Hospital. So I just thought you'd like that little bit of information. But yeah. And also, when they spoke to the medical staff here, they said, this is the thing that was responsible for killing 800 people. There was a mass congregation right here, a mass congregation of people here, a mass congregation of women and children right here, right? And this thing that you see here apparently is doesn't look like an airburst. That looks like it hits the ground, but apparently it's an airburst. But to me, that looks like it hits the ground. I'm not even gonna lie, but according to the doctor, that's an airburst, because there was no crater left on the ground from this, right? And all of the cars, if you look at the footage, all of the cars have their roofs caved in. All the cars in the car park, because it happened in the car park, because everyone was staying in the car park. They couldn't fill up the hospital. Everyone was sleeping in the car park, right? Hundreds of four schools worth of kids were all in that car park. And that happened. Apparently half of them have been atomized, turned to mist, and the ones that did survive look like they've been hit with a heavenly shotgun, right? Apparently they look like they've been hit, their entire body has been riddled, like they got hit with, their entire body got hit with birdshot, right? And the doctor was remarking that he'd never seen these types of injuries before. He thinks the Israelis are using a new weapon, but I say it's an airburst, and he's probably not seen airburst casualties previously. But yeah, so it's the same sound as the JDAM. It was not a missile. It can't be Hamas, because Hamas can't drop bombs. That's a bomb, right? Even if you're not a military person of any, you know the difference between the rocket and a bomb. Rocket. Remember, rocket, because thin diameter, made out of pipes from the water pipes, remember? So not that much explosive capability. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's heartbreaking. But if you were to believe Dan the Savage Bongino, if you are to believe the pencil neck geek Ben Shapiro, if you are to believe this Tim Carr's, I'm sick of it, I can't, these liars, they're all liars, I'm sick of it. Then you need to believe this is the story that they run with. No, this is what you have to believe, because this is the story that they're running with. You have to believe that a pipe rocket that goes, you have to believe, because you're intelligent and you follow these guys, so you have to believe that a pipe rocket malfunctioned, and as it malfunctioned and came down to the ground, all of Gaza all of a sudden got its electricity back. This is what you have to believe. All of a sudden, all of Gaza got its electricity back because you're so smart. And then that rocket landed on a secret ammo cache that Hamas had hidden in the car park that children were playing around, which resulted in a massive explosion that killed 800 people. That is what you have to believe. That is now what you have to believe. That's what you... Or you can just believe it was a JDAM. Because I just showed you the aircraft over the top, the one that dropped it. Because we got video of it. Now, look back at every single individual that's postulating as to whether or not this was a rocket or a bomb. They're genocidal apologists. They're genocidal apologists. I just showed you the church has mentioned that it was going to get attacked. They told you they're going to get attacked 3 times. So you now listen to genocidal apologists, right? But if you're American, don't worry. I got something quite positive, right? You all know the mayor of Chicago, Mayor Adams, the one who followed Lori Lightfoot, the one who's turned Chicago into a sanctuary city, and now has to spend like $70 million to house all of these new illegal immigrants, where the majority of the homeless people in Chicago were African Americans anyway, and no funds were found for them. But now you got these illegal immigrants over there, even taking away community buildings from the old residents to turn them into house shelters, and they have to get court orders to stop Mayor Adams from commandeering their buildings. This is what's going on. What's going on in America? Oh, by the way, you do realize open borders as part of the Albert Pike Illuminati plan to destabilize societies so they can usher in their world order. I mean, you know, it's been written about and mentioned. Albert Pike, you know Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike, you know that guy, you know that dude. You know, he wrote all of this down. Some people were paying attention. Some of us were paying attention. So when you got an open borders thing, it's not an accident. It's not an accident. That's Biden policy. Open borders is Biden policy. You had Chuck Schumer admit on TV the other day that this massive influx of new energetic arrivals will be a new infusion to the Democratic voting base. He told you that. It just seems a little bit weird to me that black Americans fought and died and had so much done to them to say they weren't Americans, had to go through this whole thing to fight to be recognized as Americans, and then 10 million illegal immigrants can come in and just get that shit straight away. Just seems a little bit funny to me. And it just seems a little bit funny to me that they voted for that to happen as well. Billions of dollars for everyone, but it's clear to me. Well, it's a bit... Look, did you not just see Joe Biden go before you on TV and tell you that he wanted another 100 billion? 100 billion? He wants 100 billion to give to Ukraine, and he get 100 billion. Do you remember when Ice Cube came for his economic plan for Black America, and like Donald Trump said he put 500 mil in the pot for economic development plans, entrepreneurial funds, free enterprise zones to develop black businesses, which I thought was one of the most encouraging, enlightening plans for Black America that I've heard in a minute. And it was coming from Ice Cube, a rapper, right? You have a bold video by my favorite economist. You can send it to me. I'll see if I... And then I knew the fix was in when Ice Cube went to Donald Trump. He said, I put 500 mil in the pot. All of these anti-Donald Trump's a racist people started freaking out, all in Ice Cube, every name but a son of God. Then he goes on Fox Soul, and then they tear him to bits, right? Because where's the section for black women? Oh my God. Then he takes his plan to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. I mean, a vote winner. What? You mean a black man is coming to the Democrat Party with an economic plan for black America? What? That's a vote winner. Surely, because that's what you're meant to do. You're meant to win the votes, right? No, they said to him, we'll talk to you about it after the election. That's how I knew it was rigged. That's when I knew it was rigged. That's when I knew the election was going to be rigged. You guys are arguing about... That's when I knew your election was going to be rigged. So you analyze politics. You analyze politics. I was analyzing politics before your 2020 election. I heard Ice Cube. I heard them say, we'll talk to you about it after the election. What's the point of talking? See, the thing is, in my head, Trump was a shoo-in. Trump was going to get elected again, right? Karen and Ken were living high off the hog under Trump. Hey, Ken had his M4. Karen had the Glock standing on his say, you shall not pass. What? They weren't going to give that up. The rise of the Karen came under Donald Trump, right? All of that empowerment, they weren't going to give that up. They weren't going to willingly give that up. I was like, nah, Donald Trump's got this. But then when I heard Kamala Harris and Joe Biden say, we'll talk to you about it after America, that showed me one of three things. Number one, they don't give a fuck about procuring the black vote. When you're going to go to a black man with an economic plan and you're going to tell, we'll talk to you later, that shows contempt for the vote. That shows you don't give a shit. Yeah, we'll talk to you later. Now, my thing is, if Donald Trump was going to win, what's the point of talking to you later? Donald Trump's already promised $500 billion. What's the point of talking to you later if you lose? But then, you were so confident you were going to win, you said, yeah, boy, you go and sit over there. We'll talk to you about it after the next election, boy. I was like, nah, the fix is in. The fix is in. The fix is in. And they fixed it, and they got in, and then, hold on, it caused such consternation for all of those right-thinking people who know who voted for who, that they rioted. They caused a little bit, so remember, it was augmented by the Ukrainian plants. Remember, Joe Biden, Newland, Blinken, they've brought over some Ukrainians, and anytime Donald Trump's people do something, the Ukrainians hype it up and make it violent. When I was streaming the Black Lives Matter marches, I thought I'd busted Donald Trump for Russian collusion when they found those guys sabotaging the march, smashing up windows and everything. When they tried to accost them, they run if they had Russian accents. I was like, ha! Donald Trump, Russian collusion. No, they were Ukrainian. They were Ukrainian. Following the Black Lives Matter march and smashing up windows, they were Ukrainian. The same ones who were taking photos with the QAnon shaman on January 6th. Yeah, FBI drapes up the QAnon shaman and said, who's this guy in the photo? He goes, oh, no, some guy just took a photo. They said, he's a Ukrainian neo-Nazi operative. Backpedaling their words and can't cover your ass. Look, man. So I saw the fraud go down. Right, I saw the way they treated Ice Cube. I knew the fix was in. Right? So, but I still thought, let me watch your midterms, because if there was ever going to be a protest vote, if there was going to be a red wave, right, it would be during the midterms, right? But see, the thing is, Joe Biden hadn't done enough to piss everyone off yet, and Ukraine wasn't in full swing like it is now, right? So come the midterms, right? I'm listening to people like Donna Brazil. I'm listening to people like Val Demings. I'm listening to people like Stacey Abrams, and they're not talking to black men at all. They're just talking to black women. All it was during your midterms was Roe versus Wade, a woman's right to choose. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. In the midterms, when they went to go for your vote, wait, didn't Stacey Abrams say that Donald Trump was stealing the black vote? That should have showed, if that doesn't show you entitlement, if that doesn't show you racist entitlement, Jim Crow style entitlement to your vote, how does Donald Trump steal your vote? You're meant to entice the vote. You're meant to say things that other people want. They treat you with such contempt. They know they don't even have to promise you anything. This is how degenerate the Democrats are treating the black vote. They don't even have to promise you anything. And you know what? To an extent, it's your own fault. To an extent, it was your own fault. You allowed Bill Clinton to go on the Arsenio Hall show, put on a pair of dark glasses and blow the saxophone, and that was all it took for half of you lot. Oh no, oh my God, oh, I'm gonna vote for, oh, you play the shot. That was all it took, yeah? That's all it took for you lot. Right? Here's me and my family over there going, no, they're not that stupid. They are that stupid. From that and him winning there, they don't have to present any policies to you. They don't have to tell you about how they're going to make your bank balance better at the end of the month. All they need to do is put on a pair of dark glasses and blow a saxophone, and that's all it takes for you dumb Negroes to go and vote Democrat. Okay, you think that was a one-off? Okay. Hillary Clinton on the Breakfast Club with hot sauce in her bag. Does it get any more cringe? Does it? I mean, pandering. Charlemagne said, it sounds like pandering. She said, is it working? Jim Crow Joe gotta go. Yeah, like racist Jim Crow Joe. Like what Dixiecrat Joe. Yeah, like Strom Thurmond Joe, Thurgood Marshall Joe. Yeah, Ku Klux Klan mentor Joe. Yeah, who had a Ku Klux Klan Grand Wizard mentor, Joe. Like, I don't know. I stare in incredulity at turkeys voting for Christmas. That's what turkeys voted for Christmas. Historically, the black vote has been the tipping vote for Republican Democrat success, right? But that's now gone with 10 million dreamers within a generation and Latino. Listen, before all of this, did you not see Jim Crow Joe addressing the National Black Caucus, yeah, and talking down to them, telling them, hey, look, in the future, you guys are going to have to be dealing with people speaking Spanish. He told you back then. And now you lot are looking at the open borders policy like you think it's an accident. And they still voted for him. I can go and pull up old stuff with Jim Crow Joe talking about black neighborhoods, talking about integrated black neighborhoods becoming a jungle. And he doesn't want to send his kids to an educational jungle. That's Jim Crow Joe. That's Joe. That's Joe Biden. That's your Joe Biden. Yeah, that's your Joe Biden, isn't it? Yeah, I stand in, but that's not the worst of it. The worst of it, where I come swinging in and I start running my big mouth, the worst of it is where your Joe Biden, it's like, you know, he can do all your shit domestically. That's your business. You want to do that shit domestically, that's your business, right? Who am I? I live outside your country. Who am I to say, why don't you start fucking with the rest of the world, right? And bringing everyone to the brink of a nuclear war. Well, yeah, then it's everyone else's business. Yeah, then it is my business. Yeah, when Joe Biden is on the sly helping the French repress West Africa so that you lot can buy your uranium at 80 cents a kilo when the open market is $280, yeah, that's my business. Neocolonialism in 2023. You mean Joe Biden is participating in neocolonialism? Yeah, he is. 100%. That drone base in Niger didn't see much action under Donald Trump. Come Joe Biden, it saw a hell of a lot of action. And the people in Niger don't want that drone base there. That's why they killed your soldiers the other day a few years ago, when some of your soldiers thought you were going to go on a patrol around the base and they got ambushed and killed because they weren't really meant to be there, and they're certainly not meant to be going on patrol around there. And they got taught a lesson. That was the Niger drone base in Niger that Joe Biden has ramped up operations out of, ramped them up. And do you know, peculiarly, these airstrikes, they just happen to... No, hold on a second. I'm going to give you a little game. Let's play a game. You've got all of these countries in the Sahel, Niger, Chad, Algeria, Burkina Faso, a little bit, right? Mali, right? And they're all fighting these militants, and occasionally they get bombs. But who gets bombs? The people fighting the militants or the militants? Now, who do you think gets bombed from the sky? Okay, think about it. Right, you're a country. You want to stop these militants from coming in and raiding all the people in your northern towns on your extremes. These jihadists are coming in and stealing the women and stealing all. So you go to fight them, and as you go to fight them, you get bombed. Now, who did the bombing? Well, it's weirdly a drone did the bombing, and weirdly, about 5 or 6 times they've always made their apologies and said they bombed the wrong people by accident. No one's playing anymore. Strike. No one's playing anymore. No one's playing anymore. Do you understand? Do you understand a warrior's mindset? Are you asking me if I understand a warrior's mindset? What do you think? Worried about losing money, and they still vote for me. Worried about losing money. Yeah, I don't know. InfoSec Ninja. Do you have a worry? Are you asking me? If you're asking me, what do you think? Do you think I have a warrior's mindset? I don't know. You'd only ask someone that question if you thought they didn't. That's the way I'd look at it. You'd only want to ask yourself that. But then I know I can point to the books on my shelf, and then you can tell me whether or not you thought that I had read through these selection of books and not gained anything from it. Do you know what I mean? I can show you the books. Do you want to see Sun Tzu on war? Do you want to see Clausewitz on war? Do you want to see Machiavelli? Do you want to see The Way of the Samurai? What do you want to see? Book of the Five Rings? What do you want to see? What do you want to see? We want to see Morals and Dogma. Do you want to see Destruction of Western Civilization? Which one? What do you want to see? History of Western Philosophy by Bertrand Russell, which is incredibly boring, but yeah, I got a few things on the shelf. I got Stalingrad. I've got Guy Sawyer's A Soldier's Life, one of the dudes that was at Stalingrad.
It's not going through chat there. I said win at whatever cost. I don't know why that didn't go through chat. It posted on our end, but not on your end.
Oh, what's that then? What posted?
I said, yeah, I put win at whatever cost, and it was.
Oh.
I was meaning it as a question, but I said win at whatever cost. That's the warrior mindset. You gotta win.
Oh,
Yeah,
win. Oh,
you
right.
win.
Okay,
You're
I see.
gonna win.
I
Does not
see.
matter.
Yeah.
We are taking that hill.
Well, do you know
what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the politicians and everybody in the they dictate how we fight, and sometimes that can cause you to lose a war because it keeps you from being able to carry out that what you're trained to do, that mindset. So.
Do you know, that's freaky, you know. I keep forgetting that I got my Discord open. But I have the Discord open for exactly this period. And then for the next purpose. No, it's cool. And then all of a sudden I hear a voice coming up. I'm like, what the hell's going on? The whole thing about the CIA is true. Like, that's why you got to cover your webcams. The CIA watch you masturbate. Yeah.
Well, you invited me. I didn't sneak in, I promise.
No, it's all right. It's cool. No, the CIA. Cool. But I was just, what was I saying? Go ahead, say it. Go ahead. He says, go ahead, say it. What was I talking about? I can't remember. I've lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Where was I? But anyways. Oh, yes. Getting back around to Mayor Adams. right? The increased immigration that you got is all part of the plan. It's actually mentioned in Morals and Dogma. Free borders, they're calling it, right? Is mentioned in Morals and Dogma, and I just had to get a little Morals and Dogma recap the other day, and I realized like we're way down the line of this grandiose plan. Do you know what I mean? Open borders for Israel. Well, you know, yeah, open borders for. Hold on, Israel. See what you know. What I'm going to be a little bit tasty for a second. I'm going to be a little bit tasty. Hold on. I can't believe it. I actually agreed, and and I like to think this is part of my humility here. I actually agreed with Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I know. I actually agreed with what Nick Fuentes said about this. He was the only one that actually said something sensible. And for the record, I do think he's a little bit of a demonic racist. I won't beat around the bush. But then, you know what? I'm not going to be funny. When I first went onto the internet, all I did was looked up the most extremes on the left, the extremes on the right. It's the first thing you do when you go on the internet. You look up the Ku Klux Klan, and you look up the Black Panther Party, and you look up anything extreme that you were told not to. Ooh, don't be listening to, and you look that shit up. So I've gone through a lot of like Ku Klux Klan rhetoric, white nationalist rhetoric, and I'll tell you this, right? The more right you go for black politics and the more right you go with white politics, they start to agree. There's common ground there, believe it or not. But T-Bird, it's just Hebrew Israelites. There are, I don't know if there are any blue ones. I don't know if there are any green ones. But for anyone who associates with that philosophical mindset, they're just called Hebrew Israelites. Anybody else attributes the name black to them. I don't know why. I don't know why people say black Hebrew Israelites. I still don't understand. Because I'm in the UK, I know all about them. But we don't say black Hebrew Israelites, we just say Hebrew Israelites.
I can't stand African American, like the name, because it's like they're not even from Africa. They were in the U.S. and born there. Like, why are they saying African? You know,
well, it's. I mean, I could give you a rationale if you want, right? But the name's been changed several times. It used to be called Negroes at one point. Yeah, do you know what I mean? But there's a origin going back if you want. I don't really want to get too into it because that would be a whole new thing of theological discussion that I could do. I could debate. I could do a whole 6-8 hours on it. But I think it would just detract. Suffice to say, how about this? Suffice to say, let me just say this, right? When just before the 6-Day War, right? Just before Israel's 6-Day War, right? A guy, and you can look this up. A guy called Gamal Nasser, right, said this in the UN, right, just before the 6-Day War, and you can look this up. This is not me bullshitting. This is me just regurgitating what's happened in history. Gamal Nasser said to the Zionists, "You people will never be able to live here in peace because you left this land black." And now you have returned white. That don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. You can always. So if you want to look, if you want to know the origins of anything, you want to go back to the origin, the beginning of the beginning of the beginning of the beginning.
Genesis 1 through the 16.
Yeah, I don't know. Genesis 1:16.
Genesis, yeah, they talk about it.
Well,
start.
Yeah. Yeah.
Abraham and his son.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, yeah.
And Abraham's
No.
He was like, man,
No. It's before. See, here's the thing. Good starting point. But right now where I am, I would counter and I say it starts way before that. way before that, because this is where we get to the Sumerian pantheon of gods, right?
I haven't gone back that far yet.
Dude, I mean, it's something I've been studying since I was in my mid-20s, and to find out that it's weird when you study something and you think it's fringe and you think it might even be bullshit, and then you'll stumble across another resource that legitimizes everything that you've been researching. And not only is it legitimate, it's hundreds of years old, and it just makes you feel a lot more confident about stuff. But yeah, the pantheon of gods, which goes all the way through to like Gilgamesh. Have you heard of the Epic of Gilgamesh?
Yes.
Right. Now, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, he seeks to find a guy called Utanabishtim near the end of the story. Utanabishtim is Noah, right? Utanabishtim is Noah, right? Because he lived through the flood with his family, and he needed to find someone who had the wisdom of what happened with the flood and blah, blah, blah. So he goes to find this guy called Utanabishtim. Utanabishtim is Noah, right? And makes an appearance in the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? So then if you read the Book of Enki, and Utanabishtim is in the Book of Enki, right? And Utanabishtim is no, I don't want to go too deep, but he's a geneticist. He's a geneticist, and he's told to go and get some sperm and embryo to recombinate because there's going to be a big disaster, and he keeps his shit in an ark. So yeah, animals 2 by 2 in an ark. Yeah. 100%, yeah. Sperm and embryo to reconstitute. Because that's what the in-depth story was. But then if you explain it to an uneducated person, they're going to think that you've got 2 lions next to 2 giraffes, next to 2 donkeys, next to 2 zebras.
Well, that's how they taught it to kids and like Bible stuff.
Exactly. But when you understand its genetic recombination, and lots of other things all point in genetic recombination, and that there was a much higher intelligence that somehow between then for instance, the Book of I know I'm jumping around a bit. Have you ever heard of the Book of Enoch?
That's like the oldest
known exactly
human being civilization. Yeah.
And the Book of Enoch used to be canon just prior to Genesis, because the Book of Enoch is chronologically just before Genesis. And if you read the Book of Enoch, then you read Genesis, and you're going to go, oh my effing God. It will change your life. It will change your life. You can download the Book of Enoch now on a PDF, and it was taken out of the Bible. The reason why it's taken out of the Bible is because with our modern technology now and everything that we know now, you can read the Book of Enoch and you can understand that the dude was dealing with advanced technology. They were putting Enoch is telling you in the book, and I got into the ship and they flew me over here, and I was like, what's that? And they were like, oh, that's where we're going to be keeping all of these fallen angels that have come and taught you lot bullshit. And then they fly him, somebody goes, and they flew me to the other end of the earth where I saw forests and blah blah. And he goes, what's that down there? I go, oh yeah, that's the other prison, right? And you're like, what? Right? So Enoch's getting thrown all over the place. Enoch, right?
Tied to an angel I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
The angel I can't pronounce, Phanuel.
Yeah.
Given him the power to forgive sin and grant it. It's really interesting.
To who though? To who? Now I'm going to blow your mind. To the previous
Wikipedia. I can't do that.
Yeah, no. You don't do Wikipedia. To the Anunnaki and their offspring, who would have been the Nephilim, right? And those the world was meant to be for humanity, so they had to go. So Enoch went and told them, listen, if you don't like piss off within X amount of time, this is going to be your fate. Now, in the Book of Enoch, it tells you the gods, which gods came down and which gods taught man what, right? Now, this is where you will go to one of these fit, dizzy, like, broads who are into New Age spiritualism, and guess what? They're going to know all of those gods, and guess what? They're going to attribute all of the the benefits of those gods to exactly what was described in the Book of Enoch. These New Age people worship these gods. Do you know, because as far as they're concerned, they're still alive.
And that's why they removed it? Is that what you're saying?
That's why they removed it.
The Bible?
That's why there's Azazel. Azazel's the one who comes down and teaches you how to turn your farming shit into weapons, how to make bucklers, how to make swords, how to make weapons of war, how to make the bow. There was another one who came down who taught women how to use plants and make medicines and everything that you call witchcraft now. There was another one that came down and taught humans how to chart the planets and gave them the astrological signs and the astrological charts and how certain lives were affected according to planetary bodies. And now I'm thinking, wait a minute, this is what they believed. These things must have worked for them. It must have been a technology that worked for them. But this was a technology they didn't want human beings understanding. This is the snake in the garden. This is the apple, Eve with the apple, and the apple was the fruit of knowledge. It wasn't a real apple. It was understanding stuff and learning stuff. Do you know what I mean? So remember, Adam and Eve were in the garden, and when they were no longer innocent and they covered themselves, the other god came along, not the god, because there were two. There was Enki and Enlil, right? Enlil comes along and sees humanity, and humanity started to get intelligence. Well, hold on, these are meant to be dumb, brutish beasts. Now you're teaching them stuff. Now we've got to kick them out of the garden, and that's the truth coming back to light. Yeah, but see, and oh, thanks, babe. Yes, I will. This is all in Genesis, and you can read in between it. It tells you all of this stuff. But if, like, I don't want to digress. I'm digressing heavily, right? But because initially I was talking about the pantheon of Sumerian gods who go back to the Anunnaki, which goes back to Enlil and Enki and the creation of mankind, which basically took on a life of its own. And then the people that created us, if you believe that, which you don't have to, had a higher power which told them not to stop fucking about with us and get out of the way, right? And then they did. And if you really want to go, I'm going to condense everything, right? And then hold on, no, let me not condense everything. Let me go slowly. Then you had Enoch come along and tell them to get lost. You can read all this in the Book of Enoch, right? Then after the Book of Enoch, there's a little bit of a gap because you go to Genesis. Now, even in Genesis it says the people of the Anak, the people of they went to the city where they met the people of Anak. And if you look in Genesis, the word Anak means Anunnaki made, and it says, and we were like grasshoppers in their sight, because they were a very tall people and they were very short people. They're even mentioned in the Old Testament. However, you're still left with an advanced civilization who are ruling mankind with technology that mankind doesn't have, and that happens for centuries. Now, where's that found? Right now, you can go to Sun Wukong, the adventures of Sun Wukong. Have you heard of Sun Wukong? Have you heard of Goku?
No, I'm not familiar. Right.
Okay. It's a Chinese epic, right? Sun Wukong, the monkey god, the Monkey King. Have you heard of the Monkey King?
I have.
Right. Yeah. Right.
I'm not very familiar with it.
Right. So there was a very famous show that we had in the UK called Monkey, right? And it's from the Sun Wukong epic. And Sun Wukong is an old Chinese epic which talks about the days in which. Hold on. That was it. That was it. You heard that, right?
I did not.
Shit, that was a very low-flying aircraft. I'm waiting to see if I hear a boom.
I have YouTube.
Oh, right. Okay.
Echo.
I just had a rocket go up. Sun Wukong is an old Chinese epic about a time when demons ruled on Earth. Demons ruled on Earth and subjugated humans, and occasionally used to eat humans, and humans lived to placate the demons. And in the Sun Wukong epic, Monkey, Pigsy, and Sandy, who are two Anunnaki, one hybrid and two Anunnaki hybrids have to shepherd a human across some of the most dangerous territory, and as they do, they defeat these demons, right, and take their technology away from them so that they live like normal people, right? That's the Sun Wukong epic, where they go around cleaning up humanity from the descendants of the gods that refused to leave and wanted to rule humanity. Right now, this is where you get your all-seeing eye from. This is where you get your Illuminati, because there's a being that lives across time, which has got a much longer lifespan than humans. Does that make sense?
700 years is what I'm reading here, right?
Yep.
700 something years or something.
Yep. Now, in the new adventure, there's a new version of Monkey, which is the Sun Wukong epic, which is a Australian production. And they really go into the original Chinese epic and pull stuff out of that, and you're able to see some of the technology that they had. Fallen angel vibe. These are fallen angels, T-Bird. If you want, the fallen angels are mentioned in the Book of Enoch. They're also mentioned in the Lost Book of Enki, and the reason why they're not even the fallen angels lived on Mars. They were known as the Agigi. The Agigi are Anunnaki, just normal Anunnaki. The Anunnaki that we read about in the Pantheon, those are the royal Anunnakis, because they had all of their histories documented.
Is that Nibiru, do you think? Is that what Nibiru was? The lost planet was actually Mars a way long ago?
Nah.
When people lived on it?
No, Nibiru is the elliptical, from what I know, related to all of this. Nibiru is the planet that the Anunnaki came from to come here, which is on a 3,600 year elliptical orbit with our solar system, and they came over to this solar system in order to find gold, to suspend it in the atmosphere, because they had a failing atmosphere. They had a failing planetary atmosphere. So
Explains the pyramids.
Yeah.
They predict that they were able to make the stones levitate. That's how.
Levitation, yep, that's
like using sound waves.
Yep, sound waves. Yeah, that's something I know of. And just to back that up, there's a guy called Praveen Mohim on Facebook, and there's like this Indian guy who goes through. Hi guys, I'm here in India, and I'm gonna go through this temple. That's what he sounds like, right? Right now, the weird thing is, he had this temple. Now I know this from being a sound engineer. There's this temple, right, and all over the walls of the temple is the inscription Om, right, and it's shaped in such a fashion that when you say Om, it resonates, right? The whole building resonates, and towards the end of the building, they had these two metal plates on either side of the wall that went off down into the ground, and they didn't know what they were for. And to me, I'm thinking that's a microphone. I mean, it's a transducer. It's converting sound waves into electrical energy. Do you know what I mean? So at the end of the video, he ended up postulating that this might actually be some form of ancient transducer. And I'm like, yeah, it's a transducer. It turns human sound waves. So you had monks going in there going on a regular basis, creating this vibration, which was then converted into electrical energy, which is how the gods used humanity to power their shit. Does that make sense?
Oh,
right.
Well,
So now,
the powering the ship thing. That's that gets into.
Now we saw that revisited on our consciousness in The Matrix, where Neo realizes that human beings were just batteries for the architect, or whatever his name is. But yeah, no, human beings were used to create electrical powers, or electrical, signals, by saying Om on a regular basis and creating vibrations. Now, because I know the design of a microphone. Like, when you speak, your voice makes sound waves. The sound waves hits the diaphragm converts that sound into electrical impulse. Electrical impulse runs down the wire. It goes to an amplifier. You amplify that impulse, send it down another wire to a speaker, which converts the electrical energy back into sound waves, and that's how you have your sound.
But to move a ship, there is no sound in space. So that's where I got confused. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, in space, no, but you're talking about earthly technology, because that's them recombinating the planetary physics of Earth in order to do that stuff. So we're starting to find out that you can use sound to levitate. There's even an old ancient Egyptian carving of a light bulb. They've got the light bulb in there. It looks like a giant, like, I don't know, like it looks like a giant condom with like a snake in the middle of it. Yeah. And
there we are.
Yeah, there you go. That's how I was waiting for the bang. This is not, you know what? Our generation gets to watch a war in real time. You saw an explosion on the sky top left, yeah.
I remember the Persian Gulf when it went down. I remember being a kid sitting in front of the TV watching the fire. You know,
the most exciting thing I saw was the CNN guy on the tank rolling through the desert on the way in. That was the most exciting thing I saw. I was like, whoa! No, but this is
the initial push into Baghdad. That was
a
big deal.
Yeah, because
that was after 9/11.
Yeah, because the British took Basra to the south, and you lot took Baghdad.
We worked big time together during that.
Yep.
With the British.
But go on.
I worked with you guys too in Greece.
Yeah, we've got military bases there still. So we're seeing like periodic flashes. It sounds like a high frequency active or research program. Well, HARP dudes, like they've been using HARP in the UK like there's no tomorrow. They use HARP every year. Like the biggest police expense every year is Notting Hill Carnival, and they've been using HARP to facilitate thunderstorms prior to Carnival to try and rain it off for the last 4 or 5 years. And we can see it in the sky as well. You can see the wave modulation in the clouds.
I thought that was debunked, man. The HARP.
No. No. HARP is used.
I know they can get it to rain. I know the Saudis, right? The Saudis that were using it to get it to.
They can get it to rain. They can use it to clear the skies. They just microwave the shit out of some clouds, and away they go. You microwave a cloud and away it goes, or you can facilitate the storm, right? There's even a TV show, Top Gear, where one of our presenters goes and watches the American test firing of a rocket, which created a cloud so big it became part of the weather system, which then later created rain. As he was standing there, he goes, "Oh, look, it created rain." Yeah, it created earthquakes. I believe the earthquakes and tsunamis, the original usage of the technology was for finding oil and releasing low energy waves into the ground, which would then be reflected back. But apparently, during the 70s and 80s, that experiment unfortunately caused 1 or 2 earthquakes by accident, and then it became weaponized.
What's up with this?
Correct.
A little off, but same track. Have you heard this laser thing they're talking about? Like they're using lasers to burn roofs, and the elite have a special color to keep it from catching fire.
Yeah, the blue. Yeah.
What is that? What's all of that about? Was that propaganda? What was that?
Those are direct energy weapons, or they're calling them DEWs, directed energy weapons.
From space.
You don't have to be fired from space. The Americans have got them on planes. You got them on high aerial planes. You guys can make. What? Okay. How about this? The same weekend you had the Maui fire, right? You had about 13 weird fires go down in China, and this is how I know it's weaponized. You had about 13 weird fires go off in China, and China went on full alert. They went full on military alert. America, they're not going to tell America that. You're not going to know that. because your news ain't going to tell you that. They don't want you to know that. But they went on full military alert because they were under the impression they were under attack from some energy weapon, and that the sides of their buildings were catching fire, skyscrapers were catching fire, and over the week of the Maui fire, there were a slew of fires in China as well that were unexplainable. So, directed energy weapons. The Israelis are using a directed energy weapon right now to shoot down the rockets. They brought it forward. It was something they were meant to be bringing forward in 2025. They brought it forward now, and but I would say that you got to be careful with that one because they've already passed off one or two Armor 3 videos as the directed, but apparently they're using a direct energy weapon to shoot down some of the rockets coming in now instead of the Iron Dome because they're running out of missiles for the Iron Dome. What's that say? I couldn't. Isn't it weird that chat has come up on my screen there, but it hasn't come up there? Oh, and now it's come up.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, anything of a certain blue wasn't damaged. In fact, you can go right now and look at an aerial view of the destruction and you will see everything's burnt, but then you're going to see completely long stretches of land that aren't burnt right next to land that is burnt. And in the land that is burnt, you've got these blue canopies. You've got these blue, like, what do you call them? Like, huge umbrellas. You know those umbrellas that you put on top of tables, right? Mm-hmm. And they're blue, and everything else around them is burnt. And
it's like how a tornado is.
Yeah.
When a tornado hits, it'll destroy the house next to you, but your house is fine.
That's true, but then the elite have been painting their houses blue, haven't they?
Yeah, I saw that video. I mean, I saw it quickly again. I mean, there's so much crap out there. But I mean, they did see there was videos going around before all that happened of some green lasers coming from the sky, and they got it on video in Hawaii, and it's not just Hawaii, but they've seen it in other areas of the world too. And
yeah,
what is that?
But it could be high altitude. It could. They've already got them on planes, so like a directed energy weapon. That's not fantastical. That's not fantastical. It's like, just think of. But you should know now, if you've had any experience in military, you'd know that certain organizations out there are 30 to 40 years ahead of us militarily in what they have, right? So when we were kids looking at Dick Tracy talking to someone on his watch, that was already a thing. Mobile phones were already a thing. If you look at the origin of the mobile phone, it's been a thing for a very long time. The internet's been a thing for a very long time. Half of the stuff that we've got is actually repressed technology that should have been in our hands 50, 60 years ago. So there are a lot.
I don't know. I don't think it's as good as some people think when it comes down to a big like a ground combat scenario. War is slow. Yes, there's better technology, but I don't think the way we train. You know, we pride ourselves on being anywhere in the world in 48 hours.
Okay.
That's what we pride in.
Okay. Okay. And which private entrepreneur has a starship that can do that for your military?
Right. We have the Navy and everything else to be able to do that. Yeah.
But you got Elon Musk in his starship, right?
What?
Elon Musk in his Starship. There's a military. There's going to be a military application for Starship. There's going to be a NASA application. I think NASA are not going with Starship. NASA are going to make their own lunar lander. But
we've got Star Force now.
Right. Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go there. Right. You're an American, right? Do flags have significance for you?
Like everywhere else.
Like everywhere else, right? So you have stars that have significance, and you have stripes that have significance, right? Usually, what do the stars mean on your stripes? What do the stars mean on your flags?
Each state.
Yeah, they mean territories, right? Or somewhere where you have a presence, right?
Well, no, not a presence, just actual states. 50 stars.
50 states. Okay, you got stars. Yeah, I'm just sitting there. Sorry. You got stars on your Space Force flag.
Yeah, you actually need to bring that up. It's been a while since I looked at it. It's all real new. Space Force flag. Let me just double look at it. Yeah. Wow, it looks like something from Star Trek or something.
Yep.
See here. Okay, we got the looks like the North Star. We got constellation. Looks like. Ooh, those constellations don't look familiar to me. Okay, globe, orbit. What is that? Arrow stayed is like a defense symbol. MMXIX.
Yep.
Year.
Yep. Mary fires were totally directed energy weapon. Shout out to Richard. You only need to look at the boats on fire on water. Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, it's as unarguable as the hospital bombing at this point. That's what I'm saying. This conflict is a real, like,
yeah, war is hell, man.
Yeah, but this conflict is a real, more than any conflict I've ever seen in my life. This is a real divider. This one is dividing the people 100%.
Yeah, we see the division in our own countries between our own people. That's different.
Now, let me just try and bring it back home to politics for a second, because I'm actually here on politics. So we've digressed. Right, no, but like, I was watching Tucker Carlson, right? And you probably all saw the Tucker Carlson thing where he had Nikki Haley and Pence and blah, blah, blah on, right? And, like, I'm on point. Oh, nice one with the whole picture. Oh, nice one. Thank you very much. I try. Right, now let me just address the social aspects of America at the moment, right? So, like, I'm watching Tucker Carlson, right? Trump doesn't have to be there. Why? He's so ahead in the polls, he doesn't have to be there. So you've got all the other people that have to turn up. DeSantis has to turn up. Nikki Haley has to turn up. Tim Scott has to turn up. Mike Pence has to turn up, right? Because they're all fighting for second place, right? So now's the opportunity where they get to talk in front of America, and, you know, they can give you a reason for them to vote for you, right? And give you a reason. Tucker Carlson, being the socially aware guy that he is, brings up the kind of the ripping of the fabric of America, like some, you know, the open borders policies, the concern about mass immigration, and the declassifying of shoplifting to a misdemeanor, creating I'm thinking, did no one do a risk assessment when they declassified shoplifting to be a misdemeanor? Did no one sit down and think, well, what would the negatives of these people? No, these are the things that are happening, right? You love Tucker, but he sits down and he's talking about this stuff. We've all seen the Asian shopkeeper beat the brakes off that guy with he put his back. It's a whopper. I watched that about 30 times, right? He put his back into that beating. Right now, you all see it, and that's juxtaposed with all these black people now saying, "Oh, well, everything was better under Trump. There was more money and we was all hustling and blah, blah, blah." So since Trump, there's a societal breakdown, right? The people that were making money and earning shit and entrepreneur, blah, 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 that's all gone. Biden's come in and he's wiped that out. It's now back to being poor. He turns to Mike Pence and he mentions this stuff, and Mike Pence looks at him and says, "That's not my concern, Tucker. I'm not American." And I'm like, what? You just lost. But Mike Pence is so arrogant and hardcore following the agenda, right? Yeah, Tucker ended Pence. No, Pence ended Pence. Pence ended Pence. Do you know what I mean? All Tucker had to do was put the mirror there, and Pence looked at it and went, "That's not my concern." Why? Because he's following the agenda so hard that America's consideration isn't on the table. The considerations of America aren't even on the table. What Americans want aren't even on the table. Who's been saying what Americans want? Donald Trump. But now, let me just compound on that. You just had Joe Biden stand in front of you, do a national address from the Oval Office, talking about how he wants another 100 million for Ukraine and Israel. This is after Mike Pence says this is not my concern. Well, hang on. That feeds up to Joe Biden as well. Clearly, it's not Joe Biden's concern either. Unrestricted immigration, funding Ukraine, funding Israel. Clearly, the domestic ripping of the fabric of society is not Joe Biden's concern either. Right? Now we've got Meatball, yeah, screaming on the live, going, everybody gotta eat. Everybody gotta eat. So that's what you've descended to now. Under the handout culture of the Democrats, it's now descended into what? Robbing the Apple Store. Yeah? Like flash mobs and shit. Right? That's what it is now under the Democrats. That's what it is now. You want a reflection of what it is now? Jump on a live right now. Go and look out. Go and look at Kensington Station, Philadelphia. There's a live on right now. There's a live 20. Look, what am I? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you Kensington Station now. Kensington Station, Philadelphia. There's a live. There's a live. Kensington Station. There's a live. 24-hour loops with live chat. Boom. There's a live. Right, you want to see some shit? You want to see deterioration? You want to see, this is what we're talking about. Right? But then again, January 6th didn't rob any business owners. It didn't. You could say the same about January 6th though. But here's the thing, some stuff's come out about January the 6th. Right? Some stuff's come out about January the 6th. Look, this is Kensington. This is what you got now. This is what it's like now. I don't understand. I don't understand this. But here's the thing about January the 6th, right? Here's the thing about January the 6th. When I was first started streaming a few years ago, I was streaming on Facebook first, right? And I covered January the 6th, right? And I was live, and that was the most people I've ever had in my stream. January 6th, I had like about 2,000 people in my stream. It's the most people I've ever had. And I was like, why are there so many people in my stream? Because Americans didn't know what was going on in America, right? They weren't covering it on your news. Yeah, what was going on outside the Capitol, they weren't covering it on your news. That's why I had like 2,500 people in my stream. I was like, what the hell's going on? I was like, I'm getting scared now. I got 2,500 people in my stream. I'm getting scared because I'm like, hello, do you know what I mean? And they're like, where's this? And I was like, this is America. And they're like, what? I was like, that's your capital. But they're like, what? But I live in America. This isn't on the news. Wasn't on the news, right? Now, hold on a second, right? When I was streaming on Facebook, I was also doing Black Lives Matter marches, right? And, right, there was when I was streaming, listen, there was a point when I was streaming where there was a Black Lives Matter march, and there were people going around smashing up the windows during the Black Lives Matter march, right? And it was making the Black Lives Matter march look really violent. And then when they went to confront the guys that were doing the smashing up, right, they had Russian accents, or they were speaking in Russian, right? And at the time, I didn't know any better. I was like, ha, Donald Trump, Russian collusion. Donald Trump sending Russians into the Black Lives Matter marches to smash up things, because they ended up chasing these people off, right? Now, these people weren't speaking Russian. They were speaking Ukrainian. Here's me thinking I busted Donald Trump, Russian collusion. Look, see, Donald Trump is getting some Russian spies to go into Black Lives Matter marches and smash up. No. They were Ukrainian. Look at the amount of needles. Look at the needles. Look at the needles. Look at the needles. Look at the needles. See that? See that? That's that. Usually the cameras across the road. The cameras, wherever the cameras across the road there, usually the camera that we use across the road by that blue flashing thing, looking this way. This is what you've got now. This is what you got now. You know what I mean? This is what you got now. I think the camera's on that lamppost. Oh no, my phone's completely dead. I think the camera's on that lamppost usually. But this is symptomatic of America. Like right now, it's actually quite sad, but this is symptomatic of like what LA's like this, right? California state is like this, right? Chicago's like this, right? Like every city in America's got a spot like this. Oh wow, that's like, I'm proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died and gave that right to me, and I'll gladly stand up next to you. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's kind of like that. Yeah. What? Yeah. Do you want me to get? I can find a stream if you want. I can find a stream if you want. I can say, hey man, I does this. So we can watch these guys all day, right? And you know what the sad thing is? Exactly here, the camera's usually on this section here. All the people that hang around here, you know what the really sad thing is? Some of the girls that are out there, their family watch the live stream to make sure that they're all right. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, who wrote that song? I actually like that. You know what? Us people outside of America, we're jealous of you guys sometimes. You got some real rousing tunes, and I'm proud to be an American, or at least that could be your national anthem. Do you know what I mean? We don't have songs like that. Yeah, we do have songs like that, but they don't appeal to it. Yeah. Man's back gonna be in bits. Is that a man? I thought it was a woman. That's a chick. This is Trump low-key made it like he kind of did, didn't he? He kind of did. Now that's this is sad, isn't it? This is sad. And I'm not saying this is, I mean, yeah, I mean, we don't have spots like this in the UK. There's no way, no. There's nowhere in the UK that you're going to go where you're going to find this. I mean, no. Nah. But the police are right there. The police are right there. The police are right there. Not even in Birmingham. Nah. Oh, you find people on the street, but not like this. Not like this. Look, not like this. Not comatose. We don't have women comatose on the street. See, someone just hit her to wake up. We don't have people comatose on the street like this. We don't. Not even in Birmingham. I mean, there's some parts of Scotland that's like really ropey, but no, it's socially unacceptable. Someone would have rung the ambulance by now. Do you know what I mean? Glasgow, nah, because this level of vulnerability, we would have rung the police by now. We would have rung an ambulance by now. For that level of vulnerability, like a woman lying down on the street like that, nah, like, no, the mind boggles. No way. Like, nah. Like, in this country, we've got people who would take advantage of anybody in any state. Do you know what I mean? And I can't see America being too much different, apart from what you would allow, and we wouldn't allow this. Not in this country. Do you know what I mean? Like, someone could say, no, nowhere that I've ever seen, because it would have been highlighted. Someone would have done something. Do you know what I mean? We don't have this level of what would you call it? Drug addicted. Right, so that's Kensington Station. Let's go, hold on a second. Kensington Station. Kent. Yeah, where's the live cam? All right, hey, this is the live cam 2, 700 people watching. Let's go and see what the situation is over there now. 5 hours behind. This is live. This is another thing that's, I mean, I do a couple of things that are live. I was on this just prior to the start of the Gaza thing. This is what I would start my stream with. And for you guys, if you look at your clock, it's 25 minutes past the hour now. Right, about to go to 26 minutes past the hour, 26 minutes past the hour. Right, okay. 18:26 over there, 6:26 over there. That's about right. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's right, 5 hours behind the East Coast time. This is live, and it's Kensington Station. Now, if you follow this cam long enough, you will see all manner of things go down. And I believe the main drug of choice in this area at the moment is fentanyl, right? So these fentanyl people, when they're high, it's characterized by 3 recognizable things. There's always a wheelchair or a chair, right? That's number 1. There's always a wheelchair. The pants are always halfway down to their knees for some reason. That's another thing. I don't know why. So there's the wheelchair, there's the pants down to the knees, and the third thing is they're bent over. When they're really high, they're bent over at 45 degrees like that. So it's like they're looking at their toes, and then they're just stationary looking at their toes. Now, the last time I saw this, when it was really sunny, right? Because the weather's turned now. But last time I saw it, there was a woman lying prostrate here, right, by this black thing here, and she was there for about 40 minutes, just lying on the floor. Any action in the sky for a few minutes. I mean, I've got time to look at this. Can you not hear? Right, that is... Those are drones. Now, those drones have got ordnance, but I think they're just using those drones to spot at the moment. Because usually, I don't know, is it going away? Just imagine the psychological torture of living under this day in and day out. Now, I used to live in an area of North London called Wood Green, right? And when I was living in Wood Green, I'd wake up and I'd hear a helicopter. Lunchtime, I'd hear a helicopter. I'd come back from work, I'd hear a helicopter. Time to go to bed, I'd hear a helicopter. In the middle of the night, I'd hear a helicopter, because I lived near the shopping city, and there's always some crime, some little miscreant trying to steal something from some shop and run away somewhere. So there's always a helicopter overhead, and it's annoying, right? I heard a drive-by yesterday. You heard a drive-by. Chat, Citizen Fall. That's a Citizen Sophie. You heard a drive-by yesterday. Yeah, the first night I was in New York, I heard a gunshot, and I was staying in Brooklyn. The first night I stayed in New York, I saw two things that stuck with me. The gunshot I heard, and the size of your bloody roaches, man. Like, what the hell is that about, man? I had to learn different culture. You guys got different culture over there, man. You guys, different culture, man. Okay, so Citizen, that guy brought. Oh right, yeah, shout out to Citizen. Yeah, it was with the young guy that knows quite a bit about international politics. Is that the guy? That's the yeah. How old is this guy? Yeah. Right, well, we're just having a quick look at Kensington, and then so I've got 2 lives up there and multicam. Oh, I saw an explosion. We've got drones up. See, it's a little calmer there. Right, now, usually on a busy day, all along here is full of junkies in chairs. There's a deck chair, right? All shooting up, and sometimes they zoom in. I was doing a stream once, and they zoomed in, and you literally saw the arm, and there was a dude sitting on the thing wrapping the shit around his arm, just like all in broad daylight, like he couldn't even wrap it properly to get the vein. And then, I'm sitting there going, oh. Now apparently there's a rat hole. This is a rat hole here. There's a rat hole. This is where they keep their stash, down there, right? They throw all this shit down here, apparently, and then they can take it back up. But then occasionally rats come out of this as well. Right? There's a rat hole here. See, I'm starting to know. I know this manor. I'm thinking about taking a trip out here just so I can go and see the Holy Land that is Kensington Station. So apparently there's a rat hole there. This shop's never been open the entire time, and if you go to the end of the road and walk around the corner, one of the first shops around the corner is the opticians, or the place that sells the eyeglasses. I'm starting to know this area a little bit too well. Anyway, enough of that, because that's there. You can go to there anytime. That'll always be there. War is fun until it isn't. Defense politics. Asia. Multicam amidst the potential Israeli ground offensive. Yeah, whatever. This is War Crux. He's on a live loop. President Biden addresses the nation. Okay, I've got to check that. Full studio again. I'm going to check that because he actually told you stuff in that, believe it or not. He actually told you where he's going, but he didn't actually. Oh, hold on. Philly is a huge city too, one of the largest we have, right? But wasn't the raid on the on the Apple phone shop and all that stuff like that? Wasn't that Philly? With Meatball and stuff like that, wasn't that Philly? Oh no! I've missed the race. I'm missing the race. I'm an idiot. I'm missing the race. Why did no one remind me?
Oh, hi from Ireland, someone said. Hi,
bro.
bro.
Hey, how you doing?
How is science holding off Russell? No clue. Honestly, no clue.
It's Verstappen, Hamilton. Oh no. Oh, I'm confused. But this is the sprint race.
Don't overtake it, Magnussen. Oh yeah, they're 0.2 of a second apart.
Right. By the way, I'm
what are we doing here?
a big Lewis Hamilton fan, right? And
having issues with the brakes, unfortunately.
I'm going to carry on with this stream. But I usually do the race. So we got Max Verstappen first, Lewis Hamilton second, Charles Leclerc third, Lando Norris fourth, Sergio Perez fifth, Carlos Sainz sixth, George Russell seventh, Pierre Gasly eighth, Alex Albon ninth, Oscar Piastri 11th, Oscar Piastri 10th, Esteban Ocon 11th, Daniel Ricciardo 12th, Fernando Alonso 13th, Yuki Tsunoda 14th, Nico Hulkenberg 15th, Guan Zhou 16th, Thierry Bottas 17th, Kevin Magnussen 18th, Logan Sargent 19th, and Lance Stroll is already out. But Hamilton is in second place behind Verstappen. Verstappen's already won the championship. Like, I can't, I forgot, I missed. Sprint ends in 29 minutes. Yeah, look, I'm going to be here for the main race tomorrow. Screw the sprint. I don't like the sprint race anyway. Right, so what we're looking for. No, they're on a loop. They're like, oh, hello. They're on a loop. They're liars. This guy's the skyline. He's already looking at what I'm looking at on the top left.
Hey.
It was good.
I'm fine. Is the race over already?
No. Hey, who's that? Hey, is that Ackleball? Hey, where have you been, man?
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while. No, the race isn't over, but there's still, however, 39 minutes to go. Right. It's just I was streaming the I was streaming the attack. Right. Gaza's being bombed. You see. right? So on my live stream, I've got the skyline, but what I'm about to do is put the race in my Discord, and then mute the live so that I don't get a strike. Oh damn! I'm so dumb. Because some people can't watch it unless they watch it in my Discord. You know what I mean? Some people don't. Hey, what's good? Today, CitizenCon was today. All right, 1 second. Sorry, I'm doing 4 things at the same time. Tell me you can't hear this Grand Prix, right? Oh, bloody hell. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, shut up. Damn it. Damn it. Well, Lewis is second. Lewis came second. Yeah. Oh, damn it. Okay, so, damn it. So, by the way, seeing as you, Mr. Stranger, yeah, right, I will have the race on tomorrow. But we just got to the end of the sprint race, and hold on, let me just turn the volume up. Right, shout out to anyone who's anyone. It's just that I just missed the sprint race, the USA Formula One sprint race. But that's the day before the main race. The main race is on tomorrow. So the result is Max Verstappen first in the sprint race, Lewis Hamilton second, which is his best result this all season. The last 2 seasons is his best result, and Charles Leclerc third. Lando Norris is fourth. Sergio Perez fifth. Carlos Sainz sixth. Pierre Gasly seventh. George Russell eighth. Alex Albon ninth. Oscar Piastri 10th. I mean, does it really matter for anyone else? You know what I mean? But yeah, dude, I'll have the race on tomorrow if you're about. And
I'll try.
The race will be in the evening, I believe. It's like 7-8 o'clock in the evening, something like that. All right. So yeah, let me just turn this off so I don't. Oh, and by the way, I don't have a Twitch account anymore. By the way, so.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I got banned. They said I'm a repeat offender. And it wasn't even my audio. The audio was coming from someone in my Discord. So the audio from the race was coming through someone's Discord, and they've gone, "Oh, you're broadcasting the race." I'm like, but I'm not.
Oh, shit.
And they were like, "Yeah, you are." So yeah, that's that.
I'm sorry about that.
Nah, it's it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? So I've always had a YouTube account, but the YouTube account was mainly for politics, right? And then I've realized, hey, what was I doing on Twitch? I was doing politics. Oh, and you know what? I'm gonna be. You get more of a mature audience on YouTube, right? And you don't get like. Do you know how many people that would come in and try and have an argument with me about politics, and they wouldn't even understand the words that they were using? They didn't know what communism was. They didn't know what capitalism was. They didn't know what socialism was. They don't understand what Marxism is. They don't understand what inflation is. What was the just key words? Do you know what I mean? And so I'm not trying to be a smart ass, right? So what I do is what I was doing at the end is I was just having a glossary of terms. Right, and so I don't want to make it like, oh, I know what this is and you don't know what this is. So I'm just trying to educate everyone with me. So I'll just have the key terms up that we could go to, refer to it. So if you're watching, then you would learn what those words are. Then you would know whether or not someone was bullshitting or not. Do you see what I'm saying? So I had this dude come in going, I want America to follow the Monroe Doctrine. And I was like, what's the Monroe Doctrine? And he's like, when we keep ourselves to ourselves. And I was like, no, that's not what the Monroe Doctrine was. That's not. Was it like that was when America decided that if Europe does anything if Europe tries to colonize anywhere in North or South America, America will see it as a direct threat, and it potentially could be war talk, right? And that's what the Monroe Doctrine is, like separation from European development and American development. That's what it is. It's not an isolationist policy, right? But oh yeah, T-Bird, yeah, I was there for that one. Yeah, I think see, the thing is, I'm not trying. The whole point is to make everyone more intelligent. The more everyone else is, the more of a credible point that you can have, right? And I want credible arguing points because I don't want to feel like I'm right all the time, and I want someone to come with a credible point on occasion that might expose a flaw in my thinking. Maybe I've got something wrong. Like, you know, I've had a cruel mentality of thinking previously, and I've had to have some females in my life let me know that the manner in which I think is quite cruel. Right now, if it like from where I am and for the ones I'm protecting, it's a completely rational way of thinking, but the effects that I might have on other people, do you know what I mean, could be constituted as cruel. I don't want to be cruel, do you know what I mean, right? So sometimes I've had to have some girls talk to me and say, like, you know, but how did they feel when you said that? I was like, but it's the truth. It doesn't matter if it's the truth or not. How does it make them feel? Do you want them to go off feeling it? Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm sorry. And sometimes I have to reflect and think, yeah, I mean, if I went around being like that, people will think I'm just a cold-hearted bastard on occasions. And I know I've been like that on occasions. But if you need to be intelligent enough to make me see the error of my ways, if that makes sense, right? But if you come going,
you don't come off as angry, and that's what even though I disagree with you on a lot of things, you're not angry, and that's how I'm able to listen.
right, yeah, but that's because I'm British. Yeah, so don't for that one. Just because I'm not angry doesn't mean I don't have a nefarious plan to deprive you of like your land and everything. That's what British people do. They smile, they go, oh, don't worry about it. I'll just kill all your family, and you won't find out about it for a couple of weeks. But you know, by then, I'm sure you would have got over it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's totally. Yeah, Tifa said, "Oh no, it's the truth. I got to tell you the truth." Do you know what I mean? One of our biggest mass murderers came with a smile. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, do you need a lift home? You're out there, love. Oh, I'm just going to take you home and dismember you now, and like, you know, have sex with your skull, like separate from your body. And you're like, oh, what? Well, yeah, man. Not the eternal Anglo. No. Of course not. I just know you can't help but grow up in this society without having parts rub off on you. Do you know what I mean? It's the same in America. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, if you're an American, you come to England, you have to switch it up a little bit, and vice versa. Do you know what I mean? So,
recommendation be if I go over there? What should I not do as an American?
To go over to where?
If I go to the UK first time, never been over there. I like not smile as much. I like.
Oh no! As an American, there's a lot you can get away with. As an American, you're usually more overbearing on the British. When the British go to America, we have to step up, if that makes sense.
in a group, if I was talking to a group, I might come off as like maybe a bit forceful in my language.
Nah, because English people sit around and just go, wow, he's American. Oh, let him speak. Oh, like that for a bit, right? Until you start not making sense. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Well,
right?
That happens here, man. If I go into a group of Democrats,
But in England, they give you, put it this way, if you can speak English, they give you a grace period, right? If you don't speak English, like, people usually psychologically shut the door on you straight away. Or if your English is bad, or I try to speak English, psychologically they shut the door on you, which is weird, because if you go somewhere like China, right, and you utter 2 words in Chinese, they'll be like, oh, right? And they try and teach you more words, and you get it wrong, and they'll go, oh, blah, 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 and they'll baby you through each sentence, right, until you get it right, right? Whereas the English don't have time for that. You don't speak English. They're like, look, mate, I'm busy. You know what I mean? Look, mate, I'm busy. Got a lot of things to do. Right? Yeah, go off you go. Yeah, that's unfortunately the thing. So if you can speak English, you got a massive grace period of about 3 or 4 months. And if then,
It's aluminum, by the way, not aluminium.
well, there you go. That you want to get someone's back up. Yeah, you want to get someone's back up. You can start with that. Yeah, so. Which, oh, by the way, speaking of aluminium, Raytheon have a patent on transparent aluminium. Did you know that? You can look it up.
I did hear something about this transparent, but I didn't know it was Raytheon.
Yeah, Raytheon have the patent on transparent aluminium. I just know that from my patents and copyrights, patents and trademarks, because that's what my degree's in. Or right, it's not what my degree's in, but I focused on copyrights for my degree. So when I was doing copyrights, trademarks, and patents, and I was going through different patents and stuff like that, and yeah, Raytheon, they got a patent for transparent aluminium, but I haven't seen it, right? But I'm not sure that I would. Oh, transparent aluminium. Yeah, what? Cockpits, and screens, and windscreens. Oh, see you tomorrow, man. See you tomorrow. Acklemore. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, yeah. All right, take it easy. Take it easy. It's probably like 1 a.m. for him, actually. Because he's in France. But yeah, oh shit, yeah. Now I can ask him about the French in West Africa. Damn it, I need that for the politics later. You know what I mean? T-Bird, as a man of Saxon origins, I should have said Anglo-Saxon, shouldn't I? I'm sorry for being politically incorrect. What do you mean? Saxon feeling hurt? Yeah. Listen, man. Listen. You had the Saxons and you had the Anglos way back in the day. Yeah, Anglo-Saxon is a combination of 2 different tribes that came together. You do realize that, right? It's like we're talking like Game of Thrones, like the First Men and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, so you had the Anglos and then you had the Saxons, right? And they had wars with each other and shit. And then they ended up like unified and they became Anglo-Saxon. And now Anglo-Saxon is, we just call Anglo-Saxon English people. Do you know what I mean?
From like the Germany area, right?
Yep. I am hurt it's not Anglo-Saxon Norwegian since we also contributed heavily to the G-Force. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Right, so hold on. My old English history, I'm not gonna openly say stuff and get it wrong, right? But yes, you had the Saxons, and we got Saxon tapestries and stuff like that, and then you have the Angles, who were in England. I believe the Saxons invaded. If I'm not mistaken, someone could correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, the Anglia, the Angles, around that, like around southern.
This would have been what, like 300 AD?
Oh yeah, long time. The Angles and the Jutes are very southern Denmark. Ah, the Jutes, yes. Southern Denmark, yes. Oh shit, my ex-girlfriend was from Denmark. Yeah, shout out to Sister Foyth, Sister Fofi, and the Frisians, which speak the closest English language that isn't Scots, live in modern day Netherlands. Yeah, the Frisians. Yeah. Yeah, that's what do they call that English in school? I can't remember what that lesson's called. I'm trying to remember what that lesson's called in British schools. It's can't remember. It's British history, something British history. Can't remember the name of it. Is basically they slaughtered the Normans and then slaughtered the Celts in England, Old English, nah, we haven't got anything called Old English. English history, nah, it's part of the history curriculum, but I can't remember what era they called it.
I love that show Time Machine you guys got over there on Channel 6.
Oh, time, yeah. What with yeah, that's wow. You get that? Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold on. That's with Baldrick from Baldrick. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome.
From Blackadder, right? And it's really weird watching him do that because he used to play such a dumb character on TV. He used to play the dumbest character. But yeah. No, that's they're always digging up some shit on that Time Machine.
Well, you learn a lot about the history because they get into the history, and a lot of it
Yep.
they find is Anglo-Saxon. They say, oh, it's more Anglo-Saxon, but when they find Roman stuff, they get all excited.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it's Blackadder was gold. Blackadder was gold. Blackadder season 1, right, is really hit and miss, right? But it's a little bit of a gem. I don't know. Blackadder season 1 was just like I never took to it. Blackadder 2, brilliant. Blackadder 3, brilliant. Blackadder 4, excellent. Right, not as good as 2 and 3, but still brilliant, man. Blackadder 4 when it was World War One, and they all died going over the top. Right, so just what time is it coming up to? It's coming up to midnight here in the UK. Heavy drones over Gaza at the moment. I'm still looking for another live stream 8 hours ago. Oh no, did Volkanovski lose then? Did anyone see the UFC? Hamas or IDF drones? What are you talking about? Dude, oh, citizen, you didn't ask that question, really? Oh, come on. You didn't ask that. You didn't mean that, did you? 7:30. Race starts at 7:30. Hamas don't have drones, right? Hamas don't have drones. No. Hamas don't have drones. DJI have banned all sales to war areas. They didn't like the fact that their name was associated with war. I know, but in terms of sales, they've banned all sales to Ukraine. No, they don't have both. They don't both have drones. Hezbollah, right? The military grade. The Hamas drones are a DIY. Yeah. In the news recently, Hezbollah are using their agricultural drones to drop RPGs on Merkavas, and it works really well because they can carry so much more of a heavy load. They can carry 3 to 4 times what the drones are carrying in Ukraine. But yeah, Hamas don't have anything really. Hamas have only small arms fire, medium arms fire. Hamas don't have any mechanized. They don't have any tanks. There's no armor. They don't have any aircraft. They don't have any fighter jets. They don't have any type of aerial reconnaissance. And in fact, part of the Israeli plan is to destroy all the tower blocks that give them situational awareness over the close towns. So that's what they've been doing, destroying all the high-rise tower blocks that look over Sadat, that look over Ashkelon, that look over all the nearby towns. They've been flattening all those buildings because they've been coordinating from there, or they think they've been coordinating from there. What we're watching are what we're hearing are the Israeli recon drones that have been buzzing over Gazans for the last 8 years. Right, so they've been hearing this morning, noon, and night for the last 8 years. It's annoying. It's really annoying. You know what I mean? I think it's horrendously annoying. It's absolutely horrendous.
I don't fly my drones around my neighbors. I don't fly them in the neighborhood because I know it upsets people.
Yeah, I fly my drones in the park. You know what I mean? I fly my drones like, I shoot gaps and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But, 'cause, I build drones. That's what I'm saying. So like I've been taking tips. I like the one where they put the camera on the servo so the camera can look forward so you can fly FPV, but then you get into a hover when you want to drop it and then you hit the servo and the camera just switches down like that. I was like, that's a good idea. I'm stealing that idea. 100% stealing that idea. Right. But yeah, these are recon drones and I think they're scouting for Hamas rockets at the moment. So
you also have to remember that they have satellite technology that can get real close to
Yep.
the ground.
Yep. 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 When I was in secondary school, when I was 15, one of our history books had an American satellite that was able to read a newspaper on a table from space, right? So
The Hubble telescope, that's where that came from. That was government military technology, and then they let NASA have it.
yeah, yeah. Hubble is where you guys realized that there was a Sirius B
They just
star.
had that. It just like, whoa, you guys already designed this?
Yeah. So up until recently, we knew of the Sirius star system, but Sirius B or Sirius Black, which is mentioned in Harry Potter, which is part of the I can't remember what it's called. Well, part of the secret shit. But Sirius B is a planet that apparently has life on it in the Sirius star system. You have Sirius A, which is the brightest one, but Sirius B couldn't be seen. The Dogon have a star chart, which has got Sirius as a binary star system, which couldn't be proved until the Hubble satellite went up, and then you were able to see that there was actually another Sirius star in the Sirius star system, and
Sounds like Alpha Centauri as well.
Yep. Alpha Centauri, Zeta Reticuli. And those are the places that are featured on your Space Force map, by the way. Dogon lives in the Eye of Africa. Yeah.
Sending satellites go take a picture of it. It's going to take like 60 years, but they have a way to do it.
No, the Hubble telescope has already shown American scientists that the Sirius star system is a binary star system, because Sirius A was so bright that you couldn't see the other planet, right? So Sirius A is the other planet's sun, and we weren't able to see it. But the Dogon had a star chart which had Sirius, and it had as a binary star system, and everyone thought they were talking rubbish because you could only see one star in the Sirius star system, until the Hubble telescope proved that the Sirius star system is actually two stars, and you were able to see it from the wobble. There was a wobble or something which showed that that Sirius A was being affected on by another gravitational force, right? So it was meant to have a defined movement, but it went through a wobble, which meant that it's being acted on by another planet. And then they were only able to see that with the Hubble telescope, which confirmed that the Dogon's ancient knowledge of two star systems in Sirius was right, because they believed that life came from Sirius B.
How many light years off the top of your head, do you know?
I have no idea. What's Sirius star system? I have no idea. But the Dogon tradition says life came from Sirius B.
What is that? The Shogun?
The Dogon of West Africa. Right, sorry, Dogon lived in the area that you mentioned earlier. Yeah, no, it's all T-Bird. Yeah, it's related. It is related.
8 light years away. 8.6 light years.
Yeah. Oh, and so hold on, because I digressed severely when we were talking about this. So Dogon believed life came from Sirius B. When we were talking about the Nephilim, and we were talking about the Igigi had their way station on Mars. They had an advanced civilization on Mars, but they were running out of. They had no women, So this is when they found out that was it Enki married a human, and everyone was banned from touching humans because they had made this new creation that they were having sex with, and everyone else was jealous. They came down and they stole a load, and they took them back to Mars with them. And this is where the sons of God saw the daughters of women and saw that they were fair and all this stuff like that, and the fallen angels came and took them. But then when you had the combination of the Igigi DNA, which is Anunnaki DNA, but it's just not royal, and humanity, they created what they call Nephilim, or monsters. You know, the Eye of Africa is Atlantis, right? It's postulated the Eye is Atlantis. Don't know that to be the case unless, yeah, unless, but there's a thing that potentially could be that. But if that was the case, T-Bird, that means that the Earth went through something so traumatic that it buried all the previous civilizations. But this is where the polar flip philosophy comes from, if that makes sense. Look at the rings around the Eye of Africa. They've done a study where they look at the geographical formations across the desert, the Sahara Desert, and they've postulated that it could only have been formed like that if it had been a giant wave. So what you're talking about is like a giant wave, thousands and thousands and thousands of feet high, like 5,000 feet, like, yeah. What's that giant wave across the? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. So when I was a kid, I was always fascinated by Machu Picchu because it was the city in the sky, right? But now I know what I know. I know Machu Picchu wasn't a city in the sky. Machu Picchu was a city on the coast, and then the flip happens, and after the flip happens, Machu Picchu ended up being the city in the sky. So, and found out the grave of Cleopatra. We still don't know if she was a bunch of relations. Seriously, look at the Eye of Africa. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it. I just haven't done enough research on it to give an opinion either way. That makes sense. Yeah, it's meant to be a circular city that goes out in concentric circles. Yeah. The planetary shift. Apparently, there was a pole shift.
That's magnetic.
Yeah, that's right.
So what effect did that have again?
Did you just hear that? Yeah. Okay, then Google the Eye of Africa. Tell me what it is. I don't. I've got no dog in there. You heard the description. Look at the eye. Yeah, no, it's true. I don't know if it's true, but there might be something that looks like it. I don't know. But from what I know, all these other former civilizations like Atlantis and the land of Mu, Lumeria, all these places which are mentioned in other people's world histories, all disappeared, and that was due to the polar shift. That apparently, now this is where I'm not sitting here going, this is exactly what happens. I'm not saying that. I'm saying from all the stuff that I've read, it would appear that every 36,000 years, when a particular planet comes through and messes with our poles, it potentially could produce a pole shift, which causes cataclysmic Earth effects, which could raise entire civilizations. Now, how?
If we get a pole shift, as long as we still have a magnetic field, we'll be safe from that radiation from the sun. So if you're not using GPS and everything, you would never notice unless you.
Well, look at it like this: if the Earth is moving at a particular speed and everything is running in concert with the speed, right? And then all of a sudden the Earth shifts slightly. All of
the orbit, the actual spin of the Earth, right? Is that
No, I'm talking about the poles. I'm talking right, and occasionally it has a wobble, right, and then it goes back to spin, right, off the axis, right. Yeah, the axis turns, right. So north might end up being west, if that makes sense, right? Now,
not necessarily the actual planet is what you're saying.
yeah, yeah. It's tilt and move. So when that happens, all the water on the face of the planet Earth will still carry on moving the same way. It will still carry on moving the same way. This is where you get your massive tidal waves from, or this is where you get your postulated. This is what they've said: massive tidal waves from, which wipes off everything. And this is where stuff that was previously on the coast ends up in the sky, and stuff that was up in the sky ends up underwater. Now, that polar shift, which apparently created which some might say was the Great Floods in world history, right? The floods. Now, when you look at the Lost Book of Enki, now remember, I'm not saying anything definitively. I'm just saying I try to draw kind of an understanding from all the ancient histories, right? Now, in the Lost Book of Enki, it talks about when was it Enki and his son go up to the moon, and they create an observatory on the dark side of the moon, right, for observing the stars. So there's an observatory or a tower on the dark side of the moon, right? All you need to do now is look for tower, dark side of the moon. Is there a tower on the dark side of the moon? Because if there is, it comes from a story that was written 8,000 years ago, 9,000 years ago. Once there's a whole part where Enki and his son observed the celestial. Yeah, oh, there you go. Right, 500,000. Right, so there's a part where Enki and his son observe the moon, and they're spending a lot of. From the story, it's like father-son time. Right, they've been having arguments, and now they do this job, and they're both appreciating that, and they notice something that basically is a harbinger of a planetary disaster. I don't know whether or not it's the Earth moving through a asteroid belt or something, but they notice something. And most Anunnaki leave planet Earth, right? But all the Anunnaki, all the royals and everything, they leave planet Earth because they know this disaster is coming. Now, in the story, listen to this, in the story, now they go to Utanabishtim, and they, no, hold on a second. Let me get this right. All the Anunnaki leave. Enlil doesn't like the fact that humans have developed as far as they have anyway, and he wants them wiped out. So he's not going to warn them, right? But Enki, who's his twin brother, knows that part of his DNA is in humanity. So if that wipes out, it's like wiping himself out. But the decree from Anu, who's the real god, says you're not allowed to warn human beings. So Enki says, okay, I won't warn the human being. I'm just going to warn the hut that the human being lives in. So he sends an angel down to warn the hut that Utanabishtim's in. Oh, Reed Hut, if you knew what the disaster's come through, you got to build this boat that's right. And does that sound familiar? Sound familiar?
It says here that at that point, what you're talking about there was 4,000 years ago, it looks like. I sent it to you in your chat.
Right, 4,000 years ago. I think it would probably be a little bit longer than that. But
when the astronauts came to the planet Earth for search of gold, that was 440.
yeah, that's right at the very beginning. See, that's at the beginning. That's the beginning of the Book of Enki, right? Because when the astronauts came, in fact, one of them escaped murder, right? He was escaped for an accusation of murder, and found this planet as an escape thing. And then when he found this planet and he found how much gold was in here, what's his name? He's that dude, Laban? I can't remember his name. He's the face that's on the 33rd parallel of Mars, right? And his face has been put on the 33rd in...
looks like a Jason mask, kind of.
Yeah, right. And his face, that's the dude that found Earth, who ended up dying. But he found it, and then he told the rest of them about it because it had an abundance of gold, and they needed gold for the atmosphere. And then that's when the missions started coming. but was it? It's Laban, or something like that. I think his name was, and he ended up being buried on Mars, and in honor of him finding the planet that ended up saving their planet, his face is on the 33rd degree parallel. That's what the face on Mars is. The face on Mars is the first one of those guys that came over. If that makes sense.
When was this found? These writings, and where did they find it?
The Lost Book of Enki is an old text which is fragmented. You might have heard of a guy called Zachariah Stitchin. You heard of Zachariah Stitchin? Right. So Zachariah Stitchin didn't write anything. He didn't translate anything. But what he did do was compile all of the cuneiform stories that had been translated. Then once he got a little bit of an understanding, then he commissioned for other cuneiform tablets to be translated, which then ended up being the bulk of the story, if that makes sense, the creation story. Now, yep. The Book of Enki, yeah. Yeah, it's written in cuneiform. Sumerian text. Lots of triangles. Yeah. So a lot of the text, remember, it was found in one place, but then they'd find the same story somewhere else, and then they'd find the same story somewhere else. And so what he did was he took all the found stories of that story and then combined them to one understandable story, right? Now, where this thing has legs is that the people mentioned in the stories also have separate writings which are confirmed in cuneiform text. Okay, so you have other gods, you've got the other female gods, you've got Shemats, you've got Enki, Enlil, and their sister, the one who fancied Gilgamesh, and what's her name? I know her name. What's her name? The one but anyways, and she was Enki and Enlil's half sister, who was a bit of a whore, right? But this is where women's liberation comes from in our histories, right? Or women can do whatever they want and blah blah blah. What's her name? Is it not Semiramis? No, Enkidu was Gilgamesh's best mate. Yeah, Enkidu was it was Enkidu and Gilgamesh pissed off. What's her name? They pissed off Anu's daughter, who's Enki and Enlil's sister, and for punishment for that, Enkidu had to die, right? And that's when Gilgamesh started to like appreciate life because his best friend had been killed. They all have to accept them. In what sense?
Like it's not in the Quran, it's not in the Bible, it's not in the Torah.
Oh, but yeah, but they are all of the, how can I put it? All of the gods in the Sumerian pantheon are mentioned in the Bible, right? In one way, shape, or another. So we've got Molech, right? Molech is mentioned in the Bible because he's one of the ancient gods who you had to sacrifice your children in order to get prosperity for, because he liked fresh children, because he was a Nephilim. So Canaanites, yeah, Canaanite deity. There you go, Canaanite deity, right? And no, he liked eating children because the DNA was fresh, and he would heavily compensate the humans who fed him their children. So this is where Baal worship comes from, and Molech, who's also represented as the owl. Molech's represented, I believe he's on your dollar bill, and I believe there's a gigantic statue of Molech that gets worshipped every year at Bohemian Grove. Yeah, I believe Alex Jones broke the story on that one. Yeah, the deity that they worship at Bohemian Grove is Molech. Molech's mentioned in the Old Testament, Leviticus. You're not allowed to pass your children through the fire unto Molech. But if you were to pass your children through the fire unto Molech, you'd get a lot of rewards, a lot of money, wealth beyond your imaginations, and blah blah blah. So a lot of people used to sacrifice their children to Molech. But where it comes down to in modern history right now is you be seeing the owl everywhere. You seen the owl? If you see the owl,
In that movie, remember that movie about how the aliens come and man, it was like an alien movie with like had huge significance.
okay. I believe no Drake's icon, Drake's symbol is the owl, isn't it? Yeah, because he appeals to young people. He appeals to children. Yeah. And yeah, Drake uses the owl. The owl's also secreted onto your $1 bill. Just above the $1, there's a microscopic owl, and that's Molech. But yeah, so Molech's in there. Molech is Molech. Who else is in there? Baphomet is in there. Baphomet, the androgynous gods. The Nephilim, one of the top Nephilim evil gods, who has tits and a dick. You know Baphomet. Baphomet is the I mean, I don't want to say it, but he's a transgender deity, isn't he? He's the original transgender deity, also known as the devil, with horns, tits, and a dick. Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking of the fourth kind talks about this. The Anunnaki and the owl.
Okay.
The demon that you're talking, Molech, comes through
Yep.
the woman and she starts levitating of the bed. That's why it made me think of that movie. It's called The Fourth Kind.
Oh, it's the fourth kind. Okay. Oh, so it's mentioned in there, is it?
Oh, that's like it's freaky, but it's like alien stuff. It's freaky, dude. It gets into that.
But
actually, it makes you think it's real because it's like a real. You just gotta watch.
Right. Okay. All right. But yeah, I mean, I was going to say, where when you said the new religions don't believe in it, right? The new religions have them all. All of the ancient gods are mentioned in one way or another somewhere in the Bible, right? They're not dwelt upon, right? But they are in there mentioned in passing because they had extremely long lifespans. So during the biblical time of Genesis, those were still around and on the planet, right? And as I said, in the Sun Wukong adventures, they're straight. The weird thing is, in the Sun Wukong adventures, right, the Nephilim start off dominating humans and seeing humans as their slaves. But halfway through, they've lived so long with humans, they start to care what human beings think, right? And because they've been abandoned by the Anunnaki and their Nephilim, which is half human, half god anyway, humans don't like them, start turning on them, start calling them demons and devils, right? Halfway through the Su Wan Kong epic, most of the Nephilim don't want to be Nephilim anymore. They want to be humans. Do you see what I'm saying? They stop eating humans and they want to be more human because they see the attribute in humanity that is superior to their own. Can you believe that? Now, some of them in the epic, they will rule humanity until no more existence, but they let you know in it that their lifespan is not as long as the Anunnaki lifespan, but it's twice as long as a human lifespan. You know what I mean? So they get their temporal dominance, right? But they don't have the longevity that they want, and then they also don't have the spiritual. Listen to this, check this, right? They don't have the spiritual reincarnation capabilities of the human.
Oh, reincarnation.
Yep, that's right. Now, it is interesting. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, listen, because by the end of the Sun Wukong epic, Buddha lets it known to the Nephilim that if they change their ways, they can get onto the wheel, and then they could be reincarnated in human form, right? And that's when most of them all go for it. And that's how they, that's where, was it the power of love or something like that defeats the evil on planet Earth, and that's where it comes from, because they've been on Earth for so long that they're no longer revered by humans, and they're considered demons by humans, chased down and everything. This is where a lot of, your, how can I put it, like demons living in the middle of nowhere come from. Believe it or not, the Snow White is meant to be about an Anunnaki princess in the middle of nowhere. You know that, right? I don't know if you know that, right? But Snow White is about an Anunnaki princess in the middle of nowhere, right? Who's ruling over humans in the original story, right? And she talks to her mum every now and again, right, on her communicator, on the internet, right? And when a dumb human being comes along and sees her communicating with her mum on the internet, she thinks she's speaking magic words into a mirror, and then the mum's face appears in the mirror, and she speaks to her mum, and then just through magic words. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying?
Stories of telepathy capabilities with like superior beings, aliens, stuff like that. Like there's a possibility of communication through telepathy, or what is that? Our third eye.
Right. I don't know about that with humans, but I do know about that with the EBTs that you Americans have managed to get hold of, extra biological entity, EBEs rather, extra biological entities. You call them EBEs, right? And the EBEs aren't human. We think the EBEs are some form of biological android, right? And the EBEs have a hive mind, so they, yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but the EBEs, which don't look like humans, which look like your archetypal little green men, right? They have a hive mind. They have a hive, communication. But in terms of the old story, not Cinderella, it's Snow White. Snow White apparently is about an Anunnaki princess who's in the middle of nowhere, still trying to rule humans, and she's jealous of one or two humans, and she uses blood to keep herself young and blah blah blah. But apparently it's turned into a fairy tale. But yeah, because it's got old technology in it. It's you've got, what is it? Haven't you guys got like some mirror now that you do training in front of, and then you just get in front of the mirror, and then the dude appears, and they go, right, we're gonna do our workout today. There's some. As soon as I saw that, I thought, oh, that's Snow White, mirror, mirror on the wall. You know what I mean? But that's where a lot of the old stories come from. That tumor that grows eyeballs. Is that like that tumor that grows eyeballs? What? What we going to now? But yeah, a lot of the old stories about like the Minotaur and stuff like that. Those are, yeah, right. So you got the Minotaur. You've got Medusa, right? All of these other characters are hybrid characters, or rather hybrids, human hybrids, that were part of the genetic. In the Book of Enoch, it says that the Anunnaki sinned against the fishes and the birds and the beasts of the field. Right? When I was a kid, I didn't understand what that meant. How do you sin against the birds? What do you do? Have sex with the birds? I don't understand. How do you have? Right, but if you, in order to look, remember I said that the Nephilim lifespan is twice as long as a human, but half as long as Anunnaki, and they realize that when they do genetic combination with animals, their lifespan increases, right? So a lot of the Nephilim started admixing their DNA with animal DNA in order to increase their lifespan. And you see evidence of this in ancient Egypt with Anubis and all of the ancient gods with their. You see the Thoth, Anubis. What's the other guy with the eagle's head? Well, now I'm having brain farts.
Well, I do remember a story. I don't remember exactly
You got Basat.
Basically, the ancient gods of Egypt, or the Egypt, they were given the power. The pharaoh was given the power by that ancient
Yeah,
ancient race or whatever.
yeah,
Left Earth.
that's right.
They gave it to the Egyptian pharaoh or whatever.
Yeah, but because they had the bloodline on them, what did the Egyptians practice? They married into they did some what do you call it? Interbreeding. They used to interbreed in order to keep the bloodline pure, right? Because they knew that mixing it with human, they called human beings the beasts, the animal, right? So, yeah, but you got that in Game of Thrones, haven't you? You had it on Game of Thrones. You know the was it the oh, I can't remember. Oh, we're having brain farts, man.
Actually, never watched that show, man.
You didn't watch Game of Thrones? Yeah, you missed out, man. You missed out. Right. So anyway, yeah, no, it's good shooting the shit. But what was I going to say? All of this, most of the stuff comes from ancient technologies, and if you look back at the history and realize that there was a time when they actually had a technology superior to ours already, right, then stuff starts to get a little bit clearer. If you look back in time and think nobody had anything and like we're the shit and we're the first people that came along, then yeah, then it's really hard to see where humanity is and where we're going. But if you know that this stuff existed before, now I digress quite a bit because I was talking about the Igigi on Mars, right? Why do you think Elon Musk wants to go to Mars?
Well, he said that it would be, it's just the next step. We need to go somewhere. Because
Right.
Earth won't be here forever.
Right. And is he going with poor people or rich people?
You can only take so many.
He's going with the.
You talk about if one, he said we're a long ways away from that, but he said in order to create a civilization on Mars, you have to be self-sustainable to where when there is no more rocket ships that come.
That's right.
You're going to be able to continue to live.
That's right. Yeah.
No one knows how to do that.
No. Well, I don't know. He's got his plan. He's already set his car out there because he's going to pick up the other ends. He's going to drive it over there.
Moxie's a big deal. So they put it on the rover. Are you familiar with Moxie?
No. What's that?
It's basically it takes the atmosphere of Mars and it can turn it into oxygen, breathable oxygen.
Okay.
And they got it to work, and now they got to scale it up. It does it at a small scale, but they're going to be able to produce oxygen on Mars.
Well, as far as we know here, Elon Musk is going with the richest people on the planet Earth, right? That's it. It's the richest people are going with him. That's how it's sold to us here. That's what we know here. We know he's not going. I mean, he's gone out of his way to advertise for specific types of human being who don't mind leaving, but that's the show part. The rest of it is all wealthy people that are going. And
I mean, would you go if you had the chance?
would I go to? Well, riddle me this: what is it the richest people on the world could buy if they had the opportunity with all their wealth? I don't know. I think there's a general answer to what the richest.
They buy a lot of bunkers in New Zealand, from what I've been hearing.
All right. So if I give you the answer and you think it's immediately obvious, would you say yes? Yeah. All right. The richest people in the world. What would the richest people in the world buy with all of their wealth and money that you wouldn't be able to afford? I'd say a longer life. Yeah, that's not.
But right, I think there is a guy that says he's actually doing it.
Right. Okay. So, which is the longer orbit? Earth orbit or Mars orbit? Which one's got the longer year?
I can't remember. I mean, I know what's longer, but I don't remember at what speed.
Mars has got the longer. Mars has got the longer orbit. Mars has got the longer year. Mars has got the slower age rate.
It's about a lot less gravity too.
Yep. So one of the stories, one of the remarkable things about the Book of Enki, right, is the constant observance of the fact that when an Anunnaki come from Nibiru and they come to Earth, right, they age faster, right? So there's lots of mention of the fact that people went to Earth as kids and then they came back and they were older than their parents. Right, that's mentioned so many times, right? In the Book of Enki, to the point where Anu, who's the big god, he doesn't come down to Earth. He don't want no part. He was like, no, you guys. But it's a new realm. It's a new world. So his two sons, Enlil and Enki, well, they want domination of the new worlds, don't they? Right. So they've come down. They've aged a lot faster. Then when they realized what was going on, they left the planet and they stayed on Mars for a bit. Right. But then they couldn't keep away from all of that juicy human punani, right? So they came back and they decided, well, if we're gonna die, we're gonna die knee deep in it. That's what Enki. Like, the funny thing is, the conversations between Enki and his son are so relatable. Like, you know that they were human, they were people, if that makes sense. The stuff his son jokes about his dad about and stuff like that. You're like, these are like he's taking the piss out of his dad. Do you know what I mean? It's like, but they found out that the weird thing is, Enki had his half sister who he was banging, right, work on humanity, and they made versions of humanity which couldn't procreate, right? But when a version of humanity was made by Enki's half sister who he was banging, right, and who made a son who made girls, and then he went and banged the girls, right? Because it tells in one of the chapters that they're flying along and his captain looks down and says, look at the young ones, look how beautiful, don't you want to go down and kiss the young ones? And Enki looks down and says, those young ones are beautiful. Yes, indeed, let us go down and kiss the young ones. It says it's in this. And Enki poured his semen, right? Poured his semen. Right, so Enki ends up banging two of his half-sister's children who was part of the experiment because they couldn't procreate. And the two that he banged ended up being able to procreate. Now, seeing it as all part of an experiment, he wasn't allowed to tell anybody that the humans that procreate, right, came from his gene pool. And his son was the one who found out and then took the piss out of his dad. Like, and I heard your dick got you into trouble, but this is taking the piss. Do you understand? I was reading that part, I was like, he's roasting his dad. Right. And then the human that they considered perfect, Adapa, right, who they sent back to Nibiru to show Anu, to say, look what we've created, right? He was the one who took back the secret message to Anu, the overall god, letting Anu know that his son Enki had actually banged one of the test tube subjects, or one of the young ones, to create this procreating human. And then, like, his Anu kind of laughed about it as well and said, all right, I won't tell anyone. But by the time the Igigi found out, right, the Igigi were like, well, goddamn, I want some human punani as well, right? So this is where by the time you find out that human beings could procreate, because remember, they were initially created to be a slave race. They were created to be a slave race.
According to what scientists found over, this was like Ethiopia, they found a human ancestor called Homo bondonesis.
Yep.
Lived about 500,000 years ago. So these were bipedal creatures. They've got evidence of these creatures, but they were more ape-like than human.
Yep.
They weren't Homo sapien.
Well, here's the thing: you got your Neanderthal, you got your Australopithecus, you got your Cro-Magnon man, you got all your different like versions of humanity that you learn about, right, growing up, right? Cro-Magnon man, Australopithecus, Neanderthal, right? Yeah, we call it Australopithecus or Australopithecus, right? Now, and now, once I've read the Lost Book of Enki, and you realise there was Humanity Mark 1, then there was Humanity Mark 2, then there was Humanity Mark 3, then there was Humanity Mark 4, right? Until Enki comes along and bangs the best one that they've made, and then is able to procreate, because when humans weren't able to procreate, they had to keep making them. And they were like, well, this is really tiresome. Why can't we make them so they procreate? And they made them an Adam and Eve and kept them in a dome, but they wouldn't procreate. They couldn't get pregnant. So they had to keep making human beings so they could work for them until they hit upon a combination where they could then self-breed. And that combination came from Enki banging one of them. Now, from this point, you have several different versions of humanity already walking around, interbreeding, and apparently they were making regressive versions of themselves.
I mean, they're our ancestors, but they weren't human.
Well, they were humanoid. They were humanoid because remember that. But if you read the Lost Book of Enki, you can see that they were striving to have a form of man that was acceptable. And in the Bible, it says God created man in his own image, right? Right. That was the one that they settled on. Now, let me give you another one, which you can go and look in the Bible, right? Adam and Eve weren't the first men and women on the planet. There were hundreds of thousands of people on the planet already, because the Anunnaki had been creating them. But if they created a form of human, then that human would degenerate back into ape form after about 3 or 4 generations. Right? So they were like, shit, something's going wrong with this thing. Every time we make these human beings, they start off okay, but they ended up degenerating down to human beings. So their thing was to try and make the perfect man. Now, Enki made perfect man through his own dick, right? Banging the best versions of females that his half-sister had made, right? So when he went and banged his half-sister's daughter, she got pregnant, and then she banged another man because he made a boy and a girl, and then the boy that he made banged another one of his half-sister's creations, and she became pregnant, and they reached the humanity can now procreate by itself. You see what I'm saying? Now, when they done that, there were versions of humanity which weren't that important but could procreate, and then there were versions of humanity which was the perfect one, right? This is where you start to get your Bible from now, right? Because that is the line that they want to keep all the way through, right? And now they're given these scriptures, and now they're given a way to live, and now they're given these dietary things, and now they're given these laws. And do you see what I'm saying? And it was the evolution of keeping this particular species of human being. There were others, but if you look in the Bible, right, it said male and female he created ye them, and called their name Adam, which basically means that there were male and female he created ye them, plural, and called their name Adam. So Adam were a people, Adamites. There were Adamites. So of Adam, there were men and women of Adam, right? But in order for Adam to be able to procreate, the male one to be able, because Enki's already gone and done it. Enki's fucked it up with his own dick, right? He's gone and done it, but he can't go around smashing all of them, right? So what they did with the Adam, right, because the Eve could get pregnant now, but the Adam, they had to take a rib of Eve's rib and put it in Adam, because it had the marrow, right, so that it would now create in his system to make him able to now procreate. And that's where you get the rib was taken, brother, because it's something about introducing the marrow or the blood system in so that it would now be receptive to procreation, right? And that's mentioned in there. It's mentioned that they used the marrow or something like that so it could change his blood chemistry. So this is where the rib comes from. Does that make sense? That's in there. Now you're starting to realize how much stuff is in the Lost Book of Enki that is actually in the Bible. And chronologically, the Lost Book of Enki is centuries before the Bible. But the Bible picks up with exactly that story. So now you know there's different types of men on the planet. Now you know there's a former blessed man on the planet. But not only that, right, in terms of mankind anyway, mankind has and this is what the Anunnaki didn't figure on, right? Mankind has an ability to house spiritual vessels, which they didn't do. They're there and then they're gone, right? They're here and they've got long life and then they're gone. But what they observed over a period of time with their lifespan longer than ours is what they observed was that the spirit of certain individuals came back several generations later in people. So they'd know someone who would die and then that person would come back and they'd be speaking to that person again several generations later as they're shepherding human beings. But they're old enough to remember that person when they died and remember that person when they came back. So they realized that humans, and this is where you get the wheel from in what is it called? The wheel of life. That's in what? That's not Buddhism. Is that Buddhism? Is it Buddhism? It's Buddhism. You get on the wheel and you get off the wheel, but then you get back on the wheel. So they attributed to a wheel. Human beings have the ability to harbor spirits or harbor souls, right, and then replenish them on the earth, which is what the Anunnaki weren't able to do. So that's why the Nephilim looked at humans with a jealousy. Does that make sense? Right? And that's why they ended up wanting to be humans in the end. And that's why at some point, Elon Musk is going to Mars. And I'm bringing this round to this for a second. Elon Musk is going to Mars because there are subterranean cities under Mars, right? There's infrastructure on Mars, right? It's all going to be too big for humans because it's all infrastructure for people 12, 13 feet tall, right? But yeah, but because the Igigi, now we're going back to the story again, it just makes sense, because the Igigi, who are normal Anunnaki, not the royal ones, the normal ones, because after a while, they weren't listening to the royal decrees or anything like that. They were doing what they want. They were on the other side of the planet. They're on the other side of the universe. You can't tell us what to do. We're on the other side of the universe. They kept interfering with humans so much that the Anunnaki ended up nuking them, right? So they nuked Mars and they glassed it, right? And Mars became uninhabitable. However, no atmosphere. However, the Anunnaki did make, or rather the Igigi did make subterranean cities, right? Now, that is if you ask me, right, being blatant on this thing right now, because I'm live, that's what Elon Musk is going for. Elon Musk is going for that technology. Now, it's not incredulous because it's already been put into your psyche by a Matt Damon movie. What's the name of that Matt Damon movie where he's trying to get onto the ring? When he's trying to get off the planet and he's trying to get onto the planet, which is a ring.
They're trying to map out different planets to see where the best place to settle would be. Is that what you're talking about?
No. It's because there's him in, what's the name of that movie that he's in? Anyway, let me give you the basic premise of the movie. Most humans live on Earth, but all the richest people live on the ring, like Halo. It's like a halo, right? And he's dying, and there's another girl that's dying, and he steals a ship to try and get up onto this ring, crash land, because on this ring, they have these pods that can analyze your blood chemistry and like heal blood diseases and heal all these types and it's only up on this planet where if you go up there, you end up living 2-3 times longer than people on Earth, right? And that's it. What's the name of that movie? What's the name of that movie? Because if you watch it now, you'll see. If you ask me, you want my conspiracy theory, right? Matt Damon, Matt Damon movies. What's the name of that movie? Hey Bigfoot, Legendary Life, bro. Okay, Elysium. Yeah, the movie Elysium, right, is about humanity is run by the wealthiest people who live on Elysium. Now, it's not going to be Elysium; it's going to be Mars. The richest people in the world don't struggle. They don't struggle. If you look at the history of the pioneers always ended up being eaten by some beast that they never knew existed, like a bear. They've ended up starving and having to eat each other, right? Cannibalism. Or they've ended up just starving to death. That's been the experience of the pioneer. The richest people send people first to go and find out, right? They never go first. But now we're in this weird proposition where the richest people in the world want to go with Elon Musk first to this.
I haven't read that article yet about rich people signing up.
What? Have you not read that? Right, now here's...
Developing, they've got the 3D printed structures they're going to use on Mars or whatever.
Right, so my question to anyone who knows that he's going to go to Mars is, who's meeting them there? How are they getting off the spaceship? Where they landed on? When I see Falcon 9 come back in, it requires a nice flat bit of concrete for it to land. Stuff not taught on purpose. Yeah, well, I mean, I would have thought you would have sent an advanced group of engineers out there first, right, to lay concrete, lay stuff so that your starship can land. What are they going to do? Land it on what, a random flat bit of ground?
Well, there's less gravity, but Starship, they're going to have a version of it that won't come back to Earth.
I get that. But so far, every Starship, and we haven't really seen Starship land properly. Really over and over again. It's only really been Falcon 9s that do the repeat trick. But then if you made a massive Falcon 9, you could have people on that and it will land just fine. The amount of times Falcon 9 comes back to land, like someone's going to be on that eventually. Someone's going to be coming back. You see, it's got to land so many times. There's element of redundancy. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Right. So we never thought we'd see a ship land like that in our lifetime. That was Thunderbird stuff. That was what a pencil type shit. I remember my dad saying that to me. Oh, get a pencil and try and stand it up and see if a ship can land like that. And I spent half an hour trying to stand a pencil up and I was like, yeah, maybe my dad's right. Yeah. No, like we've seen how that lands now. That's how Starship's got to land on the other side. But when we see our Falcon 9s land, they always land on nice flat concrete. They never land on Earth, or they land which is moving a little bit, but it's a nice flat surface. So we're going to risk the lives of all of these pioneers on an uneven surface.
Well, I mean, they've got areas mapped out, and they've got this big, I actually don't think I've seen anything on exactly how it's going to land.
I mean, like,
I've seen stuff on how it's going to land on the moon, which is
right. Yeah, it's just like if you're gonna land there and what, everyone jump off and then what, and then right, everyone over. Right, there's not going to be no advanced shelter. There's not.
Yeah, they're going to send stuff out in advance. They're already doing a bunch of science like that right now.
Right. The only thing is, I haven't heard anything about that. No one's mentioned anything about anyone going out in advance. I haven't heard it.
Yeah, Elon Musk said that. He said they're going to have to, that's where, like, it's going to be automated, like 3D printers. They send this stuff, and it'd be like the robotic stuff we use.
Sure. I know what talking. Yeah, I know it's really is that advanced guard stuff, because that stuff that you're talking about was for the resupply, the continual. He was talking about how many ships they'd have to launch every day to keep everyone supplied until they were self-sufficient. But initially getting there, right? Think of the logistics of getting there and then getting off the ship, and everyone does what? We look around and what? We just look at the red planet and go, right, we're going to set up a tent over there. Or, well, I don't know. Will we, Joe, where are we landing? Like, do you know what I mean? Like what, is there some sort of shelter going to be built in advance? I mean, and why are the richest people going out there now? Surely you should send all the engineers and the builders out there first to build the shit so the richest people can go out there, right?
they're all going to Mars. Well, I didn't see this.
What do you mean? What do you know? You do know Elon Musk is going to Mars, right?
Well, he said it. He said if he's, I know he's going to Mars, but it's not like that. It's not like he's taking passengers with him.
Yeah, he is, dude. Go to go.
Not in our lifetime, I don't think, or not anytime soon.
Go to the SpaceX web. Go to the space. In fact, I don't have to say anything. Look on the SpaceX website. It's not. Forget me. I'm just a voice. I'm just some dude in the UK. Look at the SpaceX website, and he will tell you what his mission objective is. Do you know what I mean? It will tell you what the mission objective is. Yeah, and he's planning on taking a lot of people there, and I'm seeing the way that they're going to design the inside of Starship, and it looks amazing. Like I'm following this thing because I'm 100% invested. I'm like, but I know why he's going, and by the time he gets there, and by the time everyone else finds out, it's too late because they're already there. By the time we can like go, oh, I don't believe it, but by the time they get there, it's too late. And here's another thing. None of the people that he's going with are going to relinquish their earthly holdings. No one going over there is selling up. They're still going to keep their shit on planet Earth. What does that tell you? If you ask me, now if you're going to sell everything up and move to, like, I understand a whole new world and all that stuff like that, but if you're like a property magnate and then you're going to keep your property well, it's good. You're going to be ruling it off world, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? Now that's where, if you ask me, that's where stuff starts to sound really dangerous. If you ask me, because now you're going to have something run on Earth with the decision making off worlds, and if it's powerful enough, there's not much you can do about it. Especially.
He did say that if we go to Mars, if I go to Mars and we do this thing, when we do this thing, that there will be no jurisdiction over us. Like there will be no one over us. We're gonna go there as a solo people.
He'll be the king of Mars for a short period of time, won't he?
Well, yeah, he says it in an interview. He talks about it. I can't word for word exactly how he said it, but that's essentially like there is no jurisdiction over us. But
Now here's the thing. It doesn't matter. Would you not agree? At a certain point, it doesn't matter what you think, and it doesn't matter what I think. If they're going off to do it, right? If they're going to go and do it, it doesn't matter what we think, right? They're going off to do it, right? Right now, so the best thing that we can do is try and work out what's the motivation. What's their motivation? Why are the richest people in the world leaving this planet to go somewhere else? What is it? Yeah, but see, the thing is, and even in that show, The Expanse, right? It shows you that the people who live on Mars are slightly taller because there's less atmosphere, right? And they don't do that well on Earth atmosphere because it's a lot heavier, but they've also got a much longer lifespan as well because, yeah, right. And well, as I said, I'm postulating that I'm asserting that there's a underground technology over there that he's going. I think it's like Elysium shit. It would be badass for them. It won't be badass for us, though, because then there's a potential that you'd be ruled from an off-world source. I mean, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen straight away. It won't happen straight away. Right, you got all the countries, all the countries of planet Earth with all their nukes and shit like that. I never understood how they were able to decide where it would land coming back, but it makes sense as I'm older. Yeah, I mean, it never made sense to me where they're going to land when they got there. Yeah, how?
They do know. I'll tell you. Check this out. And
Go on.
this is true. There's a guy. His name is Everyday Astronaut.
I know Everyday Astronaut.
My T-shirt. I bought a T-shirt from him.
Yeah, I know Everyday Astronaut.
Their Mars T-shirt that they've
Yeah,
got.
yeah.
They have the location on Mars where that first place will be.
Okay.
Picked out. And Elon Musk was like, "How did you figure that out?"
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. But as I said, if you think about it, it's a very lonely thing. My guess is right? They're gonna go there, and there's people there already. My guess is they're gonna go there, and there's shit there already. There's a reception committee there already. No, these would be people. Nah, no, they're wiped out. They're wiped out. These will be people, right? These will be people, and they're already there. And yeah, I think there'll be people, and they'll already be there, and they've already been living there, and it'll be like, what? That's what I think personally. And by that time, it will, by that time, it doesn't matter what anyone thinks, because it will just be a reality. It'll just be a reality on the other side of the. And it won't matter what anyone thinks. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It doesn't matter, because now there's a game. Do you know a game called Star Citizen? I play a game called Star Citizen, right? It's the most crowd-funded, most financially generated money ever. I don't know. I can't even describe it. It's the game that's generated the most money on a startup ever. It's Chris Roberts' game. I've been playing it for like nearly 10 years now. 9 years I've been playing Star Citizen, and it still hasn't been released yet. There's a planet on Star Citizen, and the thing about Star Citizen is you can walk out your building, walk to your ship, get into your ship, fly out, fly to another planet. There's no loading screens. It's all one big traversable universe. This is the dream, right? Now there's a planet there called Lawville, right? And if you ask me, Lawville is Mars, and they're trying to show you already that there's shit out there, there's infrastructure out there, there's stuff going on out there, and there are people out there. It's just they keep themselves to themselves, and they know the place was glassed last time, so they're not trying to like let the whole solar system know that they're inhabiting the planet. Most of the stuff is underground. And there's a few things above ground, but it's mostly a red planet. But the air's breathable, and that's what I think Mars is. I think once again, it's one of those things where they're acclimatizing you to reality, so it's not going to be a massive shock, right? Like in the same way they're acclimatizing you to the reality of UFOs at the moment, which it's incidentally, speaking of UFOs. You guys shot down a couple, like when it was really, really cold. One thing I have known is that UFOs are shit in freezing cold weather because they rely on electromagnetism and batteries. Batteries, they have to hold charges, and cold weather is crap for holding electrical charge. So when it was really, really, really cold over America, you had a couple that were just drifting through your air, through your flight patterns. You sent a couple of F-22 Raptors or something like that. It wasn't F-35. I think you sent an F-22 up after it, and you were able to shoot it down. You shot down one over Yukon, and there was one that came over middle of America, but no, it came over middle America, and then you shot it down over the Yukon. Right now, that was a UFO, right? That was a UFO that pretty much couldn't do much because it was frozen, right? And then you guys tried to blame it on a Chinese balloon, right? But yeah, it was about the size. It was about the size of a family car. It was metallic, and it usually has these almost like these dreadlocks off it, like and all these dreadlocks usually have like an electrostatic charge, so they're actually like stuck out. They look like wires coming out, but when there's no charge, they just droop, right? And it looks like looks like Predator hairstyle, and that's how you encountered them, right? So I already know what they look like. I already know how they move, and you shot a couple down, and you told the world you shot them down. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. You know that was real, right? You do know that those are real. You remember you heard you shot down some UFOs over the Yukon Delta, right? You heard about that in your news, right? Salty. Oh, never mind. But anyways, yeah, they shot down a couple of UFOs. So they were, slowly getting acclimatized to the fact that there are some other types of like off-world vehicles, and if there's an off-world vehicle, that'll get you to Mars pretty damn quickly. You know what I mean, I never stood out there able to decide what land coming back makes sense. Yeah. Well, anyway, a good time. Oof, good time. It's coming to 1 o'clock in the morning. God, is that me? Shout out to L Bigfoot T44. Right, you know what I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna do the Sumerian gods thing because it's actually quite interesting. It does 100% lead to the Bible. If anything, I would say my research of the Sumerian gods made me believe the Bible more, right? And not only that, right? The moment you start saying the Bible to people, they go, oh, because unfortunately, there are just too many unintelligent people who rely on the Bible. See, the thing is, the Bible is meant to make you more intelligent. Believe it or not, the Bible is meant to make you more intelligent. But because there are just too many divvy morons who will just go, oh, the Lord, right? The more divvy morons that are into a thing, the less likely a person of intelligence is going to want to look into it. Do you know what I mean? The more collection of, like, you know, it's like, how can I put it? It's like wrestling, right? You look at the average wrestling fan and you go, no, never. But actually, wrestling is actually quite good. I'm into my AEW. I used to like WWE and stuff like that. You know, cartoon for adults. Cartoon. No, it's not real. It's cartoon. You can disengage your brain. Yeah. You just have to, you know. Let me just see if I'm missing anything. No, I think that's I think that's pretty much for me for the evening, you know. I'm gonna do the Anunnaki gods thing because yeah, it did increase my faith in the Bible, and even though a lot of morons are in biblical stuff and it makes you not want to listen to it, I could tell you one or two things that would spur an independent interest in it, right? For instance, you know, you heard of David and Goliath, right? You heard of David and what do you think Goliath was? Do you think Goliath was a tall man? What do you think Goliath was? I mean, considering what this conversation was, what do you think Goliath was? So they used to have the bones of Goliath on display, right? So that anyone visiting Israel could go and see the bones of Goliath, so that you would be able to see what you as humans were able to overcome. You were able to see the size of the foe that you were able to defeat, and it used to be on display on a regular basis. So everyone in Israel was able to see the size of Goliath, and they were to know that they were a mighty people because they defeated this hulking big thing. You see what I'm saying? That used to fill people with confidence. But there's more. Wait, let me leave you with this, right? In the Old Testament, there's mathematical code. There's mathematical code. The mathematical code to make sure that the thing didn't get abused or mistranslated or blah, blah, blah. So there's mathematical code. So, like, let's say, for instance, if they like, I'm not going to give it away because I'm not meant to cast my pearls before the swine. But how about I say this? If there was a mathematical correlation between the words that spelled out other words every 47 letters, not on the news, yeah. Let's say there was, you know, every 7 letters spell out a word. And as you read through the text, if you to go 7 letters, 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 7, and they spell out a word, right? Then would that not be crickets on that info, right? Would that not be evidence of a higher power? Right, okay, so let me... Right, okay, every 7 letters in the Hebrew Torah, no, in Leviticus, every 7 letters spells Y-A-H-A, wait, was it Y? It spells Yahweh, every 7 words. Wait, hold it, yeah, is it? Yeah, every seven Hebrew words in Leviticus spells Yahweh, spells God. And you can there's a mathematical correlation in the Old Testament. Every 47 letters spells a word, right? In Genesis and Exodus, every 47 letters spells a word. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. In Deuteronomy and Numbers, every 47 letters spells a word. Did you know that? L Bigfoot. There's even a code. I don't know what info should give. So, like, so if every 47 letters spelt a word, you'd know whether or not the text was tampered or not. You see what I'm saying? But then also, if there's a mathematical correlation with the words, doesn't that mean that the text was written by a numerically cleverer higher power? It's 1 a.m. Let me leave you. Oh shit, it's too late now. My girlfriend's pissed off with me as well. Let me leave you this one. This was taught to me by Grandmaster J, and you can look it up. You can look it up. In the Old Testament, Nephilim. In the Old Testament, every 47 letters spells a word. Well, every 47 letters spell something, right? And I might get this the wrong way round, but forgive me if I'm wrong, right? But this is how I know. This is one of the things that broke me. It's like broke me free from all of the Lord, you know. It was, get out of here, right? Mankind. Nah. Every 47 letters in Genesis and Exodus spells Torah, Torah. Every 47 letters in Genesis and Exodus spells Torah, Torah. Every 47 letters in Genesis, Exodus, Deuteronomy and Numbers spells Horat, Horat, which is Torah backwards, right? So the first 47 spells Torah. On the last 2, it says Horat, which basically means Torah that way, and Horat backwards, which is Torah backwards. So you've got Torah forwards, and you've got Torah backwards. So you've got 1 pointing that way, then you've got 1 pointing that way, and the book in the middle is Leviticus. And every 7 letters of Leviticus spells Yahweh. So you've got Torah, gods. First 5 books of Moses. There's a mathematical pattern in the letter. Now, if you ask me, that tells me that book was written by a higher power. Ooh, you see I just did that? Ooh, it's too much. You can look that up for yourself. But then, once you do look that up for yourself, and you realise it's true, you know what that means? That means if you cast it behind you, it means you're doubly cursed. it has that effect. We're not playing. We ain't in Kansas no more. You find it out to be true, and you can't go against it once you know it to be true. Or you can live in ignorance, but then after a while, you're going to be living in ignorance and knowing that you know a truth. It's weird how that gets you. It's weird how it gets you. It's almost like you're allowed to break these laws, but at the moment you realize that you're breaking the law, you're not allowed to break the law. But then when you realize what the law is, and then you intentionally broke the law, whereas before you were living in ignorance, now you know it's wrong, and you still break the law anyway, you know the negative that comes back to you is double. Weird. Because there are universal forces in life, and all the Bible's trying to do is trying to teach you how to manipulate those forces. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, on that front, we still got the drones buzzing overhead. I mean, you know, it's food for thought, isn't it? You don't have to believe anything I say. You could just, but here's the thing, like, do 30 seconds worth of research. You don't have to believe anything I say. I don't want anyone to believe anything I say. But you know, if you want a good movie, right? Watch Elysium with Matt Damon. Elysium with Matt Damon. Like, Elysium won't be the ring. Elysium will be Mars underground, and that's it. That's that.
Planitia. That's the area that you're asking about. That's on Mars. 39.094 north, 163.194 west on Mars.
Is that the landing area? Is that a landing zone?
That'll be the landing area. That's Elon Musk. That's he announced. Yeah.
Right. If you look at and you can look at, I think Google Maps will show you Mars now, right? And you can look at a map of Mars. For some reason, I'm almost 5 minutes behind live, so I didn't know. Oh, you're 5 minutes behind. What? How's that? How does that work? Oh, so you didn't know? Oh, okay. I didn't know. Okay. So you're at the part where Free Grandmaster J, you know that. Free Grandmaster J, you know that. Oh, he's well behind. Oh, so you just found out where the landing area is going to be, right?
Yeah, that's it. It's been known for a bit. It's I don't know how this everyday astronaut found out about it, but Elon Musk, he was like, "Wow, you found that out? That's awesome."
Yeah.
But he agreed with it. Yeah, I'd give it to you again if you wanted.
It's all right. It's just like you land. They're going to land there, and what though? This thing you can see.
I don't know. It's the capability of doing so. As far as from my point of view and from what the public knows, I can't imagine all the things that he knows. But from our point of view, it's like, why did we go to the moon? Because we can and we will. You know, the exploration of the human spirit. Like, we always have been explorers. We've always.
Yeah, but when has America gone somewhere and then never gone back?
I mean, that we didn't really go back to the moon until after the 70s or whatever. Rovers everywhere and probes.
Yeah. See, yeah.
Same with other countries. We're not the only one. What I really like is the footage the Russians got from the surface of Venus. It's beautiful.
I haven't seen it.
Awesome. Yeah. That was done a long time ago too.
See, I say, oh, it's there. I just, you know what? In the book of Enki, right? Enki and his son Marduk go onto Mars, right? And they create an observatory, and they realize that on the dark side of Mars, they can view things without interference from the sun. And there's actually quite a rapid way of getting in and out of the solar system from the dark side of the sun. So they created an observatory, right? This is in the text. Like, they went to the moon. I'm thinking, but the moon's got no atmosphere, and they're jamming on the moon, right? So I've just done a quick Google search, right? And I've just done dark side of the moon. In fact, why don't you do it? Yeah. Can you just do a quick Google search and look at the images? Just type in dark side of the moon and tell me what comes up. Simple Google search.
Well, other than the band, not the band.
Oh no, yeah, Dark Side of the Moon. Bing, just images. Just go. Not banned. Because like this is what I got. I'll just put it in the chat. That's what I got. I just typed in Dark Side of the Moon, and then boom, it's weird. What have you got?
I don't have that. That looks like there's light there, man. What is that?
Well, I've typed in. Oh, mind you, I did put in tower. I'm so dumb. I put in tower. Dark Side of the Moon tower.
Oh, you want me to say that? Dark Side of
The Moon.
Side of the Moon tower.
Yeah.
See what comes in. Dark Side of the Moon tower. Oh, cool. Mystery house on Dark Side of the Moon. Oh, I see that image from the Daily Mail. Mystery Moon Tower.
Yep.
Some fun stuff to dig into. 6 mysterious 3-mile high. This is all done with the probe.
Yep.
Oh, this is a cool one from Tech Explorist.
Yep. We have the tower, right? Now that's the observatory that Enki and his son Marduk created, and it's still there.
I'll have to look into that. They took it like pictures of the probe when they're back there.
Yeah.
But there is a. Did you ever hear that astronaut from the Apollo mission that talked about how he went around the dark side of the moon just in while the other astronauts were on the surface? He just said how quiet, and he actually had some weird shit happen, some weird noises. Yeah, it's very interesting.
That's not the one where he said it sounded like there's someone on the outside of the ship knocking.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because there's someone on the outside of the ship knocking. Yeah, because like,
oh, you're all right.
No, because there was someone on the outside of the ship knocking. Because he went around the dark side of the moon, and if he did indeed go around the dark side of the moon, he would have been warned off from being over there because humans aren't meant to be on that side. Yeah, I mean,
he wasn't there very long. He's just orbiting,
Yeah.
Far from the surface, though.
But yeah, that's Dark Side of the Moon Tower is the really. I mean, see, the thing is, I heard of it when I was about 15.
Whoa.
It's called the Tower of Babel, the lunar side. NASA airbrushed photo that had shown. Okay, so the NASA had airbrushed it out apparently. But yeah, it's called the Tower of Babel, the lunar far side. That would be the observatory set up by Enki and Marduk. Like, because it said they built something there. In the book of Enki, it said they built something on the dark side of the moon for observatory. And an observatory, that's the tower, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like. Looks like almost like the Seattle Space Needle.
Yeah.
Coming out of a crater.
But it's another thing. Seems like we have a base everywhere. Yes, yeah. It's another thing where again you have a construction that doesn't make sense it being there, apart from the fact that it's mentioned in this really old epic as being there. You know what I mean? It's mentioned in the book of Enki as being there. But I mean, but here's the thing. Hold on a second. Okay, if you got time, because I'm going to bed in a minute. But listen, what is it? And in fact, no, let me get. I'm going to bless you with something, right? That's gonna keep you entertained and laughing your arse off as you hear this old history. Where is it? Because book of Enki, because there's a radio station DJ guy that does a reading of it, and he's so badass that like where is it? The book of Enki? No. Zachariah Stitchin. I'm the Supreme. The book of Enki. No. Hey, there you go. Part 1, read by Josh Reeves. Read by Josh Reeves. This guy's a legend. I don't think Josh Reeves knew what he was doing at the time, but you know, he used to run a radio show, and he would end the second half of his radio show by reading the Lost Book of Enki, and he did it night after night after night after night. And by the time he got to chapter 4 or 5, he had this huge following of people that were just like, you know, kind of made him overnight. And then he put it on the internet, and look here, check this out. Boom, there's the link in the chat. If you want a ride, right, especially the Josh Reeves, because Josh Reeves puts a lot of he gets it wrong sometimes, right? He gets it wrong sometimes, but no, he's a very much after a while you start to understand that this human is commentating on the gods. Or when I say on the gods as we saw them, right? The gods as we saw them. Because even they admit that they have a higher power that they have to listen to. But yeah, he just cuts through the bullshit and gives you a very funny earthling perspective on what these royal Anunnaki were getting up to. Right? But yeah, there you go. Zachariah Stitchin's The Lost Book of Enki Part 1. There's like 8 parts to it. Each part is about an hour long, an hour and a half long. So, like, it's good to have on in the back. It's an audio book. Consider it as one of the funniest audio books you will ever listen to, right? So you will get humor, and you will get an insight into pre-biblical, or what we call antediluvian history, or before the Great Floods, right? Or pre-diluvian history, which leads all the way up to the Bible. And then, if you know anything about the Bible, every single story that you know will now, like, it's weird, everything fits into place, everything goes in your head a little bit more now. The one that baffed me the most was when I found out that Utanabishtim was a geneticist, and they knew that Enki knew that this planetary disaster thing was coming, this polar shift, or rather Enki knew, and he told his brother Enlil, and Enlil was like, nah, you've done too much for humanity, we're all leaving, but humanity got to stay and suffer this thing, right? Which ended up being the Great Floods, right? But then Enki went and told Utanabishtim to save himself, get all of this sperm and embryo, because you're going to need it to recombinate after the flood, because there's not going to be any animals left. And he didn't go for everything. He went for the beasts of the field. He went for chickens, he went for cows, he went for sheep. He didn't run around collecting every single thing. Do you know what I mean? He ran around collecting sperm and embryo of everything that they had to recombinate in order to live. So horses, animals, sheep, all that stuff, all that good stuff.
Because that puts the timeline way out of where I was at, man. You're talking about horses, cows. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought this was 400,000 years ago.
Yeah, 100%. Yes, 100%, 100%. And he's asked to collect the sperm and embryo of these things and then keep them, so that after the floods you can start recombinating this sperm and embryo, so you can make cattle, so you can make beasts of the field, so you can make stuff to live off. Now, that makes sense to me. Oh, explosions in the background, more explosions in the background. That makes sense to me, right? Like, see, there goes the there's going to be a cataclysm. Now, this is the same cataclysm that I think is the polar shift, only the Anunnaki left the planet and they left humanity to suffer it, and or as Enlil is referred to as the destroyer god, right? To die in it, right? Now, Enlil is referred to as the destroyer god because he's the one who wanted humans destroyed. However, he didn't visit this. God didn't send a flood. It was a astronomical events, that was the negative astronomical events that most of the Anunnaki got out the system to avoid. It's mentioned in Enoch. It's mentioned in the book of Enki, right? But so that all of humanity wasn't destroyed, Utanabishtim was given the warning, and Utanabishtim was given the warning because Utanabishtim was of the bloodline that came from Enki. And now that makes sense. Now, if it goes to the Bible says, oh, Noah was one of God. And, you know, the angel come and warns Noah saying, oh, read heart. Why was the angel? Well, hang on a second. Now you have to read the Bible and go, well, if the angel was so good and wanted to save Noah, why did the angel address the reed hut? Because the decree had gone out that humans were to die. So he wasn't allowed to warn the humans, so he had to warn the reed hut instead. And that's exactly what he does in...
It's hard.
Yeah.
The angels aren't perfect. They're not God, you know.
Dude, read the Lost Book of Enki. Josh Reeves is like saying, these aren't gods. These are horny jackrabbits. Because all they want to do is smash. All they do is fuck, right? Enki and Enlil both fuck their half-sister, and Enki almost ends up smashing his granddaughter, right? Enki gets drunk by his half-sister, who steals half of the DNA and runs off to India to make up her own form of humanity. Like, Enki's got DNA for kingship, he's got DNA for artisans, he's got DNA for finance people, he's got DNA for all these different types, he's got DNA for farmers. Do you know what I mean? So, like, and then his half sister, who he wants to bang, she seduces him. He thinks he's gonna get it. He gets him drunk, and then she steals half of the DNA, the kingship DNA, the wealth DNAs, blah blah blah. And then he wakes up after he's been drugged, and he realizes his half sister's nicked the DNA, and then he sends one of his guys out to hunt her down, and there's an air battle, and she's dropped the DNA off somewhere. And do you know what I mean? It's all in there. It's all in there.
The description at study.com, it writes it like the book in Enoch. It describes the revolt of angels against God before the great flood.
That's right. That's right. That's right. But then the gods are, it's people, and they're all people. They're a different form of people, because you've got the royals, and then you've got the ordinary, and then you've got the king. Do you know what I mean? The king is Anu, right? So, and when he saw how people were aging on planet Earth, he was like, no, I don't want that. But if you guys want to rule planet Earth, yeah, my sons can rule planet Earth if you want to. I'm ruling Nibiru, and there's not enough space for all of us. So if you want to, and Enki and Enlil, eternally fighting over humanity. The only thing is, Enlil kind of loses it a little bit, because Enlil is the one who was quite happy for humanity to be destroyed. Now this is where Enlil ends up being Satan, right? And Enki ends up being gods. Do you see what I'm saying? Enki ends up being the benefactor, and Enlil is always doing stuff to either bring humanity down, because Enlil sees humanity as the threat to the Anunnaki as a species. You see what I'm saying? Enlil sees that human beings, now that they've been given Anunnaki essence, at some point could evolve to rival the Anunnaki itself. So he wants them culled. He wants to mow the grass every now and again, right? Whereas Enki sees humanity, or this creation, as a possible thing that might be better than themselves, that they created. So he wants to foster it and teach it and get it to learn how to farm and finances and blah blah blah. Now, the one thing that kind of makes me not weirded out, but makes me appreciate things, is way down the story, by the time the Sumerians are around, and these guys are kind of chilling in the back, and they're letting humanity get on with it, right? In these Sumerian clay tablets, there's numerous different stories of finances, arguments, legal disputes, arguments over cows, arguments over property, right? And one thing that they found out is that inflation is part of the financial system, as put there by the gods, to keep devaluating the money to stop a form of human from rising and becoming wealthy enough to give them problems. Did you get that?
We saw that recently with Robinhood. Remember that? And GameStop. Remember all that?
I don't. GameStop?
Yeah, the people, like normal people,
Oh.
The FCC shut it down. Like they shut it down immediately because just average people were starting to make a ton of money.
And they don't want that.
No,
That's
they don't
right.
want that. But Robinhood was supposed to be the stock trading site for the app.
Oh, that Robin Hood.
And they got shut. They got shut down. Like they couldn't trade the stock anymore. They shut it down on Wall
Right.
Street kind of shit.
Right. Well, it's from the time of the Sumerians. Once you have a fiat currency, right, inflation is inherent in a fiat currency. So, the having the system of a fiat currency means inflation, means devaluation. Yeah, at some point. Now, come to find out that the Anunnaki, right, they had a barter system. They trade via barter system, equal for equal, right? No money involved, item for item, right? Or item for service, right? So, but they didn't use fiat currency, but they used fiat currency to keep humans under subjection, and that's in that's in their text. Oh, there you go. Star Trek had no currency, but that's in their text. So when we're talking about when we're watching the news and we're looking at these economic indicators, and what America inflation's double digit at the moment, isn't it? Like
I haven't looked at the number.
inflation is like 13-14% in America, something like that, which basically means every year you lose 13% of your buying power. So, like every year I have $100. Every year you can afford $13 less. Do you know what I mean? It's like, while you still think you've got your $100, right? No, you can buy less and less of it. That's a form of theft. Inflation is theft. But they do that in order to steal from you without stealing from you. Do you see what I'm saying? Right. So like no. Here's the thing. I do, because Donald Trump really educated the masses the other day, right? Because he explained to them what inflation was, right? Because no one's really, you say inflation, people's eyes glaze over. However, he said this inflation started with the energy crisis, and everyone's like, what? I saw them at the rally go, what? And he goes, well, look at it like this. And this is Donald Trump being Donald Trump, 100 businessman, right? Everything needs power, right? So if the price of power goes up and everybody needs power and you have to pay that power bill, right, that means that increase in price has to be passed on to the customer, which means everything all of a sudden is a little bit more expensive, right? And now if everything here is a little bit more expensive, then that affects someone else who now has to make their shit a little bit more expensive, and that's going to affect someone else who now has to make their shit and it has a knock-on effect, right? That's right. I had negative prices. That's right. I got paid to use it. I got paid to use electricity. And it's like, say, you had negative prices. That's right. You got paid to. Oh wait, have you got a grid tie inverter? Or have you got solar and a grid tie inverter?
I've heard of that before.
Yeah, that's where you generate solar and you put it back into the system, and you generate credit. So.
Happening out in Kansas City.
That's I think they're going to make that illegal in the UK. That's so typical. That's so typical, right? No, oh, you live in Trondheim. Okay, well, you produce so much hydropower. Oh, right, yeah, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing, right? But it's a hydropower, but you feed it back into the system, right? And refuse to share it with the Germans. Yeah, but if you create the hydropower, then you feed it back into national grid, and then you get credit for it, right? If you create the hydropower and then you feed that back into the national grid, like, so for instance, we had something here where if we generate our power, we used to have something, and we plug it into our power system, and it would make our electricity thing go backwards, so we don't have to pay any money, and they've outlawed that now. Yeah, because England is all about screwing its people out of everything. England will screw its people, like, you know, like our prices, our electricity prices went up by 4 times 4. Can you believe that shit? Times 4, right? I think it only doubled for the Germans, and it went up by 30% for the French, right? But England's, we don't care. England's like, you know, I'm surprised we haven't had a revolution yet. Oh no, hold on, we tried that and it was brutally repressed. That's right, yeah. Oh, yeah, send it to the Discord. Send it to the Discord. Right, what time is it? Hold on a second. Right, but see what I've got here in front of me, The Lost Book of Inky by Josh Reeves, right? And I'll put the link in the chat again. If you want a fun time, like at some point tomorrow, just have it on while you're doing your shit, while you whatever it is you're doing, just have it on in the background, and the hours will go by like that. And after chapter 2 or chapter 3, you're going to be so in the story, you're going to curse my name. Yeah, you're going to be so. Yeah, you're going to be so in it. You're going to be like, that bastard, give that shit to me for. What are you give that shit to me for? And then, you know, you'll be searching for it. Then you're going to be saying, where's the next chapter? You're going to get to like 7 or 8, and you're going to be searching for the next one. Watch, right? You're going to be falling asleep to this shit, especially. Is it? Oh yeah, but is it who's narrating it though?
It's the same guy, Zachariah.
Stitching, yeah, but who's narrating it? Is it Josh Reeves? Josh Reeves did it on the. It's going to be boring. Yeah, yeah, it might be boring. It may be one of those types of narration.
Who said who narrate by who again?
Josh Reeves. The one I sent you on the internet, because he stops every now and again. He's like, "What the hell's about? Wait, what the hell's the matter with these people? These people are." As you get to hear the penny drop. Do you know what I mean? You get to hear pennies drop. Oh, let me give you another one. Oh, hold on, listen. You heard that, right? Sumerian gods. Let me go through the Sumerian gods. It's not Nana, not Il Nana. What was her name? What's her name? Not Ceramyces.
This is okay. I'm sorry. Ancient. I got a lot tonight. A hard time putting it all together. Ancient Sumeria. The lady you say, what's her name? Ancient.
It's not in that. It's not Nana, Inanna. No. What's her name? The one who seduced the farmer and then broke his heart and then seduced.
Inanna is the ancient Mesopotamian goddess of love. Fertility. She's also associated with beauty, sex. Is that it?
Yeah, but that's not the name that's jumping out to me. It's the one who tried to seduce Gilgamesh. Who's the one who just tried to seduce Gilgamesh? People seduce Enkidu and thereby separating from the like new Gilgamesh fragments. Enkidu's sexual exploit. Ishtar. Sorry, Ishtar. Enki and Enlil's half sister, Ishtar. Right? She wanted to fuck Gilgamesh, and Gilgamesh cursed her out in the worst way. What did he call her? He called her a flapping door that blows open with the wind. A flapping door that blows out. Like, you know what he's talking about, right? Gilgamesh referred to her Ishtar as a flapping door easily blown open by the wind. He curses her out. Like, basically, he says like she's loose at the end of the day, right?
That's what I figured.
Yeah, like his torments on her are so adult, right? Shemot. Oh wait, Enkidu. Yeah. Right. So the way Gilgamesh curses her out, Ishtar, right? And the first mention of zombies in world history comes from Ishtar. By the way, here's another fact, right? The first mention of zombies in world history comes from Ishtar, because Ishtar is so offended at Gilgamesh's rebuke at her sexual advances, she runs off to Anu, the big god, and says, if you don't punish this guy, right, I'm going to make the dead rise up from the earth and walk the land to consume flesh, right? That's the first ever mention of zombies in Ishtar's ancient remonstration to the big god Anu, right, who's Enki and Enlil's dad. She threatens that if he doesn't punish Enkidu, she will make the dead rise from their grave in emaciated state and hunt the living to eat. That's in the Epic of Gilgamesh. That's the first ever mention of a zombie ever in world history in any writing. Right? And I just, if you know that.
It almost feels like fantasy. I almost feel like I'm being had by even reading this stuff. You know what I mean? It almost.
But it's ancient.
Where's it, you know?
It's ancient.
No, but it just because like I've studied before where like the linguistics, like language changes over time, and
Right.
how it's like words don't mean, and there's some words that that we don't have that they had to
Right.
describe. The Inuit will have 200 different words for snow, when like if I live in the Caribbean, we have one word for snow. It's snow.
Snow, yeah, of course. But see, Ishtar is a demonic goddess in some realms, right? Ishtar is Easter in some realms. The worship of Ishtar is Easter, right? It's not actually Easter, but the way that the pagans used to mishmash stuff and try and put her worship on top of religious stuff, right? Ishtar is the fertility, painting the egg, the bunny rabbit, sex on a regular basis, right? The worship of Ishtar was in England in the old days. The worship of Ishtar was done in order to procreate. Women would paint themselves and then run and hide in the bushes, and then in the forest, and then men would run, and if they found a woman, they'd be able to have sex with her, and then they'd run off to go and find another one. This is your Easter egg hunt. Where actually we used to be referred to as the Easter leg hunt, or someone called it that, but it was joking, right? But it's the Easter egg was women ensuring that they would get pregnant by painting themselves so that the men wouldn't find them undesirable. They were just a vagina, and they were like, yeah, cool. Men got to smash. This is the way men got to smash, if that makes sense. So the Easter egg hunt comes from the ancient pagan fertility ritual, where certain men didn't fancy certain women, but if the women painted themselves, the men wouldn't know the difference. So so a man might end up smashing 4 or 5 women on that day, right? But one thing the women could be definitely assured of, and that was that they'd get pregnant, because if I can remember, at that time there were more women than men. Women outnumbered men heavily, so their drive to procreate was a lot more pronounced than men's. So that's where the Easter egg hunt comes from. But then also the bunny rabbit is representing Ishtar, because the bunny, also the Playboy bunny, right? Which represents sex, because of the procreation of the bunny, because bunnies have sex, and within a few weeks those bunnies can have sex, and in a number of days you got a full thing of bunny rabbits. Do you know what I mean? So the bunny rabbit was procreation. He just got the flapping door bark.
Freemasons had a thing with the female reproductive system by the use of triangles and the city's design, specifically Washington D.C. If you look, there's like triangles within the
Yeah,
design of the
well,
streets.
yeah, Washington D.C.'s built to a pentagram.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of symbolism going on in the design of that.
Well, yeah. Not only it's not just Washington D.C. You can put you can superimpose a pentagram over the top of Washington D.C. and the peak of the pentagram emanates from the White House. But also, if you go over to is it the capital? No, what's the other one? You got the White House. What's the one that's near the Pentagon? The Capitol building, right? The Capitol building. If you look at the Capitol building is in the shape of Molech. The Capitol building is an owl, and in the middle of the Capitol building, where your presidents give their addresses it's looks like the beginning of the owl going outwards. So it's there again. They're at the peak of a triangle, and I believe it's the peak of the owl's legs. In between the owl's legs as it goes out like that. Washington has that Masonic layout, yeah. But the Capitol building is in the shape of an owl. And do you know what the owl is?
We talked about it earlier. The owl
it's Molech.
Molech, yeah.
Yeah. So
you know what's interesting? We were talking about the electricity earlier and the significance of it.
Yep.
And I just thought of when we were talking about Freemasons that they actually say they have a covenant, the covenant of the Ark. There was multiple covenants.
You're right. Okay. Do you want? Okay, the Ark of the Covenant, right? The Ark of the Covenant was an advanced technology. The Ark of the Covenant was like a high-powered capacitor, right? So I'm not sure whether or not it was used for communication, but it was certainly used for killing people, right? So if you've got a Bible, right, you can read in your own Bible. But I linked electricity prices for a reason. You make drones, we have negative energy costs. How far behind in the conversation is T-Word? Oh shit! How far is this conversation behind?
I'm not even getting update chats right now.
Oh really? I am.
Stuck on like one that you gave out. I'm looking in premium YouTube right now. It's for some reason not. Let me refresh the page. There it is. I see it now. Damn, I missed.
What was the last? Wait, you just mentioned. What is it you just mentioned? The electricity of what?
The Ark of the Covenant.
Right. In the Bible, and this is not me. Once again, let me extricate myself from this. You can read in your own Bible when is in the Old Testament when the Philistines defeat the Israelites and they carry the Ark of the Covenant to their own lands, right? There's a story prior to that of when I think it's Moses. Who's the one that had the Ark of the Covenant, 10 Commandments? That's Moses, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So there's a part where Moses is carrying or has people carry the Ark of the Covenant, right? And someone who's trusted and loved by everybody touches the Ark of the Covenant and he's immediately like zapped, he's killed. Right? And they were meant to hold it from the woods. They weren't meant to touch the metal. And someone in the party touched the metal and it immediately killed him. Right? So what is that? So that's one thing, right? Then also in the Old Testament, it tells you after the Israelites were defeated and the Philistines, who are the Palestinians, took the Ark of the Covenant for their own. When they brought it into their town, all of their people started suffering from hemorrhoids. They started suffering from boils and swells. 3 impacts just went in there. He was allergic to metal, don't worry about it. But yeah, that's in the Old Testament. There's a story about moving the Ark of the Covenant and it killing people.
It was so right here the Ark was created according to the pattern given to Moses by God when the Israelites were encamped at the foot of Mount Sinai.
Right. And if you go over its construction, it sounds like a capacitor. But then I'm thinking, a capacitor, like why? Like, but this thing had a lot of power and it killed people. And then when it was stolen, it had some radioactive element to it where it caused the people around it to start getting ill, and then they ended up giving it back to them. They gave it back. It's in your Bible. It's in your Bible. I mean, you got a Bible, haven't you?
Actually, yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll have a Bible somewhere. It's in there. It's in there. Right. Right. There's also in the reason why I suggest getting the King James version is because in the middle there's something called the Apocrypha, right? And the Apocrypha means sent hidden, right? Which basically means that you've got the Old Testament, you've got the New Testament, but the books in the middle called the Apocrypha are all stories that are wisdom stories. You're meant to understand just from reading the story. They're not going to tell you anything. You're meant to read the story and go, if that makes sense, right? And then also the Apocrypha has relevance to some of the other stories so that you have perspective. Even got the best Bible from an entertainment perspective. The Mormon one, oh God, the Mormon Bible's piece. I don't know. I've never read it. The Mormon Bible ain't. Yeah.
I mean, I've talked to a bunch of Mormons before, but
Yeah, but like in for instance, there's the book of Maccabees, right? So like that's quite hard. That's quite hardcore. That's very interesting stories. Very interesting stories. The book of Maccabees. There's a book called Ecclesiasticus, right, which tells men how to be with women. I bet you didn't know that. I bet you didn't know that. Yeah. Oh, they took that right out of the Bible. They took that right out of it. You have Ecclesiastes in the Bible, but that's not the right. You want Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiasticus, right? That's the one that teaches you how to be a man. That's one that teaches you how to deal with women. What? Yeah, what? Yeah. What? Yeah. One of my favorite. She will open her mouth like a thirsty traveler who has found a fountain. She will open her mouth like a thirsty traveler who has found a fountain. By every hedge she will sit and open her quiver against every arrow. Ho. That's a hoe. It's describing a hoe, right? There's loads of other ones that it goes, don't drink alcohol with your friend's wife, yeah, lest you.
I've heard this stuff. Yeah, like common sense, like wow, but it's so true. People.
Yeah, don't drink alcohol with your friend's wife in case the alcohol has you both feeling in a way that you're not meant to. Do you know what I mean? Stuff like that. What is it? Yeah, all this stuff got taken out of the Bible, right? What is it? Keep your eye on your daughter and keep her on the straight, and marvel not when she trespass against you. Marvel not when she trespasses against you. Don't be surprised. This bitch is gonna do that. What, your daughter? Yeah, marvel not when she. Marvel not when she trespasses against you. That one killed me. Oh, what was it? I did the open hedge by every arrow, and that's one. That's what it's better to keep house. Better to dwell with a lion than keep house with a wicked woman. See that one's in there as well. Well, that's the point. That was the point. The lion is the quicker death. That's the point. But yeah, all of that shit is in there that will make you like just, I don't know, you realize to the extent that you've been duped that this Bible is actually a lot more hardcore than it's been sold to you. It's been sold to you like Jesus is a hippie and he loves everybody and God is sweet and lovely and no. God takes people's intestines out and marvels at them. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that was for a bet.
Yeah, against Satan, the fruit of Satan.
That was for a bet. Yeah, and that was for a bet. Yeah, and that was for a bet. That doesn't sound like very nice, does it? Poor Job. Do you know what I mean? And that was for a bet. Yep, that's right. Oh, you just showed me something there. Yeah, you just. I mean, the obvious that was obvious. Yeah, you just showed me. Oh, I get it. Oh, that's why he could do that. I get it now. I actually get it now. It sounds heartless. Yeah. Yeah, that sounded really heartless. Yeah. Oh no. Do you know what? I just learned that resonated with me now. I just got that now. But then also, hold on a second. Like this story of Lot. You know the story of Lot, right? The story of Lot, right? He lived in Sodom and Gomorrah, and the angels came to visit him and said, "Look, you got to get out because this town is full of men that work, men that lie with men, right?" And so it was the place was going to be destroyed. Right now, let's check this out. Right, but it was going to be destroyed in a very peculiar way. It was destroyed with fire and brimstone. They say, fire and brimstone. Right. The Discord muted on stream. I can't hear Salty. Oh, what? You can't hear him? Discord is.
No, I'm not speaking up loud. I'm sorry. I'm
There you go.
I'll speak up a little louder. Yeah.
Right, there you go. So, in the book of Lot, right? Sodom and Gomorrah. In fact, there were 5 cities, but Sodom and Gomorrah were the 2 biggest ones. But there were 5 cities that were in a close proximity that all did debauchery, right? So Lot left, right? But then Lot's wife turned back, right? Now, when you're a child, Lot's wife turned back. It's like she turned around and looked. No, she didn't turn around. She went back. Right? She wasn't meant to go back. She's like, I ain't going into the wilderness. She went back and she got turned into a pillar of salt. You heard that, right? You've heard of that, right? Right now. What turns humans into a pillar of salt?
Salt?
No,
I mean, we're not completely made of sodium, so.
No, but we've had one example on planet Earth where humans were turned to salt. Right. Sorry, I tell a lie. We've had 2 examples: Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah, where their shadows were stained on the concrete.
Right, and the only thing that was left at the bottom was a pile of salts, because we're majority sodium and water. Right. So Lot's wife was evaporated. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. So whatever went down, I mean, it defines her as a pile of salt. She was just a pile of salt. Now,
you did say they nuked each other on, or they nuked
that's
Mars
right. That's right. Yeah. That's right. So we only have 2 instances in earthly history where humans have been reduced to salt, right? And that's Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
A lot of paranormal activity after all of that. Those first bombs.
Oh, really? I wouldn't be surprised. But so if she got reduced to salt, that means that there was an explosive power so destructive and immediate that not only did it destroy those towns, but you can go back and see where the people were, because there were shadows, and at the bottom of the shadows just a pile of salt. Right now, that didn't make sense to humanity for generations. Do you see what I'm saying? That didn't make sense to humanity for generations until we have the destructive power of the nuclear blast now, where we can see shadows and people left to salt, right? But not only that, here's where it takes a freaky turn, right? Now Lot and his daughters think that they're the only people left on the planet, because there's that level of destruction, right? And here you have Lot and his 2 daughters, and this is where the story goes stupid as far as I don't get it. I don't get it. You got Lot and his two daughters. They think all of humanity is dead, and they're the only humanity left. So his daughters say, well, we're women and he's a man, so we need to procreate. Do you know this story? Do you know that part?
I didn't know. No, I mean I'm familiar with Sodom and Gomorrah, and I've
Right.
heard stories.
Well,
but not specifically.
After that, well, Lot and his two daughters. One daughter gets Lot drunk and then has sex with him in order to get pregnant, and then the other daughter gets Lot drunk and has sex with him in order to get pregnant, and then they find other people.
Sounds like they use an excuse.
That sounds like incest to me.
Yeah.
But it's incest in the Bible. I don't know. Is that like? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like
Well,
just
that's sin, essentially. I mean, they're
brother and sister, right? Father and daughter, right? That's against the Ten Commandments, but it's in the Bible.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There's like loads. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm only mentioning it because there are about 4 or 5 stupidly adult stories in the Bible where it's like God countenances certain things that, like, in this day we'd be like, what? Like, you're not allowed to just run into a town and grab a load of women and run off with them, but you were allowed to in what was it in 2 Samuel's. After
I'm sure. I mean, we see here in America some immigrants that are not used to the culture, and I've been hearing a lot of cases of sexual assault happening. It's like something that happens a lot in other countries, but it's been happening a lot more lately, and it's just not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like people are. I've heard of stories, polygamy stories of certain cultures and freaky people, dude.
But yeah, so what I'm saying is there's so much adult stuff in the Bible, right? This whole like I don't know, this airy fairy thing that most people think the Bible is, it's just so not that. It's 10 times more brutal than that. Now here's the thing, like I don't go around trying to convert people into biblical stuff because I think that's stupid. But like as an individual, right, you can how can I put it? Once you know all the dark stuff of the Bible, you kick the shit out of anyone with the Bible. It's weird, right? Because once you know the dark stuff, you know what the good stuff is, but then you know what the dark stuff is. So when you get those zombie Christians coming, oh, the Lord is good, ask them 2 questions they don't know. In fact, you can tell them stuff about the Bible, and they'll tell you it's not in the Bible. Do you know what I mean? That's how little a Christian knows about a Bible. You could tell them about Lot banging his 2 daughters. They know that stuff. But then Judah and the harlot. Right? Okay. So let me give you one more quick one because it's getting late and I have to go to bed. Right. Right. It's in Genesis. It's in Genesis. Right. Judah. Right. The head of the tribe. Right. The tribe of Judah. Right. Here, Judah had sons and everything. Right. So he's got 2 sons. Right.
Jacob.
Which one was it? Is it Judah? It's Judah and the harlot. So
Jacob and Leah.
Yeah, but he had. Listen.
6 sons of Jacob.
Shoot, that was close. Right. But Judah had 2 sons, a couple of sons, and one of his sons died. Right. One of his sons died. He had a couple of sons. And one of his sons died, right? And his son died without getting his wife pregnant. So that's the end of the family line, right? So what you're supposed to do in biblical times is that if you have a wife and you die, then that wife has to have sex with your brother, right? So that she can carry on the family line. Did you know that? This is biblical.
No, I didn't know that, but that's
biblical. Now, the only negative thing about it is when that son grows up, because the husband was the older son, that son would then inherit stuff over the brother. It's stupid. I don't understand, because it's like he's back in the reincarnation. So one of Judah's son died, right, childless, right. So it was up to Judah's next brother to have sex with the widow. Now, this is the part of the Bible where you'll read it. So he didn't want to give her a kid that was going to supersede him, right? So what he did was he went in there and he banged her, right? And you might have read this in the Bible. And as he went to nut, he pulled out and he nutted on the floor. This is in the Bible. Have you not heard that part?
No, I don't.
Yeah. No, you're not. Right, so that's unfair, right? Now, God cursed that brother for that, right? And apparently he died. And everyone's like, for nutting on the floor, right? Now, she's a bit stuck now, right? Now, Judah has another son, but he's too young. He's like 14, 15. All right, and she's like, well, what am I going to do? Like, he went and nutted on the floor, and like my husband said, and Judah said, okay, look, if you wait like 3 or 4 years, when he's old enough, I will let him bang you so that you can carry on your husband's, like, you know, my son's family line. So she's like, all right then. A couple of years go by and nothing's happened. So she's still running around going, I need to get pregnant. If I'm going to stay in this family, I want all the benefits of this family. I've got to produce a son for this family. So what she does, right, is she dresses like a hoe, right, and she goes out into the way where Judah, right, is doing his shepherding thing. He comes across this woman, and it says in the Bible, how much that I may go up into thee. That's what it says in the Bible. How much that I may go up into thee, right? And she goes, well, you know, I don't want money. He's like, whoa, wicked. She goes, no, wait a minute. I want your signet ring, right? Because, you know, in the old days, your ring was your signature. You stamp your ring into the right. So she's like, give me that, right? And give me your staff, right? Because he's a shepherd, right? And the staff is like a weapon. Like, give me the ring and the staff, and then like we can do the thing, and then you can go home and get some money. When you come back, pay me. And he's like, cool. He gives her the ring, gives her the stuff, smashes her a couple of times. He has fun, right? Nuts, ejaculates, all that good stuff, right? Then he goes home, has a nice sleep, right? Gets his money. He's like, shit, I gave this bitch my ring and my staff. Let me go back and get that stuff. Comes back with the money and says, where's the prostitute? And they're like, what prostitute? And he goes, you know, the hoe that was around him. I was like, no, there was no hoe around here. He's like, oh shit, this woman's stolen my shit. 9 months later, right, angry family members come and drag this woman in front of him and say, look, she's pregnant. She's going to bang someone else. Isn't this your daughter-in-law? And he's like, how the hell are you pregnant? Didn't I say I was going to let you bang? Didn't I say I had this young son for you? And she's like, yeah, that was taking too long. It's like, well, if that took too long, you know, we're gonna have to stone you, right? And she's like, no, I'm pregnant by the man whose ring this is, and I'm pregnant by the man whose staff this is. And he looks at the ring and he's like, shit, that's my ring. And he looks at the staff and he's like, shit, that's my staff. And he looks at her and he's like, shit, that was you, right? So now what's Judah done? He's gone and banged his son's missus and given her the appropriate seed, and now she's pregnant and she's back in the family again, and that's the end of the story.
Oh my god, dude, it's so crazy, man.
And that's it. So they were gonna burn her, and she's like, no. I didn't go and have sex with any old person. I'm keeping the family line pure. I'm pregnant with the man whose ring this is, and it's only like her husband's dad's. I mean, if as far as she's concerned, they don't get any better than that. Does that make sense?
The purest of the genes.
There you go. That was the consideration at the time. Do you see what I'm saying?
Genes that you're at. I mean, we do that nowadays, kind of to an extent.
Yeah. So
we look at we may do it unintentionally, but we're going to go after people that really are healthy and together and smart.
But what they don't tell you is like now everybody's looking at you the side there like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. She's like, I'm pregnant by the person whose ring this is. He's like, oh fuck. And then whose staff is like, and they look at the staff and they look at him going, wait a minute. Yeah, man, that must have been a funny incident, man. See, that's the adult stuff in the Bible that I understand. Does that make sense?
Well, what's crazy? When I was younger, a lot of these stories didn't make sense just because I wasn't ready for them. They start to make more sense when you.
Really? So you're old enough now to understand. Now you're old enough to understand how Delilah put Samson to sleep.
Delilah put Samson to sleep.
Yeah. Now you're old enough to understand how Delilah put Samson to sleep. She fucked the shit out of him. Yeah. Now, when I read that as a kid, I thought that Samson was lying in her lap and she's stroking his head and he fell asleep. Like, the first time Samson smashed Delilah, he carried the city gates half a mile up the road as a memento, right? And then he got tired and he was like, oh shit, let me just drop this off here. Like, he was like, bitch, I smashed that city, it was so bad, let me take these city gates. And he marched off to the city gates as a memento. And then he got tired and he was like, nah, me carrying these city gates are really stupid. And put him down. Yeah, she was good though. That's funny. Yeah. That's funny. So he went back.
It's hard to understand, like, because these people are the people in the story, but at the time, I mean, there's a lot of people living. It wasn't just them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Because remember, it said male and female he created ye them and called their name Adam. So there was no Adam and Eve. There was already a load of people called Adamites, of which Eve came from the Adamites, if that makes sense. Eve came from the people of Adam, right? It was no one Adam. Adam were a people. And it says that. It says male and female he created ye them and called their name Adam.
That's
right?
that linguistics thing I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It can be difficult at times.
Well, no, because it does say there. There is plural, and then there is the Adam, the person Adam, but then there's the people of Adam. So, it's like the Johns. Now we've just taken this John, and do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The John people. Now here's a John, and this John is gonna meet. It's just the same. That's how they look at it.
Well, wasn't it the UK? Okay, so the last name thing, that started in the UK, didn't it? Because there was a last name issue, because everybody would be under a house back when there was lords and stuff.
Right.
And then when the lordship stuff went away and people started living more on their own, they had to identify as somebody instead of under a house, so they came up. That's where last names.
Okay, so yeah, you had a very similar thing to Game of Thrones, right? So if you were from a certain area, you'd be a Rivers. If you were a blacksmith, you'd be a Smith. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Your surname, if there's Bowmaker, obviously, because used to make bows, and we had it like that. Until it was just too general. But the Scandinavians had son of, everyone was son of blah blah, son of blah blah, son of, right? And that's not because they were so interlinked, everybody knew everybody personally, right? But it wasn't a family name, right? So I think the British started you have a son of surname. Oh, T-Bird is a son of surname. Yeah, well, you would have, because you're Scandinavian. Yeah, so you're going to be son of someone. Do you know what I mean? But also a few surnames, family. Yeah, but I just know that we had a system similar to the one that they spoke about in Game of Thrones, where like this is a smith because your family was smiths, right? So you were a blacksmith or any type of shoesmith, right? Like so, there's a name shoesmith. There's one as well. So, that's a name in England, shoesmith, because they were a shoesmith. But I know we had that, but I don't know about the But the only other change in names that I know about is the post transatlantic slavery, where we've had our names attributed to us. So I think I've got a Scottish surname.
I think they took the names of the whoever they were owned by, essentially.
Yes, that's right.
Their name.
That's right. So in America in the 80s and 90s, you have all of these Washingtons and Marshalls and Jeffersons, and those were the big slave traders.
And there was also black slave owners in America people don't know about.
There's only there was a few. There's a few, not a lot, but a few.
Monrovia, when Congress sent a lot of blacks back to Africa under President Monroe, they had land in Liberia. They named it Liberia, capital Monrovia, and then they sent the blacks there, and they didn't know how to govern themselves, so they governed themselves like they did. They were governed on a plantation, essentially.
I don't know. I don't know.
They set up the same structure they had because that's all they knew. They didn't know how to operate.
Hawkins.
It didn't go well, obviously, but that's how.
Hawkins is a very well-known British slave owner. What about the name Hawkins? Shut up! You're taking the piss. You know full well.
Stephen Hawkins.
Yeah. Oh, there's Stephen Hawkins, but no, Hawkins was a very well-known, brutal slave trading family in the UK that really
in the UK.
Yeah, didn't give a shit about.
Wait, so they had the same problem in America in the UK with black people and slaves.
Why? Yeah. Why would you assume they didn't? What is it? Transatlantic? Transatlantic? It's triangle trade, right?
I thought. Well, yeah, but I didn't know they had the same. I didn't know they. I don't know.
They didn't have a slavery in the UK. So you had the transatlantic slave trade, right? Where at the time it was brutal. However, if you were in the UK, you weren't a slave and you could live normally in society. Although there was a possibility that you get press ganged if you lived near the coast. So you might go out to the pub, get drunk, wake up in the middle of the ocean on some ship somewhere, say, right, here's your job, right? That happened a lot to black people. They'd get press ganged and then end up being pirates, and really good ones at that, by the way. Yeah, we've got a lot of history of black people being in the UK. Like the most famous tramp in London was a black guy, and apparently royalty turned out for him when he died because everybody knew him. But they say he was a tramp, but it doesn't sound like he was a tramp. I think revisionist history puts him as a tramp, but I don't think too many royals come out to a funeral for a tramp. Do you know what I mean? But they say, no, it was not, but vagabonds. The word was vagabonds, that's it. Which basically means no fixed abode.
No fixed abode is what you said?
No fixed abode, no permanent address, no permanent home address. So, there's also another guy called Pablo Fanky. Have you heard of Pablo Fanky?
No.
The Beatles wrote about it was 25 years today. No, that was Dr. Pepper. No, there's another tune where they mentioned Pablo Fanky. He was a circus ringmaster in the 1700s, right? And he was famous, like, ringmaster with all lions and stuff like that. He used to go up and down the country. Made the circus famous in the UK. He's mentioned in a Beatles tune, right? We have loads of this. It's different. It was different. Put it this way, like your history was all like Django. You know what I mean? And in the US, in the UK, I won't say it was like much better, but you weren't subjugated to 24-hour work. You were you were able to do shit as a human being. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I graduated from high school, so you go up to 12th grade, right? High school for us is 9th grade through 12th grade.
Right.
And I graduated in 05. So it's different now than it was then, but
Yeah, I mean, sorry, did I disappoint you, El Bigfoot? Hawkins is a very famous, brutal slave trade owner in the UK, slave trading family. They're what they're most famously known for, tying 300 slaves to the anchor and then throwing them overboard when they got stopped by what you call them, what they call it? I've had such a brain fart today, man. There's the British patrols.
Maybe.
Yeah, British Royal Navy, for want of a better word. But there was a name that they had for the slave trading busted ships, the slave trading ships. What was it called? I can't remember. There's a specific name from the period. I can't remember.
Eric, is it?
Nah, but it's like the British Navy would be anti-slavery, and they caught one of the Hawkins ships on the mid-Atlantic coming off West Africa, and he tied all the slaves to the anchor and then dropped anchor. And then when they rolled up, he's like, "There's no one on board," and there was no one on board. By the time they pulled the anchor up, everyone was dead. But yeah,
Guinea
that,
then.
yeah, Guinea. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they came off the coast of Guinea at the time.
17th to the 19th century.
Yeah, well, if you Googled him.
That's what I asked. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm not 100% sure on that yet.
Okay, hold on. Let me type. Hold on a second. No, sorry, because I might just look, man. This like what's in the name? Captain Hawkins. Captain Hawkins. Oh boy, there you go, Captain Hawkins. John Hawkins. Oh Lord. John. Yeah. 1532 to 1595 as an English naval commander, naval administrator, privateer, and slave trader. Hawkins pioneered and was an early promoter of English involvement in the Atlantic slave trade. He considered to be the first merchant to. He's considered to be the first English merchant to profit from the triangle trade, selling enslaved people from Africa to the Spanish colonies in West Indies in the late 16th century. In 1588, Hawkins served as vice admiral and fought in the victory over the Spanish Armada. Shit, his family goes for several centuries slave trading, though, which he was knighted for gallantry. As for the treasurer of the Navy, Hawkins became the chief architect of the Elizabethan Navy. He redesigned the Navy so the ships were faster, more maneuverable, and had more firepower. I think, Hawkins' son, Richard Hawkins, it's Richard Hawkins, sorry, wasn't John Hawkins. Richard Hawkins was the bastard that tied people to the... Richard Hawkins was captured by the Spanish in response. Along with his cousin Sir Francis Drake, he raised a fleet of ships to attack the Spanish in the West Indies. However, he died at sea during the expedition. It was his son. Sorry, it was Richard Hawkins in the 1700s that was the one who was doing the illegal slave trading, and he tied 300 odd slaves to the. It wasn't John Hawkins. John Hawkins was his daddy, right? But it was Richard Hawkins who did the despicable slave trading shit. Let's have a look. If they mention it.
I'm looking for it. It doesn't quite come up, does it? Jesus of Lebec? What is that? First time I saw an actual ship. This is like a galleon called the Jesus of
but if I can remember correctly, he tied all the slaves to the anchor, dropped anchor. I was looking for the term privateers. It was the privateer. There's a privateer, like anti-slave trade ship, and then he pulled up anchor and went back and then got a load more.
He lured him in, dude. It said, well, for this I'm getting names. The name John keeps coming up, but This has come from Africa Facts. Says John
Yeah.
Hawkins encouraged the Africans to enter his boat.
Oh, that one.
called
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Jesus of Lebec,
Yeah.
otherwise called the Good Ship Jesus,
Jesus,
for
yes,
salvation.
that's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. One of the first 3 trading ships, the Holy Mary, the Good Ship Jesus, and the Grace of God. Those were the first 3 major slaves, and he
They fell for it.
Yeah, well, he said, come on board and look at the ship. You've never seen anything like this before in your life. Blah blah. You can live on this in the sea. And they were like, what? Let's go and have a look. And when they all went on, he locked them on and sailed off with them. Yeah, that was
kind of a big misunderstanding. I think is a lot of people don't realize there's Christianity in Africa before the colonizers.
the oldest Christian church is the Ethiopian church. Oldest Christian church in Christendom is the Ethiopian church of Lalibela. That's carved into rock. It's like it's carved into a mountain. It's carved down into a mountain. So from a distance, you look, you won't see it. You will just see a mountain. You have to go up the mountain a little bit and get to a little plateau where it then goes down into the mountain, and the whole church is carved from rock down into the mountain. Do you know what I mean? So from the outside, it just looks like, you walk all the way around it, it just looks like a mountain. But then you get halfway up and then look over the top, and then it dips all the way down again, where they've made a gigantic crater, and down from the top all the way down is this church that they've made out of stone that they carved from, almost like 3D printed. It's like 3D printed stone, only from the top they work their way down.
And that was a Christian church.
Oh yeah, it's the oldest Christian church in Christendom. The oldest Christian nation is Ethiopia. That's the oldest Christian nation. Like, and when I say Christian nation, the whole nation converted to Christianity, and it's been that way ever since. It's the oldest Christian nation, Ethiopia. Yeah, Ethiopia is said to hold the Ark of the Covenant. It didn't go into a warehouse at the end of Indiana Jones with top men. No,
I did hear about a story where I believe it is Ethiopia, or the area of that, in that area, but they have very pure Jewish blooded. Like they're very closely related to the Jewish people, but they don't look Jewish. You wouldn't be able to tell, but they actually did blood work on them and found that they're Jewish. They left that area a long time ago and moved to that area of Africa. Is that crazy or what?
No, not really. Yeah, look.
Come on, you've never heard of that?
I not only have I heard of that, I know that 100%.
Oh, good. I was just making sure because I didn't.
No, see, I was talking to someone else earlier about the whole Israel thing. Abdul Gamal Nasser said at the UN, you people will never be able to live here in peace because you left this land black and now you've returned white. That's what he said to the Israelis before the 6-Day War. You left this land black, now you've returned white. Now, what the Israelis did was they did they call them the Falasha Jews, but they are a sect of Judaism that is way older than them. They did an airlift when I was a kid. I think I must have been at 10 or 11 at the time, and they airlifted a load of Falasha Jews out of, they call them Falasha, I don't know what Falasha means, but they airlifted them out of Ethiopia and took them into the Holy Land, right? Now, these are the black people that you see in Israel. If ever you see Israel, right, I know Israelis to be, for the most part, racists, right?
Well, at first they didn't want to take them, right? Because they didn't.
That's right.
They didn't know that was true. They had to actually do all the genetic stuff, right?
And the funny thing is, the majority of the ones in there, they're not genetics, they're converts. But hey, it is what it is, right? Now, unfortunately, in between that time and now, from the 70s up until this point, the state of Israel have been given those Ethiopian women what would you call it? Sterilization drugs.
Oh, like here in the U.S.?
I don't know about here,
with
but
the kids and stuff.
Yeah, they've been surreptitiously sterilizing them so they don't breed. So, well, they wanted to move there, but they thought they were going to move to the Holy Land, and nah. There's so much I could go into, but unfortunately, in this day and age, you end up being accused of being anti-Semitic, even though the individuals accusing you of being anti-Semitic aren't even, in fact, Semitic. It's the most peculiar thing.
There's a lot of history, man.
Well,
Try to
see,
pretend I know all of it.
I don't know all of it, but I know that there will be no peace in the Middle East with genocidal killing
They say that in the
nutcases.
Bible, don't they?
What? No peace in the Middle East?
They don't. Well, they essentially say the people, the same people, but like it was the whole thing of we talked about it earlier about God. It was like the Abraham, the story of where he had the second wife. Well,
Yeah.
God had promised a certain thing to that son, but because that had happened, it was removed, and he was exiled to the sands of Arabia, or sands of the desert, and they felt like they were exiled by God,
Right.
And
Now there's a prophecy here, right? Sorry to cut you, right? Because there's a prophecy here, right? At a place called Ashdod, which is just outside the Gaza Strip. We were looking at it earlier on today. Do you remember? I don't know if you were here, and I showed you the two cities just outside, right? The first city just to the north of the Gaza Strip is a city called Ashdod, right? It's Ashdod is mentioned in the Bible, right? Now, there's a scripture that tells you what's going to be what will happen in the last days, right? And it said, "And a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod, and I will cut off the pride of the Philistines."
of the Philistines, you said?
Yeah, or the Palestinians. The Philistines are the Palestinians.
Whoa!
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure it's been happening. The same thing. It seems like it's been happening. If you look at it different, but the same people.
Well,
the same.
The Palestinians are the Philistines.
Right. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I mean, names have changed and stuff, but the people are the same. Like
Well, yeah, but biblically it said in the last days, right, where the Philistines live, a bastard shall live where you live, and your pride will get cut off. I mean, that's describing now.
Right. I mean, what I'm saying is it pretty much has happened before.
I mean, it's probably happened before, but no, actually, no. Tell it like, how could it have happened before? Because it was Palestine right up until 1942, and where is it? Partition, and then they gave it to the Jews, and then
the British left.
The British left, yeah. Like prior to that, it had always been Palestine, but and they had all of it. They had all the way up the coast, and so a bastard didn't live in Ashdod. It says a bastard, because it says a bastard shall live in Ashdod, and I will cut off the pride of the Philistines. So
It said the Israelites escaped Egypt, and fled to the Sinai, which is where?
It's on the way.
It's there. It's right in those lands.
To the right. It's to the right. Yeah, it's the Sinai's to the right of Egypt and underneath Palestine. In fact, the Sinai desert is where the Rafah crossing is right now. Well, we were talking about the emergency aid to get to Gaza. That's at the Rafah crossing. That's in the Sinai desert. That's what.
Wasn't enough.
No, of course not. 20 trucks. That's nowhere near enough. But anyway, this says that a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod, and not only will a bastard dwell in Ashdod, I will cut off the pride of the Philistines or the Palestinians. So the Philistines aren't the bastard. There's a different bastard.
He hates pride more than anything.
I will cut off the pride of but the individuals have pride, and he's going to cut that off. Yeah, and is that not now? Is that not now? Do they not have a bastard living in Ashdod? And is their pride not cut off?
Maybe they're talking about Hamas. Because I don't see Hamas as the same as Palestinian people. I see them as an outlier.
Right, but see, the thing is, okay, but 56% of the people in the Gaza Strip support Hamas. The only problem with Hamas is Hamas at the top have spies in it for Israel. Hamas at the top. In fact, hold on a second. Even in my X, I literally have one guy ranting that this dude at the top of Hamas is a paid Israeli informant. If I can find it,
At all. Why would
It does.
Israel attack its own people?
What?
I'm not saying that's not what, but I mean, if they have, well, I mean, it confuses things.
You know, okay, it's okay. Right, Israel just bombed the Al Ansari Mosque 48 minutes ago in the West Bank. Hamas isn't in the West Bank. Shit, 48 minutes ago, Israel just bombed the mosque. 48 minutes ago, Israel bombed the mosque. That might have been one of those big bangs that we saw. Okay, what was I literally saying before this? I was saying something. It was important. What was I saying? I was going to do something.
You were talking about Mount Sinai and where it was located, and the Palestinian people, or not at the time, they were Palestinian. They were called.
Yeah, Philistines are Palestinians. Philistines are Palestinians.
Right, same people.
It's the same people. Boston and Ashdod. What was I gonna do? That's what I was depending. I was on a train of thought. I've forgotten what my train of thought is now. Shout out to T-Bird. He says amen.
There's no Hamas and
Hamas. No, that's it. No. Hamas was created by the CIA and Mossad.
Mossad, yeah. Oh wow. Where did you hear? I mean, you don't have to give your source, but that's an interesting thought.
No, but that's we know that Hamas was created by was helped along by the CIA and Mossad as a counter being to the PLO.
The 1970s, around the same time that the CIA created the Mujahideen.
Yeah.
War that turned into Taliban and all that shit.
Yeah. Because
got it. I know what you're talking. I didn't realize the connection, but it makes sense.
They can always rely on the Muslim extremists to not give a fuck about anybody else. They can rely on the Muslim extremists to turn on their own.
The CIA, the U.S. turned on the Mujahideen. They were allies. And
That's right.
Training them, and
That's right.
They turned on them.
That's right.
During the what was it? The attack in was it Cuba or?
You made a whole movie called Rambo.
I've never really watched it. Yeah.
What? Rambo rides with the Mujahideen.
The newest one I've seen where he has the explosive arrows, but I've never seen the old one.
Rambo rides with the Mujahideen and he plays their soccer game where you have to grab the dead goat on horseback. I don't know.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's the Mujahideen, man. It's like that's when they were cool. Right, we would never bomb a hospital. So, anyways, evacuate this hospital immediately. Yeah. They bombed. Oh, yeah, I was going to look for something here, wasn't I? I was looking for something here. As the march in Barcelona, UFC comes up, talks about the atrocities taking place in Gaza. Planned, we'll wait for it. What? I ain't got time. Hamas is not in the West Bank. Okay, so they're bombing the West Bank. Hamas beheaded a single Israeli. No, I mean, Hamas haven't beheaded anyone. This is all bullshit.
That was.
Oh, right. So, yeah, I was going to say, Hamas was a creation of the CIA and Mossad as a counterweight to, what's his name? Yasser Arafat. Yasser Arafat. Yeah, the PLO. Yeah, Palestine Liberation Organization. The PLO used to be the big thing in Palestine. The PLO, remember Yasser Arafat?
I remember Yasser Arafat.
Right, yeah. So
I actually watched something about him today.
Bill Clinton even did was it Oslo Peace Accords with Yasser Arafat and Yitzhak Rabin, where he did that really famous photograph of them, and he's got his hands on either side of them. And that looked like peace in the Middle East. That was historical. We were like, peace in the Middle East. Yeah, it was Yasser Arafat. And but Yasser Arafat they still considered, like, they're still the devil. They're still going to be the devil. Israel's still going to be the devil. So as far as they're concerned, Yasser Arafat was too powerful to deal with, so they needed to break it up. So they created Hamas, who once again is your useful idiots, extremist Muslim sect, because that's what they are. They're useful idiots. You can trust Hamas to start some violent shit, so that Israel can come back and crush everybody.
Wait, but that doesn't. They don't run Hamas right now.
Who? Israel?
Iran runs Hamas by proxy.
Iran. No. Okay. That's what they're saying. All right. So on the grounds out there, Hamas runs the West Bank. No, sorry. Hamas runs the Gaza Strip. Right. The PLO run the West Bank. Right. Hamas.
Hezbollah, you mean?
No, Hezbollah are from Lebanon. Hezbollah are from Lebanon. They're just to the north, and they're waiting to get involved.
They
right?
want to get involved.
They want to get involved. They want in on this. They want to get the Israelis, right? And I completely understand why. Hamas was the organization set up, or I won't say set up, helped along by Mossad and the CIA, because as long as they're at odds with the PLO, then that's fine, because they can have divide and rule. Now we've got divide and rule because Hamas now run the West Bank. Sorry, Hamas now run the Gaza Strip. The PLO run the West Bank. That's why that's why the West Bank is kind of slightly better together. Shit. Then now, Hamas is not just a military organization. They're not a terror group. They're not a terror group. Hamas are not a terror group. They're a political. Oh shit! The bombs are going down. They're a political entity that were born from the struggle. But they have food programs, they have educational programs, they have stuff for the old, or they did have, right? And they're a functioning government, believe it or not. They're not a straight terror outlet. They've just been made to look like that, right? So no way this is contained. Nah, it's not going to be contained. They're taking out plenty of radar stations. Oh shit. So Hezbollah are from Lebanon. Now, Hezbollah are Hamas's closest allies in the fields, right? Iran support Hezbollah. Hezbollah support Hamas. Does that make sense? Right? It goes down like that way. It doesn't come back up the other way. It goes down that way, right? So, but as we know, or so I was going to find out now. I'm back on track again. That's right. In my X, I've got loads of Hamas people complaining about a certain dude in Hamas who's an Israeli spy, and he's been an Israeli spy for the longest. Because up at the top.
Is he the guy that was just on Fox? His dad helped form Hamas back in the day. He escaped. He was a high up in the Hamas organization, I guess you could call it.
Right. Oh gosh, man! An hour ago. Oh no! Israeli soldiers taking 6-year-old children hostage, ripping him from his mother's arms while his siblings scream. 1 hour ago. So they're stealing children. The way they see it, they're stealing children back. I heard they've taken over 200 so far in the last 48 hours. I've heard they've taken 200 to 300. Yeah, the Israelis. I'm watching an Israeli soldier take a child right now. Yep. They're taking the child. What the hell? This is inhuman. This is inhuman.
You want to take the mother? You're gonna take people.
Yeah, they don't want the mother. They don't want the mothers. They just want
You gotta have a mother
kids.
there. You can't control kids.
Look, man. You see what I did yesterday? In Gaza, these guys roll up on this fairly nice car, and there's a toddler in the back and a baby in the back, right? The Israelis had arrested the parents and left the children in the car on the side of the road. This is 48 hours ago. They arrested the parents and left what looked like a 9-month-old and a 4-year-old in the back of the car. Like, when I say this is the worst thing I've ever seen before in my life, I've seen some shit, but this is the most inhuman, and they're getting away with it because they're getting away with being this vicious because Joe Biden's a dementia fool. He's not going to do anything. They wouldn't have done this under Donald Trump. It would have been Trump would have seen it as an offense.
It's hard to say. It really is hard to say, man.
It's not.
They've been planning this for a while, it seems like.
They've been planning it for a while, and right now you have the weakest first world leader that we've ever had. The weakest. Right? So they can get away with doing shit, and they'll look at him and like, he doesn't know what's going on. Who's meant to be the authority? He doesn't know what's going on. He's too busy interested trying to sniff children and eat ice cream.
You know, but the Democrat Party, they've always been a bit easy on Iran. Always been a thing there. Iran, and that all stems. That's where it all stems from. It's all that whole group, man. That they're all connected, right?
Well, here's the thing. Well, yes and no, but like it shouldn't really affect America if America wasn't in the region. It wouldn't affect.
We're there to protect Israel, our ally. No. It's you're not wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. It's just hearing it articulated. You have okay. It's like this, right? It's like this. No. Who's it who said the other day that? Who is it who said to me that you disagree with me, but it's because I'm not angry? Was that you who said that? Me, yeah.
All right. Okay. So here's a perfect example right now. I got a smile on my face as I say. Let me give you an analogy, right? You got a house, right? If I break into your house, right, and I tie you up and I throw you into your bathroom, now you're only allowed to use the bathroom, right? And I lock the bathroom door, right? And then over the course of the day, you hear me watching your TV, you smell me cooking in your kitchen, right? You hear me in the living room having a laugh with my mates, and then you break out of the bathroom door and you try and take your living room back. Are you the attacker?
I get what you're going at there, but it's
no, but are you the attacker?
I know what you're saying there. There's been a loss of negotiation between the two to the point of violence.
Here's the thing. The rest of the world sees it different, right? Now.
Yeah, I'm not there. I mean.
I know, but the rest of the world sees it different. So, So, for instance, I've given you like the thief analogy. However, if they weren't there, remember, they were given the opportunity to use West Africa. They were given the opportunity to use a part of Uganda. And they didn't want to use a part of Uganda. They said they didn't want to be surrounded by Africans. So
you're talking about post-World War II.
Yeah. Right, Balfour Declaration. No. The Sephardic Jews had been there for a long time. The Sephardic Jews had been there for ancient of days. But that's not who's over there at the moment. It's Ashkenazim in there, right? The other non-genetic descendant convert. Those are the ones. Who's the last Sephardic? Was it Yitzhak Rabin was the last Sephardic leader of Israel, and now it's all Ashkenazim leaders of Israel. The Sephardim have the Sephardic Jews go back 2,000 years in that country. The Ashkenazim go back 200 years, and even then, as less than 2% of the population. That's why Abdel Gamal Nasser said what he said. He said, because you left this land black, but now you've returned white. Even the Sephardic Jews aren't fully white. They're Palestinian looking. They look like Palestinians. Sorry?
It looks like it says Jews of Spain. Sephardic.
Yeah. Well, they're all around that region, but those are the ones who genetically been there for. You know, when you talk about the history of those, the Sephardic Jews, not the new ones are the convert ones. 80% of the ones who've gone over there are the convert ones. So it's like Sephardic is Mediterranean Jews, if you want to generalize, yeah. But they're very Mediterranean because, why were they there after fall of destruction of Rome, 70 AD? Titus and Vespasian, a lot of Jews moved into Africa, and a lot of them moved around north, and settled. Ashkenazi Jews come from the conventional nodes of the Khazar Empire. Yes, 100%, T-Bird, 100%. But you're not allowed to say that, T-Bird, because now but you can't be. But how can you acknowledge that and then be anti-Semitic? See, we're getting into some dangerous territory here. Now, you can be anti-Semitic. You can be anti-Semitic against the Sephardic. You can be anti-Semitic against the Sephardic. But how can you be anti-Semitic against a... Oh, never mind. Let me shut my mouth. It's already too much. I've said too much already. I've said too much.
Hey, I really enjoyed talking about the Book of Enoch, man. That was fun.
Yeah, well, just 30 seconds worth of research. My first pro-Palestinian rally, A7. That boat has sailed. Oh, T-Bird, man. Well, as I said, it's I don't know. It depends whether or not you believe in God or not, right? Because if you don't believe in God, what's the point? None of this. I mean, there is no real point other than to find out, in case what you're finding out for. But if you do believe in God, then it magnifies your belief, because you go to the origin of the story, and then if you can follow it through from I've given you the link to the Lost Book of Ingo. Right. So when you get to the end of that, and then you realize that Genesis starts, and then you realize that Genesis is not really talking about all of these. They mention the Nephilim, but they don't want to talk about the Nephilim, right? And they want to talk about humanity, because that's where it's meant to be. Get away from these guys, and it's all. The Bible is all about now. Human do this. Human thinks about this. Human, right? The Bible is all first story of human story. That's why the Bible is important, because it's the first catalogue of human. It's like without the training wheels. Does that make sense?
The reincarnation part is interesting, because if that's the case, then essentially, given enough time, we become a species never known to the universe. That could be stronger than anything in the universe.
That's what Enlil was worried about.
Yeah.
That's what Enlil.
Not now, obviously, but I mean, we're capable.
There's just to back up the premise. There's a part in the Bible of the story of Jesus in the early days, and they're talking about who they think Jesus is, right? And it's just a good snapshot into the conversation, because it lets you know how they're like, is he Ezra? Right? Do you think he's Ezra? Nah. Do you think and they're talking about the big names of the past. Do you think he's Solomon? This is what they're saying. Do you know what I mean? Now that was all it took for me. And I was like, whoa. So even the people in the back go, who do you reckon he is? Who do you reckon he is in the reincarnation? They're even like, trying to work out who they think he is in the reincarnation. There's a part in the reason why I mentioned the Book of Maccabees is because these are what you call precepts, right? These understandings. Like, so right now we're going through the reincarnation understandings. There's a precept in the Book of Maccabees where it's the Maccabees are the Greeks. Wait, not the Maccabees are the Israelites, but the Greek is during the Greek invasion, not the Roman invasion, the Greek invasion. And they get this woman's sons, and they start putting her sons to death, right? And her sons all curse out the Greeks as they're getting put to death. And she had 7 sons, or something like that. And they get to the last son, and they're like, all you need to do is eat this pork and say you don't believe in God, blah blah blah. And the last son is like, fuck you. And they like speak to them, and they say, this is your last son. You're gonna let him? We just killed the other 6. And then the son says something like, oh shit, what the son say? Something like, I know I'm about to be put to death by you, but I'm gonna rise again, and I'm gonna have another life, but you will have no resurrection to life and no hope, right? But he says all this stuff like, it's good to be put to death by your hand so I can rise up again as a new person and blah, 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 take my life again. But as for you and your kind, you shall have no resurrection to life and no hope, right? That's the last thing he says. And they're like, right, kill him, right? But the last thing he says is like, you will have no resurrection to life and no hope. Right, so he dies believing that it's good to be put to death by your hand so I can rise again somewhere else and blah, blah, blah. As for you and your kind, you shall have no resurrection to life and no hope. And they're like, kill him, right? And that was the last son, right? So they'd all killed the other 6 who cursed him out. And the last son, what he said as the youngest son, shit him up. Does that make sense? Right? Yeah. That because he was the youngest one. The other ones were all defiant, but the youngest one said stuff that got to their soul. Do you know what I mean? They're like, well, you mean it doesn't matter how many times we kill these people, they come back, and we just get the one go, and that fucked them up. Do you know what I mean? That was the thing that fucked them up. Not the battle, not the fighting, not the killing them. What the kids said before they put them to death, right? And that's in the Apocrypha. So that's meant to be something sent hidden. That's meant to be a secret thing that you're meant to understand.
It almost seems like you can't cut off the head of the snake. There's always it's like the head will regrow, essentially. I mean, where you get rid of one evil, there's another one to follow just like it, if not worse.
What, in terms of the good guys or the bad guys?
Both, if reincarnation exists.
Well, do you not have a scientific concept that says energy can't be destroyed, it can only be transferred?
First law of thermodynamics,
yeah.
But yet they also believe in the same time that the Big Bang Theory exists. So the first law of thermodynamics immediately disproves the Big Bang Theory.
Well, yeah, because energy had to have come from somewhere, right? Yeah, you don't just invent. You can't just invent energy. Or you can release
energy. You
energy.
Forget science when you think of the Bible, right?
Well, I used to, but not anymore. Not anymore, because now I look at all the stuff that's inexplainable, because it's still listening. Now I look for the stuff that was unexplainable as a kid, so that I can understand it now, and I look for the stuff that seemed fantastical then, because does it have any bearing on stuff like what's the name? Lot's wife turning into a pillar of salt, right? Where we know that's a nuke. Let me give you another one. Nebuchadnezzar, the writing on the wall.
Oh jeez, yeah. Oh man.
Do you know what I mean? That's some laser script. Right? Hold on a second. We have to believe in an ancient time. Some king, so you know he ain't bullshitting, right? Looks up, and then all of a sudden, writing starts getting carved into the wall. The writings on the wall, right? That was telling him about his end and shit, right? Which has now come down to us as a phrase. The writings on the wall means it's all over by the shouting, right?
Yeah.
So what on earth? Because it's encapsulated in story and come down through generations. What could have happened where a person was sitting there and then just started seeing writing engraved on the wall that everyone could read days after. What is that?
Well, it says he met God at that point. Just quickly.
Yeah, I mean, but see, here's the thing: the term God means power, right? Like Allah. So yeah, so he met power, right? So he didn't meet the God, but he met a power, right? So that could be in any one of the deities, but it was the day. Yeah, any one of the angels, right? Because even Allah means power, right? So it doesn't mean God. It means power, right? So power is the great Allah Akbar. You know,
the greatest power.
The greatest power. Yeah, the great. Yeah, which makes sense to us in English, right? So but yeah, so. Well, was it well? I was at my first. Oh no, I've already read that.
That's the first time I've heard that language, though. That Allah Akbar is the greater power. It was always God is great. Is how I remember it for a long time, and only recently have I heard it change from God is great to God is great. What did we say first? Getting tired, man.
That's right. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What's it? 11 o'clock where you are now, probably. Aren't it?
No, it's 10.
Oh, 10. Oh, okay.
Well, I'm going for a bike right after this.
So. No, I'm going to bed in a minute. It's 3 in the morning. But yeah, I don't mind shooting the shit because I don't mind having these conversations because it kind of reminds me of what I know. If that makes sense.
It helps put things together for sure.
Well, yeah, especially Old Testament, Bible, obviously New Testament is what Christianity is a load of bullshit. So that's for a start. Christianity is bullshit. I do believe in God. I do believe in the 10 Commandments. I do believe in the Old Testament. I believe that people have misconstrued the New Testament in order for them to be wicked. In which case, if they say the 10 Commandments are done away with, well, let's all go and have sex with our sisters then. Do you know what I mean? If that's the case, yeah, let's go and start killing people then. If the laws are done away with, but the laws aren't done away with, which basically means if the laws aren't done away with, what are you doing now that you shouldn't be doing because Christianity has you in some bullshit?
Right, you got to be careful.
Yeah, I'm thinking the immediate ones: eating pork. For a start. Eating pork.
Well, back then it was considered dangerous because it wasn't prepared correctly.
Exactly. Now, hold on a second. We go to Leviticus for a second. Now, I'm not trying to turn this into a biblical, bloody theological discussion, but it's just out for interest's sake. Don't you think an ancient culture is going to codify stuff to keep you living as long as possible? You know what I mean? So there would have been ancient cultures who just ate nothing but seafood. There would have been ancient cultures who ate nothing but pork. There would have been ancient cultures who ate nothing but barnacles and starfish and blah, blah, blah. And they all died out early, right? And if they didn't die out early, they all ended up having some form of ailment or disease, right? So, as a consequence, they codified it and said, don't eat this thing. You've heard of the phrase, you are what you eat, right? Okay, well, if you're a thing that eats shit and eats anything going, which is what a pig does, then you put that in your body. You don't have to be Malcolm X to, talking about the pig is a filthy animal. You don't need to be like that to understand the pig is a filthy animal. Do you know what I mean? And then I'll give you another one. Now, here's the thing. In ancient times, pigs were our waste disposal. We didn't have a bin man. Yeah, we just took it
with a hoof, right?
Yeah, nothing. We just took a shit out the back of the house, and it would drop down to the back, and then our pigs would come along and eat the shit.
Oh yeah, and then you eat the pigs that eat.
Well, no. We sell off the pigs to other people because we don't eat the pigs. But you would eat the shit. And there's another one. Shrimp and lobster, clean water, and oysters. do is take the impurity and the shit out of the water.
Yeah, we use them in the Tampa Bay. They use a lot of that to help clean the water.
To clean the water, right? So it boils down to right and wrong. You know inside what feels right and wrong. No, because then you're that satanic do as thou wilt. What are you talking about? You know what's inside what feels. No,
Like
it.
laws, like taking the LSAT. If you take the LSAT based off of how you feel is right, you're gonna fail.
Well, is it what is it? The see now I can't help doing this. If I say this now, I feel silly saying it now because now I feel like I'm like one of these guys on the street. Now listen here, brother. Now listen, the Bible says, brother. Right? I'm not doing that. Right? But it does say that the heart is deceitful among all things. Right? And in biblical terms, the heart is the head. The heart is the brain. Right, so there's another phrase: "Don't lean towards your own understanding." Right, that's I have to humble myself to that. I'm not allowed to lean towards my own understanding. There's an understanding, and there's a precept. You either follow God's precepts or not. If you're that way inclined, I would like to think I'm inclined to follow God's precepts. Do you know what I mean? That I just put it this way: when I found out a lot of stuff, I was like a child again in my 30s. And I had to humble myself to realize that everything that I'd been taught was bullshit. Everything. And I had to reprogram my entire brain. But you know what? A good way of read Ecclesiasticus. Read Ecclesiasticus. Read, in the Apocrypha. Read Ecclesiasticus. What a way to puncture all the bullshit that you've been... and also read the occasional Ezra rant. Right, because Ezra curses out Israel, he curses out Israel. He says, Israel, you love sucking on donkey balls. You need donkey balls and donkey cock for its size to satisfy you. Excuse me, Ezra. No, Ezra's filthy. Ezra's filthy. He curses, but then it's because it's written in a way. It's like you have to read it and then read between the lines, and you see Ezra's foul. Do you know what I mean? Ezra's when I say foul, he uses profanity. Ezra sounds base as fuck. Ezra's a G. That's what I'm saying. Ezra's a G, right? Because the way he cusses out Israel, he uses filth, right? And you know God was listening to that and laughing. God was listening to that and he's like, Ezra, man. Oh, Ezra, you're too much, man. You're too... Yeah, like, you know God is listening to Ezra with a chuckle. Right? And that's the thing. When you realize God is listening to Ezra cursing out Israel and God's kind of laughing about it because Ezra's right? Now you have to think about the old, really stuffy priests and the stuffy grandmum who the Bible, and you think, is there understanding what this brutal thing is that I'm reading? And it isn't. Yeah.
I almost feel that it adapts. The Bible adapts. It's all in the eyes of the beholder, right? Because it definitely has adapted in my eyes over the years. It's not the same.
In what sense? What if
the stories are the same, but in the way I understand, we said that earlier. It's just it doesn't mean the same in my.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It's different. It has more meaning.
Because it's for men. Because it's for men, masculine men with balls, right? Who bang women. That's who it's for. Do you know what I mean? That's who it's for. Because if I was to, the part in 2 Samuel's just before Kings where there's no king in Israel, and it shows you how lawless the place is, right? And there's a dude. I mean, I'm going through. Right, this is good because I'm going through all the X-rated stories tonight, boy. I'm going through all. There's a dude who's traveling from A to B with his. I'm not sure if it's his concubine or is his wife. I think it's his concubine, right? So she's cool. He gets to bang her. He's all right, blah, blah, blah. But he goes through this really bad part of town. This is in 2 Samuels, just before Kings, right? And it's a homosexual rape gang. It's a homosexual rape gang.
Wait, they're homosexuals?
Yeah, it's a homosexual rape gang. I'm not stuttering. I'm not stuttering. So, dude is with his concubine in this town. Homosexual rape gang comes along. Oi, you had some nice fit dude in there. Throw the fit dude out so that we may know him. Right? Dude, you know what we may know him means, right?
Right, yeah, I get it.
And the dude's like, nah, this is my guest. What the hell are you talking about? They're like, nah. We saw him come in here. And they're all licking their fingers, right? And I throw him out. And it's like, no, this guy's my guest. Look, take his concubine. Right? And they threw the concubine out. Right? So the dude's in there eating and they throw the concubine. And it said they used her and abused her all the night. And only in the morning did they let her go. Right? So they satisfied themselves with the concubine. Right? Yeah, they was like, nah, we want abs. Well, they threw the concubine. So apparently the concubine crawls all the way back, all bloodied and everything. Like, literally gets to the front stairs. Dude wakes up, right? He knows his concubine's being thrown out to the homosexual rape gang, but he's all chill. Comes downstairs, opens the door, sees his concubine all bloodied and mashed up, just on the door, and he goes, come on, get up, we've got to go.
His concubine's male, so he's okay.
No, his concubine's female.
Well, so why would the homosexuals?
No, it was a homosexual rape gang. The dude wouldn't let them have the man. They said, look, have his female instead, have his concubine instead. They went, yeah, all right then.
Okay, got it.
So they took his concubine and it said they used her and abused her all the night long, right? And only in the morning did they let her go. Now, they practically abused her to death, for want of a better expression. So when she gets to the doorstep, he sees her and he goes, right, come on, let's go. We got to go. Right, which to me sounded cold as fuck, right? Because she's just been, she's just been used and abused all night. And he sees it and he goes, right, come on, let's go. She couldn't get up. She's dead. So he's like, right. Oh, well, this is a bit inconvenient. So he goes back. It sounds a little bit inconvenient. So he goes back to Israel, because where was he? He was going through a part of Israel. Where is it again?
Trying to follow here on this page.
Beersheba. I can't remember where he was going through. He was going through a town, and he was sojourning, which means he was traveling. But anyway, he gets back to town from Dan to Beersheba. He gets back to Israel, and then he chops his concubine up, one part for every tribe of Israel from Dan to Beersheba. A leg goes to the Judites, an arm goes to the Benjamites, the torso goes to the Levites, the head goes to, do you see what I'm saying? Right? So
hatred.
No, he's chopped it.
Concubine is your war trophy.
Well, potentially your concubine is also your missus, right? The one you bang, that's not your real missus. It's the one that you wear out.
A concubine was like a war trophy, a woman war trophy.
It can be, but you have wives.
That attitude towards her, that's what I think.
Right.
Like,
he was very cold towards her, but you have wives and you have concubines. Now, he was making the point, like, I was traveling through this area. You are all tribes of Israel. All of you are responsible for this body part. So he sent one piece of her body to all 12 tribes of Israel, right? And then all 12 tribes of Israel called the council and they were like, what the fuck is this? Right? And they're like, well, did you get a body part? Yeah, I got a body part. And like, none of them wanted to go and talk to the guy by themselves. They're like, fuck going to talk to him, but now we got to go together. They were too scared to talk to him by themselves because man had just mailed a piece of his concubine's body parts to all 12 tribes. So they all convened a council and they all went to go and talk to him. It's like, what is this about? And he said, look, I went traveling in this area and I got set upon by a homosexual rape gang. And they're like, are you okay? Well, yeah, of course I'm okay. But, you know, I have to give them my concubine. And they raped her to death. So you're all responsible. And they're all looking at each other like, well, yeah, but like, this dude's a nutter, but he's true. Like, if they raped her to death, then we are all responsible for each body part. It's something to do with it's some president, but no one had actually ever diced up the body and then sent it to them in bits before. I mean, it happened by accident. You have the arm, it happened accidentally. No one had ever done it intentionally before. So so they got together and they worked out that there's a homosexual rape gang roaming in this area, right? So they said, right, well, we got to go and we got to put an end to this homosexual rape gang, right? This is, has anyone ever told you this story before? No, exactly. You can read it. So
I didn't go to church a lot either. So.
Yeah, but see, if they had these stories in there, I bet you'd be interested, right?
Honestly, I probably didn't care. I hated church so much, dude. All I wanted to get out of there and go eat, man. I was always hungry at church.
Yeah, that's because they made it shit for you. That's because they made it shit, right? So here's the thing. This is how it goes. Was it the Benjamites? It was the Benjamites. Oh, it's starting to get to me. Oh, it's the Benjamites, homosexual rape gang in amongst the Benjamites. So they went down to Benjamin, the tribe of Benjamin, and they were like, we heard you got a homosexual rape gang roaming about. And they were like, they all knew, but none of them would give them up. So the Benjamites knew about the homosexual rape gang in their midst, but none of them would give them up. So all 11 other tribes, they said, right, none of us are going to give any of our daughters to the Benjamites. Why? Because they smelling like little boy's booty hole. So I don't want my daughter messing with the Benjamites because they like running up the back, right? So they all swore never to give any of their wives to the Benjamites. And then when the Benjamites wouldn't give up the homosexual rape gang, they all got together, 11 of them, and went down to deal with the homosexual rape gang, right? You haven't heard this story. Okay. So 11 tribes of Israel go to fight the Benjamites. And if you didn't know, the Benjamites are the warring tribe of Israel. They're the ones who fight better than everybody else, right? So 11 tribes of Israel go down to fight the Benjamites because the Benjamites are harboring a homosexual rape gang. So the first time they go down there, 11 tribes of Israel against the Benjamites, and the Benjamites kick their ass, right? They go back, they lick their wounds, they come back a second time. Now they're saying right. And they come back to fight the Benjamites again. The Benjamites, who are harboring a homosexual rape gang, kick their asses again. 11 tribes against one tribe, and the Benjamites win, right? So the 11 tribes go off and they're like, hey, we got to pray on this, man. There's 11 of us and there's only one of them, right? And they've beaten our asses twice. So they go and they pray and they're like, we better pray to God because like there's something ain't right here. And then, explosion on the skyline. So God goes like, okay, gives them one of them divine inspiration. And says, right, okay, we've been going out against these really hard guys, but they're harder than us. We got to be smarter. And this is where there's also a story in this about defeating a stronger foe. Right now, the Benjamites, although they're the warring tribe, they've been harboring a homosexual rape gang. This is not right, but they won't give them up because they're tight like that. Right. So what they do is they come out to fight them a third time. Only this time, they have explosion. They have something called liars in wait, right? I.e., they've got people hidden round the back, right? And when the Benjamites come out to fight, the people that are hidden around the back, they run into the Benjamite town and they set fire to the Benjamite town. Benjamites come out to kick ass for the third time. Just before the Benjamites start kicking ass, they turn around and they see the city's on fire because the outliers did it. They turn around to run back to put the fires out. All the 11 tribes jump on them and slaughter them, right? So remember, if they've slaughtered most of the Benjamites, they've probably slaughtered most of the homosexual rape gang as well, right? Because they're all Benjamites and they're tight. But they've slaughtered so many Benjamites that there's only a few Benjamites left now. Most of these Benjamites are straight. They like women. They're not part of the homosexual rape gang. But there's only a few of them left. Another explosion, right? So now all 11 tribes go off and they're happy because they've killed the homosexual rape gang. But Now they're really pissed off and they're scared because they've almost taken out one of the tribes of Israel, and they're scared that they're going to get punished by God for taking out one of the tribes of Israel, which is, there was only about 400 Benjamites left of however several thousand. They only had about.
What was it named then? Not Israel. They called them the Israelites then. Not.
It was Israel, the state of Israel and the state of Judah. It was Judah and Israel.
Okay.
So Judah was in the north and Israel was in the south, right? So 11 of them go back. There's only like 400 Benjamites left, and they go to pray to God to say sorry for wiping out one of the tribes of Israel, right? And they're like, well, hold on a second, God, what can we do? And God's like, gave them divine inspiration. Like, well, obviously these guys, they're going to need wives, right? And they're going to need to marry. And they were like, but hold on, we all made a solemn pact that we would, remember earlier on, we would not give any of our daughters to these bumperclark batty men. That's just how they saw them, right? So they'd all made a pact not to give any of their daughters to them. So they were like, do you remember when we went out to fight them the first time? They were like, yeah, wasn't that place Jabesh Gilead? They didn't give us any guys, did they? And they were like, nah. Nah, they kept all their men. Remember when we went out the second time to fight? You know, there's that town, Jabesh Gilead, they didn't give us any men. Nah. So you mean all of that, most of our men got slaughtered, but all the men from Jabesh Gilead, all right? They were like, yeah. So they were like, okay, this is what we're going to do. You see those 400, Benjamites that are up in the mountains? We're going to get them to come down. Remember, we can't give them any of our daughters, but you see the town of Jabesh Gilead, right? In the morning, all of their women are coming out to do their early morning dance, right? This is what you do. Come down off the mountain, right? And in the morning, I want you guys to hide out here. And when the women of Jabesh Gilead come out, take whichever one you want and run back up to the mountains with them. So, the next day, because the men of Jabesh Gilead didn't come out to fight against the Benjamites because they were really selfish, they were all chilling, and their women went out to do their morning, we're going to dance in the field naked thing. I don't know what this thing is, but apparently at a certain time, the women go out and they're naked and they dance in the fields, something to do with fertility, making the crops grow, whatever. So most of the women of Jabesh Gilead go out to do their morning dance, and when they go out to do their morning dance, the 400 men of the Benjamites set upon them, and it said, of some they danced with, of some they caught, right? So they came out and they were like, yay, come with me. And they were like, yeah, all right. And some of them came out and said, come here, right? And grabbed them up and ran back up into the mountains, and they started procreating again. You know what that means, right? Yeah, started procreating again. Started having babies, right? So 400 men came down and grabbed at least 400 women and ran off with them, and that was under God's law. God allowed them to do that. God willed it, right? God willed it. He said, like, you know, which town didn't fight for you? Give them their women, okay? And those were all Israelite women with Benjamites who nabbed them and took them up to the mountains and shagged the shit out of them until they had babies. Right now, what's the point? Is that to be done? It's not to be done. It's the point it's in 2 Samuel, and the next chapter is Kings, because in that day there were no kings, and it says at the end, men did as they thought was right. Do you see what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah.
So
they did what they thought was right.
They did what they thought was right. So 400 women to get grabbed off and taken up into the mountains, well, that was your fate. Now, did those women know about it? No. Did some of those guys know about it? Well, apparently it was the punishment for the men for being cowards. Do you see what I'm saying? But that's in there, right? Yeah. That's a good dirty story, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a good dirty story.
That's amazing. Yeah.
It's got homosexual rape gangs in it. It's got murder in it. It's got war in it. It's got
human nature that you
deception.
See today.
Yeah, and then right at the end, the funny thing is at the end it said when the women came out to dance, the men made themselves known and went off with women. Of them they danced with, of them they caught. So I don't know what that means. It's like
caught,
caught. Courts.
Like
Come here.
Uartz.
No, Caught.
Oh, caught.
Courts. Yeah. Right, not court as in COURT or oh hello, you're lovely. No, panda, no. The antithesis of courting, yeah, it's called grabbing. In fact, hold on. In Irish culture, you have this thing called grabbing, right? Which happens.
Oh, I've seen it as a bouncer before.
You've seen, right? Apparently, it happens at weddings and stuff like that, right? Where you just grab the girl that you want, and then that's your girl. Isn't it something like that?
Well, as a bouncer, we'd see guys do that, and it would cause fights, and we'd have to throw them out, and it became a big deal. But we'd see it every Friday, Saturday night. Someone was grabbing someone. It was
Yeah.
awful. And I could see it happen. Yeah, it was gross.
Now, apparently, in that culture, and even in is it Romanian culture? Eastern, they think where they kidnap the bride. If a man, if a man kidnaps her and keeps her for 3 days, that's his bride. It is old school as F, right? Sometimes the whole family's in on it. The whole family wait for the girl and then grab the girl up, and she don't know what's going on and blah blah blah. And they're like, "Yeah, you're being kidnapped. It's part of the thing. You're going to be married soon." What in the F?
It's like the priest saying, "Does anyone disagree with this marriage?" You could say, "Yeah, I disagree with it," and they got to call it off, right? No one ever says that. But
No, but yeah, that's a thing in certain people's cultures today. That's mentioned in the Old Testament. Of them they danced with, of them they court. That means, you know what that means? That means some of those dudes came out of the bushes and they were charismatic as fuck. And the girls were like, yeah! And then some of those dudes came out of the bushes and the girls were like, ugh! And he was like, nah, you're coming with me. Come here. Abduction weddings. Yes, abduction weddings. Yeah, that's cool. Abduction weddings, yeah. Yeah.
Wow, I've never heard of that.
And it's a bad sign if the girl does not cry. Yeah, it's but then okay, see, we're touching all the bases tonight. Do you know the law on Epar in the Bible? About RAPE.
Oh, rape.
Yeah. I tend not to say it because it might. My thing's not monetized anyways. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, you can. It's not. We're having a professional discussion about it.
Well, no, I'm just saying. There's the law on it. There's a law on it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's completely against the law. Yeah.
Well, what? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Against the law? What are you talking about?
It is. Yeah.
What? Oh, only if the girl screams.
Oh, what?
Yeah. No, what? If she doesn't and you grab the girl up, then you got to give the father 50 shekels of silver. Did you not know that?
Oh, because of virgin.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to give her 50 shekels of silver. Now, apparently, if she's not in it and he does it anyway, he's got to give her 50 shekels of silver. He's got to give as compensation.
A dowry, essentially.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound very nice, does it?
No, it's like you get to check first. You can try it out first. If you don't like it, then.
Well, apparently, doing that turns your women into whores. So marriage, guess what? Marriage biblically is having sex with someone. Once you've had sex with someone, that's your husband, biblically. That's what biblical marriage is. It's not a ceremony. Biblical marriage is not a ceremony. Biblical marriage is doing the deed. So.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard because you have the law got involved in marriage, so.
Well, now, but biblical marriage in the time of the Bible, biblical marriage is having sex. Then there is you can have a ceremony, right? If you want to rubber stamp it. But it was as simple as once you've had sex with a person, that's your husband. Was it Jesus cursed out some woman, and she said, "Woman by the well, the woman at the well," and she said she was waiting for her husband, and Jesus said, "Woman, you've had many husbands, and the one that you're waiting for isn't even yours."
He also stood up for I guess you could call them whores. He would take their side too, from what I remember.
Yeah,
he wasn't.
but see, yeah, but because Jesus, yeah, but see, he's a man. He was a man, so he. I hesitate to say it. He loved them.
Sure, he did. Yeah.
Like what and I'm not talking the biblical love. Like as a man would love them. I don't like the funniest thing I've seen, right? To where it, and if you, I don't know. As I said, remember, I'm trying not to sound arsey. I really don't want to sound arsey, right? But the closest I've seen, if you read the in-betweens, right, and take all of the stuffy middle class pompousness out of the Bible, right? Jesus is actually quite a cool dude. He's like have you seen the comedy program Black Jesus?
No.
Right, okay. Do you know who Aaron Magruder is?
No.
Do you know the Boondocks?
Is that the Irish guys?
No, the Boondocks, the cartoon, the black cartoon. Right. So the guy that wrote the Boondocks, Aaron Magruder, right? The reason why the last season of the Boondocks was shit was because Aaron Magruder wasn't part of the writing process. He was doing Black Jesus, right? Now, if you haven't seen Black Jesus, give it 5 minutes. It's really funny, but like it's what he's trying to say how Jesus was if Jesus was in the hood right now, right? What would Jesus be like if he was in the hood right now, right? What's that? What's he say? Off he met him. Well, Black Jesus, right? The funny thing is, he still walks around with the robe, right? And he wears a wig.
Like just like old school, but
yeah,
people accept it, like
yeah,
notice it or something.
yeah. But and guess what? He turns water into wine. Yeah, there's so much Stu. He does little miracles. He plays little. However, the creative Boondocks. How can I put it? He smokes weed. Yeah, he drinks. He smokes weed with the people. Like he's.
F you too, homeboy. I still love you, bitch ass, but by default too. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Y'all do realize I died for your motherfucking sins, right?
You need to watch it. It's the funniest shit, and I don't know. Obviously, he goes around spreading goods and everything, but it's not as easy as all that. And he comes across people who object to him doing his good works, and you'd think, who would object to Jesus doing good works? Look, man, I'm trying to clean up where I live right now. Half the neighbours hate me because I'm trying to stop all the crackheads in this area, and the neighbours hate me because half of them are crackheads. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you come into it, you try to do good stuff, right? And you'll always end up creating enemies because a lot of people.
So we got common saying for that.
Yeah.
Haters gonna hate, right?
Yeah, but if you, I don't know, like you come along, you try and do good, and it's like I don't know, because you look at it's like what would Jesus do, right? Anytime you try to do something good, you start to realize how wicked the system is when you're trying to do something good, because you would have thought 99.9% of people would agree with this good thing. However, there's a system out there that might not be too happy about you having this good thing. Remember, we were talking about access to money, and you know, a good thing would be for everyone to know how to have a hustle and make a load of money. But the powers that be don't want everyone to make a load of money. If everyone made a load of money, who would they rule over if everyone made a load of money? Do you see what I'm saying? See, some things they don't want you knowing. That's just it. Thousands of demonstrators in Tel Aviv are demanding Netanyahu's resignation. 80% of Israelis blame him for the invasion on October the 7th. Oh, they're not stupid. I thought,
both sides.
yeah. So yeah. Okay. What time is it? Shit. It's 3:30. I better go to bed. Right.
Good night. It was fun.
No,
Thank you.
I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna do this tomorrow, but we'll probably do. In fact, if you're not bored, I'll probably go through. I'm more than willing to go through the Book of Enki again. It's so much
I
fun.
would like it, but I think I want to buy a version of it.
It's so much fun.
The actual book.
Right, but before you do, check out the Josh Reeves version of it, only because it's so personable. It takes all the stuffy academia out of it, and it makes it really accessible. You know what I mean? So shout out to T-Bird, the creator of the Boondocks. If you haven't seen Black Jesus, give it a watch, because it's actually quite funny. It's not that long. It doesn't look like that professional production, but it's Aaron Magruder, and it's funny, and it's where all the fun juice went from Boondocks. It's where all the fun went. Like, you got Boondocks season 1, funny. Boondocks season 2, funny as hell. Boondocks season 3, hilarious. Boondocks season 4, what the fuck happened there, man? Boondocks season 4, it's like all the soul got taken out. It's like, who wrote this shit? But Aaron Magruder wasn't there. And all of that funk that was in Boondocks 1, 2, and 3, that was so decidedly lacking in 4, is in Black Jesus. It's where the funk went. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
yeah.
Check it out.
When you watch it, you'll see. If you went through season 4 of Boondocks and was as pissed off as I was, like, where did the funny go? Right? It all went into that. All right, look, let me knock this on the head. Oh, I still got. Wow, I got 2 minutes. Who's the 2 people? T-Bird and L Bigfoot 44. Right. You know what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow? Grand Prix tomorrow, right? And then I'll probably do the Lost Book of Enki, because I want to hear how Enki poured his semen into humanity, right? Because that's what it says in the text. It says he poured in the Sumerian text. It says he poured his semen. How the hell do you do that? How was he got a cup? Like what the mind boggles.
And the poured meaning maybe he was just pouring it up, man, just going out.
Oh, he tore it up all right. He poured his semen. And when every time the narrator does that, he puts it on echo. He poured his semen. It's funny shit. All right, look, I'm gonna go. All right, Salty, take it easy. I'll be here tomorrow. Yeah, doing the same shit again. Take it easy. Anyone in the chat? T-Bird, Bird, L Bigfoot. Nice one hanging around, you know what I mean? Just like, it's good to shoot some shit. The gangster cockerel. The cockerel of Gaza. They will never defeat the cockerel of Gaza. I told you, the cockerel of Gaza, man. The cockerel of Gaza. It started what, 3, 4, 5. It starts at 5 in the morning, 5:30. The cockerel of Gaza starts at about 5:30 in the morning. Every morning. And it's going to keep going through till about 11 o'clock. The cockerel of Gaza, the cockerel of Gaza doesn't stop. Bombings, land campaign, it doesn't care. J-dams, it doesn't business. I told you, man. Right, we should. I wish I could be like the cockerel of Gaza, you know, forever strong.
In a world of unspeakable brutality, freedom had a name, and that name was Freeman. Catcher Freeman. This is the true story of a man who risked everything for justice and love. Savior, soldier, killer.
your great-great-great-granddaddy.
The story of Catcher Freeman.
Come on, Granddad. I may not know nothing about history, but I ain't stupid. None of that story is true.
It is true. Catcher Freeman was a hero, and don't you ever forget it. Excuse me.
I feel good, because I know Catcher Freeman somewhere. The Catcher Freeman somewhere. You know Catcher Freeman, who sits on high and looks down low. Man cannot make it like this. They can take the picture, but they can't make it. Only the greatest black man who ever lived that you have known high can make it for you.
Catcher Freeman was the greatest black man who ever lived.
Joy. Don't be ashamed to call
Catcher Freeman was a sexy man.
Yes, look. Only Catcher Freeman can give that woman the kind of joy she had right there. Make a joyful noise unto the greatest black man who ever lived.
I am very happy to be here.
Man, yes, sir. Can I get an amen? I don't know what you come to do, but I'm the praise.
Malcolm X, Nat Turner, and Barack Obama all rolled into one.
Lord.
You're Catcher Freeman? The Catcher Freeman?
You've heard of me.
Of course I've heard of you. Who has not heard of Catcher Freeman?
Now sit your black ass in the back and let old Uncle Rucker tell you the real story.